to order the regular session of the Board of Commissioners of the City of Tarpon Springs on Tuesday, September 19th, 2023 at 6:30 p.m. Roll call, please.
Mayor Vaticiutas.
Here.
Vice Mayor Lunt.
Here.
Commissioner Eisner.
Here.
Commissioner Kulyas.
Here.
Commissioner Kulianis.
Here.
This evening's invocation will be given by Reverend G. Thompson, the Greater Life Christian Church. And after the invocation, if we can remain standing and turn and pledge allegiance to the flag.
Let us pray. Oh, gracious God, our Father, we come first and foremost to say thank you. Thank you for our mayor, our commissioners, our leaders, and every city official. Continue to bestow your wisdom upon them so that they can continue to do their work in your joy. Protect each and every citizen. Guide and direct us so that we may continue to be a city of peace and hope. We welcome you into this meeting so that every word that is said and every action will be pleasing and acceptable unto you. We pray this prayer in your holy name. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, we have two proclamations. I'm going to walk up in front of the dais for those. If I could have Ms. Andrea Vendetti and Ms. Julia Costa come forward please. Please come, yeah, right here next to me. You're Andrea, okay, and Ms. Costa's not here, okay. Ms. Vendetti is the program manager of the Hispanic Outreach Center at St. Petersburg College.
Yes.
At this particular location, okay. This month is Hispanic Heritage Month, and we have a proclamation as we do each year. Whereas National Hispanic Heritage Month, known as Mes de Herencia Hispana, is celebrated nationwide from September 15th through October 15th each year. And whereas Hispanic explorers, pioneers, and settlers established missions and settlements that became some of America's most important urban and cultural centers, and whereas Hispanic academics, scientists, and entrepreneurs have greatly enhanced our way of life in the fields of science, technology, politics, the arts, philanthropy, and other important areas, and continue to meet new challenges and responsibilities with dignity and a creative spirit. And whereas Hispanic Americans throughout the nation, because of their energetic commitment to hard work and determination to participate fully in the American dream, provide strength and inspiration to us all. And whereas the City of Tarpon Springs acknowledges the Hispanic heritage and the indelible place it holds in the hearts and souls of our nation, and National Hispanic Heritage Month reminds us that the American identity is a fabric of diverse traditions and stories woven together. Therefore, I, Kostas Vaticiutas, by virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor of the City of Tarpon Springs, do hereby proclaim September 15th through October 15th as Hispanic Heritage Month. Ms. Vendetti, congratulations.
I would like to thank the mayor, the City of Tarpon Springs, for honoring the Hispanic Heritage Month. I'm very honored to accept this proclamation on behalf of all the Hispanic community, and I feel very proud to be Hispanic and also very proud to be also American citizen. So I'm going to bring this back to the Hispanic Outreach Center, where we have been providing services for the Hispanic community for more than 20 years in Pinellas County and 7 years in Tarpon Spring at the St. Petersburg College. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Go to public comments at the end of the second proclamation for anybody that wants to speak on either one of those. The second proclamation is National Information Technology Professionals Day. So Ms. Linton, if you'd like to come forward. Ms. Linton is our Information Technology Director for the City of Tarpon Springs, and this is her team. If you'd like to introduce each one before we get started,
Sure.
go ahead.
Sure, this is Jamie Wilcox, Andrew Case, Dan Overson, Dennis Bosley, Mitchell Morey, and GIS Matt Smith.
And I know you have a couple more.
I do.
Hidden
I have
away.
Frank Ellis, who couldn't be here tonight. He has an engagement with his daughter. And then we have another one, John Salisbury, and he's ill right now. So.
Okay, thank you. And we've got our two fellows up there.
And then up in here, you probably don't know this, but we have two always who run your meetings. And that is Mark Jump and Mike Races. So I'm just going to wave to them up there,
All right.
even though you can't see them.
Whereas National IT Professionals Day is celebrated on the third Tuesday of every September to recognize the professionals that are called upon to overcome a myriad of new challenges so we can do our jobs and function smoothly. And whereas the City of Tarpon Springs IT Department provides technology, leadership, and solutions to our employees and residents in support of effective city and utility operations, community engagement, and an increase in the economy. And whereas the City of Tarpon Springs recognizes our IT department as nothing less than essential to our success, and whereas the City of Tarpon Springs recognizes the importance and benefits of IT professionals as an integral role in enriching the lives of our community members, securing a desirable place to live, work, play, and visit, and whereas the Board of Commissioners commends the work by our IT Director, Suzanne Linton, and IT staff, Frank Ellis, Dan Overson, Dennis Bosley, Andrew Case, Matthew Smith, Mike Races, Mark Jump, John Salisbury, Jamie Wilcox, and Mitchell Moore. We extend appreciation for the vital role our IT department manages in the daily operations of our city. Now, therefore, I, Kostas Vatikiotis, by virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor of the City of Tarpon Springs, do hereby proclaim September 19th, 2023 as National Information Technology Professionals Day. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Would you like to say anything else?
I would just like to thank our city manager, Mark Licouris, for all of his guidance and support, and this Board of Commission. Without their guidance and support, we couldn't do everything that we do. So we would just like to thank them so much for everything they do for us and our team. Thank you.
Do any of the commissioners like to say anything on the proclamations? Any public comments on the proclamations that were just read? Mr. Jump, are there any remote access comments?
If anyone online would like to make a comment on these items, please raise your hand. You'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time.
Okay, we're going to go to public comments. Are there any public comments on anything that is not on the agenda? Thank you.
Good evening, Anita Protas, 901 Bayshore Drive. Saturday night, we had a beautiful art exhibit on work that Liz Indianos has done for the city at the Cultural Center. And when I was there, I found out that Commissioner Kulianis is going to go to Chicago to be in a marathon. And when I was mayor, every time a commissioner went on a trip, or the scouts, or the band left, or something at the school, or an organization, through the city, we would send a letter with them of safe passage. And I would like to see this commission give him a letter of safe passage to the mayor of Chicago, so that he'll know what Tarpon Springs is all about, because we do have a lot of associates in Chicago through their Greek community and their community at large, with a key to the city and maybe a clock helmet to represent what we're all about. So I would like the mayor to ask for one to be written for him, and all the commission signed it, the city manager and the police and fire chief. It's something very nice, and it shows that we do have Southern manners. Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor.
Are there any other public comments?
Katie Taylor, 1991 Douglas Lane, Tarpon Springs. We wanted to inform you that we have a committee that's been established for Dorset Park. It's called the Dorset Park Revitalization Committee. And we've already met with Mark and Mr. Funchin and Art Council and the Garden Club to do some enhancements. And I just wanted to share the committee name and the information that we've spoken with those people about. So I just want to share this information with you.
Thank you, Major. Mr. Geddes, please continue.
Oh, hi, thank you, Mayor. David Ballard Geddes Jr., I live at 802 Georgia Avenue in Palm Harbor. What if our founding fathers of this nation were using this Constitution?
Mayor, point of order. I did mention once before, I don't appreciate him holding up my Jewish star and evil, the word evil on it. I don't mind him speaking, but if he's gonna bring hatred here, I don't wanna see it. I'll walk out.
Ms. Kardash?
He does have that and other symbols that can be deemed to be in violation of your rules of procedure with respect to either their relevance or also hate speech, essentially.
Mr. Geddes, may I ask you to put the poster down and continue with your comments, please?
Your Honor, our Mayor?
Point of order, he still has it on there.
Point of order, he also has the Christian cross up there. So there's many religions up there, and quite frankly,
Ms. Kardash?
You know-
Hey, Commissioner Kulyas, just a minute. Ms. Kardash?
I would request you can continue with what you're going to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
The
Geddes.
Declaration of Independence mentions an unwarranted jurisdiction. When I read the Constitution, the word jurisdiction pops up in the 14th Amendment as an it. Its jurisdiction in the 14th Amendment is a water jurisdiction that is being born or naturalized, birthed as a ship of war stemming from Article 1, Section 10. So what we're birthing in the 14th Amendment is a ship of war from Article 1, Section 10, seen as a water jurisdiction in the 14th Amendment. The 14th Amendment gives privileges and immunities based on the Declaration of Independence to the legislation of the British Brethren, which are intending on
point of
birthing-
order. Is this not the place for the business of our city? This has no relevance to our city or anything that we're doing. I don't think this is Hyde Park in London where you can stand up on a soapbox and talk about whatever the subject matter that you feel like speaking to. This man gets up every week and speaks 4 minutes of things that have no relation to our town, besides the offensive imagery,
I get it, Commissioner Kulianis. Let
Okay.
Ms. Kardash speak,
Thank you.
please.
I'm glad you get it.
So on that, he is speaking about the Constitution, and the Constitution is relevant to every government entity that operates here, regardless of that point of view. Hate speech is one thing, but speaking about a constitutional matter, you know, your rules of procedure, and this just says public comment. It doesn't say public comment, city business.
Please continue, Mr. Geddes.
Thank you, Mayor. The 14th Amendment continues. The due process clause of the 14th Amendment and the taking of liberty, property, and life is that of the Gentiles while birthing water jurisdictions. I question the Indians that are tax-free in the 14th Amendment. Does that include the 12 tribes of Israel as tax-free in the 14th Amendment? The Indians in the Declaration of Independence are labeled as savages, known for their undistinguished rules of warfare, absolute destruction of ages and conditions. Yet when I look back on the last 250 years of this nation, I look at the Indians and I think, wait a minute, they did get taxed. They have been mistreated. They're not savages. The Trail of Tears was an act of apartheid. So when I dissect the tax-free clause of the 14th Amendment, the Indian clause seems to bifurcate itself into possibly the 12 tribes of Israel as being given some sort of tax-free clause at the expense of me, as a Christian, losing liberty, property, and life while birthing a so-called water jurisdiction in the 14th Amendment. I have a constitutional grievance with Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17, where it says to impost districts not to exceed 10 miles square. Is that district in reality a constitutionally ill-defined water jurisdiction? The water district obviously is bigger than 10 miles square, so a 10-mile square district would naturally fall in line with a jurisdiction to a water district. I believe this Constitution is being used as a bill of attainder. The current Constitution is being used as a letter of marque, as a form of reprisal, and we'll be right back to the basic mentality of medieval England should we allow the 14th Amendment to continue. And yes, do I feel as though that the vanquishment clause in Federalist Paper 2 applies to the vanquishing of the Gentiles based on the due process clause of the 14th Amendment? I believe we do have an act of secularism in this country, and it's not coming from Christianity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Geddes. Are there any other public comments?
Good evening, everyone. I'm Robin Sanger, 1630 Lonesome Pine Lane here in Tarpon Springs, Florida. I'm calling to let y'all know that it was mentioned, I sent in a letter at your last meeting that this Thursday I'll be attending a congressional hearing on behalf of the city of Tarpon Springs and Peace for Tarpon. I was invited to speak before Congress to let them know about Peace for Tarpon, our community initiative, because there's great interest at all levels of government in what the community can do to be medicine, what the community can do to heal itself and provide for itself. It's a very powerful time. This is in support of the Community Mental Wellness Resilience Act of 2023. There was a prior hearing at the end of July. There were over 1,300 people attending, and there was such a demand that they scheduled another one. This one is actually a half an hour longer. It's open to the public. I gave y'all a link to where you can register, and they said this year there were many, many local elected officials who were going to be attending, which is a really good sign. So I'm looking forward to that, and I'll be presenting along with other communities too in North Carolina, the state of Virginia, and Walla Walla, Washington. So there will be, as of yesterday, over 1,000 people were registered for this. So we have, 2,500 people now knowing about Peace for Tarpon and Tarpon Springs because of this. It's really awesome. So I wanted to share that good news with you. Thank you.
Yeah. Are there any other public comments?
Good evening, Peter Delacus, 514 Ashland Avenue. Thank you, Ms. Kardash, for a very good ruling, because many of us do come up and speak about other things. And as much as we find Mr. Geddes an irritation, sometimes what he says, if you close your eyes and listen, maybe there's, I wouldn't say all of the conspiracy he alleges, but he has the right to his own opinion. So, with that, today's readings. First, I'm going to begin with Psalm 37, 1 through 9. Do not fret because of evil men, or be envious of those who would do wrong. For like the grass, they will soon wither. Like green plants, they will soon die away. Trust in the Lord and do good. Dwell in the land and enjoy safe pasture. Delight yourself in the Lord, and he will give you the desires of your heart. Commit your way to the Lord. Trust in him, and he will do this. He will make your righteousness shine like the dawn, the justice of your cause like the noonday sun. Be still before the Lord and wait patiently for him. Do not fret when men succeed in their ways, when they carry out their wicked schemes. Refrain from anger and turn away from wrath. Do not fret. It leads only to evil. For evil men will be cut off. For those who hope in the Lord will inherit the land. So that's a psalm from the Old Testament. And we're going to go to Galatians 6, 3 through 10 from the New Testament. If anyone thinks he is something when he is nothing, he deceives himself. Each one should test his own actions. Then he can take pride in himself without comparing himself to somebody else, for each one should carry his own load. Anyone who receives instructions in the word must share all good things with his instructor. Do not be deceived. God cannot be mocked. A man reaps what he sows. The one who sows to please his sinful nature, from that nature will reap destruction. The one who sows to please the Spirit, from the Spirit will reap eternal life. Let us not, I repeat, let us not become weary in doing good, for at the proper time we will reap a harvest if we do not give up. Therefore, as we have opportunity, let us do good to all people. So, I want to commend the city. That was a family event this weekend at the water park, and there was a lot of kids up there. We went by because we went kayaking on the river this weekend, up the river to see, and there's so much beauty in nature to see along the way. Ospreys, blue herons. I found a feather in the water coming back. Roseate spoonbills. We were like a quarter of a mile away and we could see something pink. And we've been hearing all this stuff about flamingos. And we said, oh, is that a flamingo? We get closer and closer and we go into a little side inlet and there's a mom and about 8 little baby ducks and some blue herons and a roseate spoonbill. And it was low tide and you could see the baby. Couldn't tell if they were the herons or what, but they were all running around under the mangroves.
Mr. Delacus.
We have a duty to keep our nature preserved as it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Delacus. Good evening.
Hi, Debbie McKinney, 1021 Rose Tree Lane. I was just wondering, I wasn't planning on speaking tonight about this. Is there a way, are we allowed to put restrictions on the public comment before the meeting? That has nothing to do with the agenda. Can we make it so that it is city-related? Or, I mean, I enjoyed hearing what Robin had to say, but
Ms.
I can't
McKinney,
get those 8 minutes back.
what people are allowed to say, and generally it's First Amendment, is we could tailor it a little bit, and that's in our rules of procedure. Right now, we don't have any restrictions at all.
Can I suggest that we look at that?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other public comments? Mr. Jump, are there any public comments?
If anyone online would like to make a public comment, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Jacobs?
We did have 3 public comments on the water and sewer rates that came in early. This is from Tammy Miller, water and sewer rate hike, 600 Timber Lane. I would just like to know who is in charge of the budget and why you would reduce the rates by 2.2% for fiscal year 22 and 0 increase for fiscal year 23, and then increase it by 9.9 for fiscal 24 with an additional increase of 3.75% for fiscal 25 when we are at an all-time high with inflation and families are struggling to make it. Many are living on credit cards and falling behind. Why would expenses for fiscal year 22 and 23 be low enough that you did not see a need to increase rates and in fact reduce them, you claim, but all of a sudden you decided to increase rates by nearly 14% by fiscal year 2025? Wouldn't it have been better to slowly increase rates at a normal pace than to drop a big rate increase like you are doing? You should be ashamed of yourselves and do better for the families of Tarpon Springs. The next one is from Laura Nelson, 623 Timber Lane. I oppose the proposed rate increase by the city for water and sewer rates due to several reasons. 1, 40-year plus record high inflation has outpaced income levels, affecting mostly our low to middle income citizens throughout our entire country. 2, this increase will devastate many people living paycheck to paycheck and depending on credit card purchases for basic necessities. 3, long-term COVID-related setbacks are still affecting many citizens' ability to earn living wages. Many people lost their jobs and can't find jobs to match their previous income. In summary, while I certainly greatly appreciate our city for not increasing our water and sewer rates and even cutting the rates in 2021, the proposed rate increase of 9.9%, followed by an additional 3.75% the following year is too great a hike to try to recover increases in costs as quickly. It should be more practical to make small increases in rate hikes over a much longer period of time instead of a big rate hike all at once, possibly making small cuts to other areas of our city budget that are not ultimate and absolute necessities. Water and sewer are a necessity that citizens cannot do without, so keeping the cost as low as possible helps our city residents. Thank you for allowing me to voice my concerns and options. The next one is from Sharon Landrum, 45 West Martin Luther King Jr. Drive. Greetings. Thank you, City BOC, for putting a public notice of increases in our utility bills. It is good that everyone in the city knows there will be a public hearing regarding this matter. I was quite surprised when our rates were decreased a few years ago, and now I know the background behind that. It seems it was not a responsible decision at that time. While this increase will be difficult for residents, we all require clean drinking water and our water and sewer systems maintained. I question the city manager and department heads for making a decision to lower rates and not making long-range provisions for inflation and upgrading a very old infrastructure. I trust this board will make a fair determination of what the city needs for both now and hopefully future Tarpon Springs. Kindly, Sharon Landrum. And that's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Jacobs. I'm going to close public comments and go to the consent agenda. As always, if a commissioner has a question on an item, we can pull it from the agenda. If not, I'd ask that the comments be reserved until at the end. Do any commissioners wish to pull any of the agenda items?
Yes, I wish to pull consent agenda item 3.
3? Are there any others? Okay. I'm going to read the agenda items, list 3. Item 1, attorney's fees, Carlton Fields invoice 1234874. B, person Cohen, Mooney, Fernandez, and Jackson, PA invoices 4070 and 4071. Eunice Salzman, Jensen, PA invoices 77653, 77654, 77655, 77656, 77657, 77658. D, Johnson Jackson PLLC invoices 11454 and 11455. Approve holiday meeting schedule for fiscal year 2024. Item 4, authorize execution of K-9 adoption agreement. Item 5, award file number 23032, base station units, parts, and accessories. Item 6, award file number 230223, single source purchase of GE IntelGuard switchgear, electronic messenger boards. Item 7, award number 240005, single source purchase of Aquatech and Boucher original equipment manufacturer parts and service. Item 8, increase in file number 230016 and award file number 24003, Motorola radio equipment maintenance and support services. Item 9, renew file number 230171, landscaping materials. That's all we have on the consent agenda. I'm going to go to public comments. Are there any public comments on any of these 8 items? Mr. Jump, are there any public comments on any of these 8
If anyone
items?
online would like to make a public comment on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time.
Okay, may I have a motion to approve items 1 through 9, less item 3, please?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Unless there's commission comments, roll call.
I do have
You
a
do?
comment.
Okay.
Yes, I was just glad, just want to make this comment, I'm just glad to see that on Carlton Fields, that in parts of the bill, there was analysis of case law, which is a good sign to me, so that's all I would really want to say.
Okay. Any other comments? Roll call, please.
Commissioner Kulianis?
Yes.
Commissioner Kulyas?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius?
Yes. Commissioner Kulyas asked for item 3 to be pulled, approval fiscal year 2024 internal audit plan. Mr. Poulos, if you'd like to come forward. Mr. Kulyas, go ahead. Commissioner Kulyas, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I was looking at the fiscal year 2024 audit plan, and as we see, next coming up is the building department, the tree bank division. We don't see any risk score factor, and I'd really like to have another department audited in this year coming up. I was really looking at the public works, the roads and streets, and one of the scores that jumped out on me is the reputational risk score, as well as either the public services golf course as well, because those are both total high risk scores. And what we see with the tree bank division is just, it's vague on what's being audited or the risk factor with it. And so I would ask to exclude the building department tree bank division and include either the public works, roads and streets department or public services golf course.
Mr. Poulos, is that gonna, would you like to respond, or would that cause a problem?
Yeah, honestly, Commissioners, it makes no difference to me. Whatever y'all want audited is fine, and it's not limited to departments. That's just the way I do my risk assessments. If there's a process or anything like that you'd like audited, that's all right as well. But honestly, it makes no difference to me. So whatever y'all decide is fine.
Okay, hang on. Let's go to public comments on this one. Are there any public comments?
Anita Protus, 901 Bayshore Drive. How come he skipped down to 16, or the one for the city manager over these other ones? I thought this was a line item that y'all had approved or discussed, and he skipped over everything. to go to the city manager. Why was that? No answer?
I'm
Was it
honestly
approved
not
by the board?
understanding.
Mrs.
You've got a list right here. Why was this, some of these passed over to go to the city manager? Did y'all approve that on the board to skip over these other ones?
Ms. Protos, if you could get with the city manager tomorrow, or if it's an audit, get in touch. Do you
How
understand
come
the
you
question,
can't
Mr.
answer it,
Poulos?
Mayor? You're the mayor.
I'm not sure I understand what Ms. Protas is
All right,
asking.
you did. You went and looked at the city manager, but you have a list of how you were gonna go do these things. And you skipped over a lot of them.
No,
to go
ma'am,
to
the
city manager.
The city manager is, it's not really a department. I never had the city
Well,
manager
who
himself.
authorized this?
This was authorized back in 2021.
Who authorized you to skip over the others and not do them in order?
I
That's
did
what
them in
wanna
order.
know.
I did them all in order.
No, you didn't.
It's fine, Mr. Poulos.
There's
Thank you.
cross-throughs.
It's okay, thank you.
Don't
Thank
answer.
you. Are there any other public comments? Mr. Jump, are there any public comments?
If anyone online would like to make a comment on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time.
Okay. Commissioner comments. Commissioner Eisner.
Thank you, Mayor. I had a similar question as Commissioner Cooley said, but on the first line here, it says, as a reminder, the BOC can change my audit plan as circumstances change, so none of this is set in stone anyway. So we just pretty much have to approve the fact that we have these items on here for this year, and the order we put them in, or we could take them out during the year, is all up to us. So none of this is set in stone, just so we clarify that. That's it.
What would you like to see, Mr. Poulos, in this motion?
Yeah, I just want to say, I'm just required to have an audit plan, so that's the reason. You'll get one of these every year before at the end of the fiscal year for the following year. So that's kind of the reason behind it.
All right. Commissioner Couliard, would you like to make a motion?
Yes, I make a motion to amend the fiscal year 2024 audit plan by including the Public Works, Roads and Streets Department and excluding the Building Department, Tree Bank Division in this year's audit plan.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Are there any other comments? Comments? Okay. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Kulianis?
Yes.
Commissioner Kulyas?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
That ends the consent item. Thank you, Mr. Poulos. That ends the consent item, consent agenda. We're going to go to the special consent agenda. The item 10, property and casualty workers' compensation insurance renewal. City Manager LaCourse.
Yes, our Human Resources Director, Jay Niffen, will come up and introduce our guest to talk about this.
Honorable Mayor and Board of Commissioners, good evening. Jay Niffen, HR Director. I'm here tonight to ask that you approve the renewal of the city's property and casualty and workers' compensation insurances, excuse me, with the Florida Municipal Insurance Trust, administered by the Florida League of Cities for a one-year period commencing October 1st, 2023. I won't belabor the background. You've all had a chance to read it. It has been an exceptional few months, couple of years. The economic scene has changed greatly. And so without further delay, I will ask that I'll introduce Lindsay Johannesson and Clay Austin to give you more insights into this renewal.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for having me. My name is Lindsay Johannesson. I am the account executive for the FMIT for the West Coast of Florida. So today we want to talk about the renewal, and we have a PowerPoint. So let me pull that up. All right. So for those of you that are not familiar with the FMIT, we are the Florida Municipal Insurance Trust, and we are a division within the Florida League of Cities. So let me see if this is working. I don't know if this is, sorry. I can click for you. Well, it's, yeah, if you could click on there, that'd be good. It's not, the clicker's not working. Okay, so just a little bit of background about us. We were created in 1922, and basically we were, with the Florida League of Cities, we were responding to cities' concerns over insurance not being affordable. So we did open up our own insurance trust, and we are currently the oldest and largest trust in the state. You can flip. These are some of the other trusts that we manage. So we do have a pension, we have the health insurance, we have a loan council, and several others. We do counties. And keep going. So this is a little bit about kind of our market share. We are the dominant insurance company in the state of Florida for municipal risk. We currently write about 252 cities, and those are the two other trusts that you may be aware of, the PGIT and the PRM programs. We currently have about a 63% market share in the state of Florida. So we want to talk specifically about this year's renewal. As you know, there are a number of factors, but primarily the state of the property insurance market in the state of Florida is definitely becoming more expensive, and that is mainly due to reinsurance costs. So here are a couple of factors that probably are somewhat obvious, but the increased building costs of construction and labor, along with the reinsurance costs, like I mentioned, higher additional claims as well, and more expensive and frequent property claims are on the rise. So here are the exposures that are specific to Tarpon Springs. These are the changes year over year. So on the property insurance, something to keep in mind is that you all had an asset survey done this year. The asset survey is basically an appraisal of all the city's properties. It includes contents as well. So you all had about a 36% increase in your total insurable value. So to replace all of the buildings in the city, in today's costs, it's going to be an additional 36% in value. The workers' comp mod had a slight decrease. City payroll was up by about 15% year to year. And then the auto liability losses were up pretty significantly this year, about 65%. So the overall annual premium increase is about 47% this year. We are a non-assessable pooled risk, and we are a direct writer. So we don't make a lot of profit on this, and we don't take commissions, we don't charge fees. We are a direct writer, so you don't have those additional costs built into your premiums. If you all are not familiar with Synergy, we can definitely send some additional information out on that. Synergy is our own, basically in-house company that handles the asset survey process as well as post-storm recovery and rebuilding. So we have something called a turnkey process, and I won't get into all of that right now, but it helps save a lot of money on the front end when you have a wide-scale loss on your property schedule. The deductible is billed to you after that repair process is completed, as opposed to on the front end. And these are just some additional highlights about our program. So I know that you all have a copy of the renewal in front of you, as well as highlights of the FMIT program. So I can certainly take questions if you have any of those.
Okay. Let me go to the public first. Are there any public comments on this item? Mr. Jump, are there any public comments? Remote access comments?
If anyone online would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time.
Okay. Let's go to the commission. Any comments from the commission? Go ahead, Commissioner Eisner.
Thank you, Mayor. Is there any way to increase deductibles to where it doesn't get this expensive? Because what we face is you're just one little tic-tac in the whale of what the residents are being hit with the groceries and with water bill and with car insurance, and I could go on and on. So
Sure.
Is there any way to circumvent this being such a large increase?
So the obvious and the largest way to decrease the premium or offset those costs are through deductibles. So we do have deductible options on the back of the renewal, or we can provide it if it's not there. There are additional deductible options, and the highest deductible on the property that we are doing right now is a 10% deductible. So the way that the standard policy is written is with a 5% deductible. So this renewal is at a 5% deductible. You can do a 7.5 or a 10% deductible option, and then that will bring down the property premium, which is the largest.
Before we approve this, could we get to see what those numbers would be?
We can provide that for you, yes.
That's what I
Okay, are there any other, Commissioner Kulianis?
Along that same line, are there, I know it wouldn't affect this, annual renewal, but is there a way in the future to go to a higher deductible and create some kind of a self-insurance funding? Do you know of any cities that do that?
So it is possible for you to take what some of our larger cities are transitioning to with a hard market the way it is to take just a coverage limit amount. So it kind of depends on what the finances look like and what makes sense, but you could take like a $25 million policy where you pay a deductible, you get up to $25 million from the insurance company, and then the rest of the costs are on the city. You could do a $50 million or a $75 million limit. It just depends on, the values in your city. So you would want to do something that makes sense, maybe look at what a 1 in 100 year storm would do, what that total loss would be, and then that would kind of help guide you in what would be a sufficient coverage limit. If the max sustained, what we call average annual loss would be for this city based on your makeup, because we do CAT modeling. So we look at, various storms, wind, storm surge, what your total loss could be in a 1 in 100 year storm, that data. If we gave you that data, that would help kind of guide your decisions. So if your average annual loss in a 1 in 100 year storm is a $40 million loss, maybe you feel comfortable with a $30 million policy. It would certainly offset your costs, but then you do leave a lot of room for, potentially on the hook for the city if it were to be a larger loss.
And maybe in next year's, we can look at
Yes.
some of those options. I know we can't do it now.
Correct.
But work our way up to that.
Yeah, and maybe, it's kind of a budgeting process too, so it might have a few iterations before you get comfortable with a product, but we could definitely work on something like that next year.
Thank you.
Are there any other commissioner comments? I'm not sure if I need to ask you, Ms. Niffen. I think what Commissioner Eisner was asking, was at least alluding to, is perhaps deferring this to get some answers before we approve it. When does this go into effect October 1st?
Correct.
Okay, so we actually have to. Is there anything under the current insurance premium, I guess, if you will, to extend it beyond the end?
We wouldn't extend the date. We can do it very quickly. We could turn that around for you pretty quickly to give you the deductible options and then what the corresponding property premium would be. You would just need to make that selection before 10/1, so you'd have pretty much till the end of next week.
Our next commission meeting is October 3rd, I believe, so that wouldn't work. What we could do is probably pick this up next year, I guess, unless this commission's got another way of dealing with this. Any ideas? Ms. Niffen, do you have any ideas?
It's possible to look at our coverages and do an audit. You've already done some of it, but there may be things that we don't feel are worth insuring. There are, certainly if you go to a bigger deductible, you're assuming far more risk. I believe I figured the one for the 10%, I believe, resulted in over $12 million deductible for wind insurance. The other thing is that our financial guru, Mr. Herring, has found the money to pay for this renewal for this year.
Okay. Well, let me ask one thing of the Florida League. Is there a way to approve this evening and then adjust the premium at a later date?
So what we can do is we can endorse the policy. So when it binds 10/1, it'll bind as is with a 5% deductible and the current property schedule. However, we can, if you want to take a look at the property schedule and you want to strip off properties that you no longer want to insure, we will submit that as an endorsement, and then we will reflect that money back to you in the second invoice because we have 4 invoices a year. So the first invoice will be as is, and then the second invoice will be less the premiums that you take off.
Okay. City Manager LaCourse, do you have any objection of this approach? I think the idea is to go ahead and approve this evening, or are you just?
I'm looking at Ron Herring. He may have some words of guidance on it before we make that decision. Ron?
But that's with a 10% deductible.
That's right. Yeah, you're only saving 60 grand. 160,000.
Ron, do you have?
No, I just didn't know.
Ron.
If you got the numbers here in the backup.
Because I know you looked at this.
Well, yeah, we've got the money budgeted, based on the 5% deductible. They also have the premium in the backup here, and it tells you what the amount is, the difference from the $777,000 to the $614,000, savings of about $160,000. That's just what I wanted to point out.
And in that analysis, when you looked at it, that savings could go real fast if we had a storm from.
Well, that's that 5% discount, you're talking about $5 million more of liability, especially when you got hurricanes out there. So $160,000, $5 million of liability on the assets. What is your recommendation as our chief financial officer? When we talked with Jane and I, we thought the 5% would be the better way to go, especially a Gulf Coast community and the hurricanes and stuff. Just stay with the 5%. We had the money budgeted. Okay. Let me go ahead and ask for a motion.
I make a motion.
Go ahead.
What
we're going to do, Commissioner Eisner, maybe spend some more time on this and look at it next year, unless we can come back and kind of deal with this at a later date. But, I'm just a little concerned about doing something on the fly, of changing something, that's all. But I want to, are there any other commissioner comments? May I get a motion and then in a second?
I make a motion, we bind the coverage and that we explore by the second invoice, the option for the higher deductible so we can have that information.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Is that acceptable to everybody? Okay, roll call, please.
Commissioner Kulianis?
Yes.
Commissioner Kulyas?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt? Mayor Vaticius?
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you all.
Okay. It's 7:22. I'm going to go ahead and start the pickleball. Item 11, actually, hang on a second. We've got 19 emails that need to be read into the record. Go ahead and do that.
Yeah, I think so.
All right. What we normally have is we've got to stop at 7:30 and start with the ordinances. So I think we've got a few minutes. Ms. Kardash, is there any objection to proceeding with the pickleball and then maybe starting slightly later at 7:30, or?
You can start later, you just can't start earlier.
Go ahead, the pickleball.
Yes.
Okay. Let's start with the item 11, selection of location for pickleball courts.
Yeah, let me start off before Tom gets in because we've been working on this for several years. We've had a proposal in the past for 2 pickleball courts at the exercise park. It did not go through. We went back to the drawing board and we've looked at every site. Some sites brought up by the commission, some sites brought up by residents. And this time, we looked at every one of those sites, looked at the pros and cons. We do have money budgeted. So we are looking at within the money budgeted for these pickleball courts because we know the demand is tremendous. So in the analysis, we went to the Parks and Recreation Committee last Monday, and we have this proposal for the commission. Our recommendation is the exercise park for the placement of 4 pickleball courts, which makes it a little advantage. We didn't do the other 2 because we probably couldn't have fit in the second 2. So it would be for 4 pickleball courts. And the exercise park is really, right now, the only location that we make a suggestion to go forward. The other ones, the pros and the cons are too much right now to go forward with. So our proposal And we'll follow up later in the agenda because there is a charter amendment that dealing with green space, that we have 3 readings to approve that land at the exercise park, if it's picked, to go from green space to the pickleball court. So there'll be another item on this agenda to do this, but our recommendation that we can do now, and we think we can do in budget and do right and have 4 pickleball courts, is the exercise park. Tom's here and did the study on all the sites. I'll just have him stay for any questions because it's not even close on some of the other sites and the problems. Tom can answer any questions of his analysis. Again, this recommendation was endorsed by the Parks and Recreation Committee, and we're set to move forward. We do have that first reading tonight for green space, so there'd be 2 more readings in the 2 meetings in October, and in the meantime, we'd be in preparation to start those courts and get them done as fast as possible. So I'll leave it for questions. Tom's here and ready to answer it, and we're ready to get going and get those courts built.
Mr. Function, do you have any kind of a presentation or anything?
Not on this.
Okay, so we have our backup in the package and
Yes.
that's it, okay. Let me go to what the city manager's recommending is that at the north end of Safford Avenue, there's a strip of area that's kind of a park, right, the trail runs along it. Directly across the street from the north end of Safford is Live Oak, and then you've got the splash park across the street from that. So in that green area on North Safford is where the full 4 pickleball courts are being proposed, which would also include lights as well. And so that's what the discussion is for this evening for pickleball. So what I'm going to do is go to public comments. Are there any public comments on this item?
Thank you. Lucianne Robinson, 948 Bayshore Drive, Tarpon Springs. I'm going to make comments tonight that are similar to the comments I made a few meetings ago when you were looking at the kapok tree statues. I understand the expense pros and cons that have been presented in the backup material. However, I think that the biggest con that has not been addressed is giving up green space. This is a prime piece of municipal real estate, visible from the trail and potentially a welcoming entry to our city. I wonder in the future, we've heard testimony at some of the recent commission meetings about people who are interested in tournaments, how popular the sport is, how much it's going to mushroom. So I wonder, are 4 courts enough? Or is this just the foot in the door to convert more of that Safford space into pickleball courts? I'd like you as commission members to think not about where the least expensive place is to put the courts, but to think about the highest and best use of this piece of property. Is it a hard, hot surface that may not be playable for many, many weeks of the year as our temperatures increase? Or is it a higher and better use of the space to create a cool, landscaped refuge for more and more of our citizens for more and more of the year? I would urge you to consider some visionary design for this whole area as an introduction to our city. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other public comments on this item? Mr. Jump, are there any, come forward, please.
Hello, how are you guys doing today? My name is Thomas. I live off of 715 Lime Street. You know, pickleball, as she said, probably had comments in other meetings. This is my first one. Excuse me. It is a growing, and everybody loves it, and she's right. You know, it's going to grow, and it's going to take some space. I'm not going to lie, it's going to take space. But one of the benefits is, especially in this area, you have you know, it's kind of patchy areas around here. You have kids that can use it, keep them off the streets. You have kind of social shut-ins that is getting people out. And it just gives an opportunity for people like myself who work a lot to have a place to play, because rec centers and stuff you can play, you can't, it's only open for a limited time. So, and I'm sorry for my nervous speaking, I don't speak in front of people. But it brings opportunity. It's more than just sport, and that there's a camaraderie with people in pickleball. I've built friendships. I've introduced family to it, and it's just so much more than a sport. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other public comments?
Hello, Luann Millars, 61 Rachel, Tarpon Springs. I agree with Thomas there. It does get shut-ins out of the house. The outdoor courts would be very welcome. If they're lit, that sounds awesome. If they could be covered, that would even be better. But I would like to applaud you for bringing this forward for us pickleballers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Robin Sanger, 1630 Lonesome Pine Lane. I know pickleball is a wonderful sport. I was able to play myself just a few months ago for the first time, and I see why people fall in love with it. I completely agree, however, with Lucianne Robinson and her comments. Losing green space. I don't know if y'all read in the paper today that the city of Tampa is planning to spend over $1 million for trees, because it was such a blistering hot summer that they're looking to recreate and create more green space. I understand the benefits of having it there next to the trail. It's a possibility. If we can keep that a green space and plant trees in that area, I think it would be much better use of the property, and also a welcoming, beautiful way for people to come into the city. Thank you.
Is there any other public comments?
Peter Lax, 514 Ashland Avenue. Well, y'all talk about the exercise park, you're gonna get 4, and you give all these things, pros and cons. And yet, at Dorset Park, you could put in 3 courts, minimal work, lights in place, parking, loss of 1 tennis court. You keep your green space. Plus, you have the opportunity to spread this sport to other people other than what it had originally started as. But I want to bring it back to something else that I think is more relevant from the bigger picture. What, last 4 or 5 years, people have started talking about pickleball. What have I been telling you about the landfill and a sports complex right there across from Dorset Park? We've already had the plans. Where's Paul? He's got them. All you need to do is redesign some things. You can put some pickleball courts there with the lacrosse fields, the soccer fields, the baseball fields. That's where you can draw the people to. You open up Mears and Diston. There's your economic development, but no vision. No vision. And yet, pickleball gets stepped up to the front of the line. Nothing against pickleball. But we've been asking, begging, and trying to get a pool in Tarpon Springs for decades. Where's our pool? I don't see it anywhere. I don't see any more plans for it. Our swim team has to go, we used to go to Camp Wailani. I don't know if they go down to Long now, the swimming center in Clearwater. We need to have a bigger vision instead of this shotgun approach. Okay, they're asking for pickleball. We'll put it here. We'll ask them for that. We'll put it there. The bigger picture. Please, please, Paul, find that CD and that study. We spent $500,000. When was it, Mark? 08, 07, 08? They did the studies for the environmental studies, what's there, what we can put there. There's a whole plan already in place. And that's the problem I have. We keep passing to committees or to new studies or new consultants, and stuff sit on the deck, on the bookshelf, just getting dust. Bigger vision. That is your sports complex, your pools, your fields, your pickleball.
Anita Prost, 901 Bayshore Drive. Let's not forget about the methane gas that comes out of a lot of that property. That's why through the years, it hasn't been developed. And where former Commissioner Peter Delakis is talking about, between that and people's talk about Stauffer, the gases that come up through the soil on those properties. Before we do anything there, we've got to make sure that it's clean for the children and will not make children sick, get cancer, and adults.
Katie Taylor, 1991 Douglas Lane. As I mentioned earlier, I gave y'all information that is a new committee that's been established for Dorset Park. It's called the Dorset Park Revitalization Committee. And anything going on in Dorset Park, we like to be in on it, because you're putting in pickleball courts. But the things that we met with Mark, with Mr. Funchin, and with Jamie, with Parks and Recreations, was one thing that we discussed was a splash park for Dorset Park. They were saying that might not be in the budget because it's kind of expensive. Let's reduce it maybe to a splash pad. Everything we discussed for Dorset Park was pertaining to next year. So if we're getting ready to do a lot of pickleball courts, we want to do things in Dorset Park that's not a lot of pickleball courts. We're looking for things that we can do in our community. So things like we were asking for that playground equipment to be redone. Thank you for starting to order new playground equipment. We asked for the colorful foam matting to go underneath each piece of equipment for the kids to fall on rather than mulch, because it's more eye-appealing to have artistic, beautiful, colorful matting for kids to fall on versus mulch. Another thing we asked for was that splash pad. And they were talking about next year, possibly, the whole Dorset Park might be looked at readjusting the whole layout. So we like to ask that this committee that we gave y'all information on, please keep us abreast on Dorset Park, because we are committed to following it, and we are committed to making sure that things that we asking for Dorset Park to be done. And unfortunately, I might like pickleball, but a lot of people in my community probably not going to play pickleball. We want other stuff in Dorset Park. So probably not look at that too much for pickleball courts. Thank you.
Are there any other public comments? Mr. Jump, are there any remote access comments?
If anyone online would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do have a raised hand. I'll allow the first person in. If you can unmute yourself and state your name and address for the record. And this person is not responding. We do not have any other raised hands at this time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Trump. Before we go to the emails, Ms. Kardash, should we finish this item up?
If
Okay.
there's no more public.
Ms. Jacobs, go ahead with the, we've got 19 emails that need to be read. Thank you.
First one is from Heidi Curtis, 916 Oakview Road. Too much money and cons listed for Craig Park. Rather than creating more parking issues and taking away trees, green space, the priority for this park should be fixing the flooding walkway around Spring Bayou. Next one is from Tara Voltrup, 814 North Jasmine Avenue. Keeping Craig Park as is. It's beautiful and green, a true gem. Adding pickleball courts will not only disrupt the look of Craig Park, but will also add the parking troubles. Parking can be hard on busy days now. The next one is from Mike Sobex, 603 Royal Drive. I use the shuffleboard courts at Craig Park, so I would not like to lose them. The exercise area makes the most sense to me. Next one is from Colleen Newman, 1206 South Point Alexis Drive. I think the Riverside area is the best place for the new pickleball courts. Next one from Don Copus, 304 South Pinellas Avenue. Please do not take down trees at mine and my dog Sunshine's favorite park, Craig Park. We walk all around Tarpon Springs, but Craig Park is our absolute favorite park. Thank you kindly, Dawn and Sunshine. Next one is from Sally Cornell, 1005 Lake Avoca Drive. Please consider Dorset Park for the pickleball courts. It would be the least intrusive and allow for flow of traffic, parking, and noise. Thank you. Tracy Davis, 904 Riverside Drive. The noise from pickleball means the court should not be near residential homes. People are complaining across the country about the noise. This is a constant plastic sound that is unrelenting since it is very essence of the game. Please consider this. Brian Finger, 1305 Castleworks. I do not oppose the construction of the courts, but I prefer to support multi-use areas. So my question is this: can pickleball court lines be painted onto pre-existing tennis courts or basketball courts, similar to how volleyball courts lines are painted onto basketball courts, indoor gymnasiums? If so, what about shuffleball lanes, another popular regional sport, or tennis court lines being added to the new pickleball courts? Michael Morgan, 1752 Barrett Circle. Love the idea of Craig Park courts. Hanisha Murray, 817 Lincoln Avenue. I do not think we need pickleball court at every park. We do not even have a community pool, but want all these pickleball courts. I vote no. Lauren Harvey, 1181 Anclote Road. Please don't cut down the trees at Craig Park. The exercise park would be a good place for them. Samantha Zimmerman, 814 Riverside Drive. Vote the pickleball court location at the exercise park. Kendall Streichars, I vote, and that's 1119 Athenian Way. I vote for the exercise park. It is the easiest and seems to be the cheapest. It also has the best parking situation. Kim Schaefer, 303 South Levis Avenue. Any of the options listed for additional pickleball courts in our area would be great. It would be wonderful to have other options other than the current indoor courts at the Tarpon Springs Rec Department. Peter Oswalt, 619 Wideview Avenue. No to Riverside Park location, as the sound of this game can become maddening for the resident, which includes me. Gina Shanks, 829 Callista Cay Loop. So excited for this. Dorset and exercise park seem to make most sense based on your attached cons. I would worry about parking because much of the Tarpon Springs, I wouldn't worry about parking because much of the Tarpon Springs residents are bikers or golf carters. Can't wait to play more. Scott Kasai, 633 Wideview Avenue. As residents of Sunset Hills, my wife and I are adamantly opposed to the construction of pickleball courts at the Riverside Park. We feel that the courts would negatively impact the quality of life for the residents of the neighborhood and their families. In addition, the proposed court area is currently a beautiful green space with many old trees and is enjoyed by families and dog walkers alike. Thank you for your consideration, Scott and Ronnie Kasai. Susan Power, 621 Wideview Avenue. No to the placement of pickleball courts on Riverside Park. Cons, devaluation of property values, noise, lighting, traffic, etc. Demolition of newly planted trees which were placed to ameliorate erosion and runoff onto soccer field at 20-foot drop-off from wide view to the tennis courts. How can grading not exacerbate the runoff and storm drainage? Ample parking is conditional on soccer field events. How will this affect hurricane evacuation access? Why are Tarpon Springs taxpayers funding projects freely used by non-residents? Thank you for your consideration of these issues. Susan Powers and Richard Ross. Chuck Fafara, 39820 US 19 North, Lot 64. I believe the exercise park is an excellent place for sure. Dorset Park is another good choice. Craig Park would be excellent, but too many cons. Losing the wall would not be good. Parking is tough. And that's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Jacobs. We're going to go to public comments. Commissioner Eisner, you've got your light on. Go ahead.
Sorry. Like Connect Tarpon, we have a consensus and an agreement. All 19 was spot on. We now have a direction on where to go. I don't know what it is, but we have a direction. So whenever you ask, you're going to have 19 different ideas on what to do. Nobody wants it in their backyard. Everybody wants it in their backyard. Questions I had on this was, how did we come up with the cons? I see $4 signs. I know what that means in a restaurant. I have no idea what it means here. So there's no price tag, so I don't know what that con is. Some of the comments take up open space. That pretty much you could put on as a con on every single place we do this. We have here, may need to remove practice wall. You got to know whether we need to do it or we don't need to do it. How do you even come up with these prices on this? And I'm not looking to pick on you, Tom. It's just everything in here is so vague. When I look at it, I mean, yes, it's the easiest place is to put it in exercise park. And yes, you're going to offend people that want to keep open space available. There are people want it in Dorset Park. Some of them, they want it in Dorset Park because they don't want it in their neighborhood. Some people want it, you know, the people that live in Dorset Park don't want it in their neighborhood because they feel maybe it won't be utilized. I just see this, when I read this, it was like none of it made any sense. Where I could make a decision on how to go forward is still so many variables up in the air. The con, remove 20 trees. Will we be replacing 20 trees? We do that on every project. I mean, I wouldn't want to remove 20 trees and then not put anything in its place. And I could go through every one of these lines. You know, this is in a residential area. Okay, well, Dorset Park is a residential area. The only one is the sports complex and the exercise park. So I don't know if we have enough facts and figures as much as I'd love to move ahead with this. To me, I have so many things that I don't have an answer for, and it just hasn't been supplied. I would like to move ahead and put it somewhere where people could utilize it. That's why we have an audience like this. But what do you do with it? I don't know. Again, I don't know what $4 signs are. So,
That's good comments. Thank
Okay.
you. Commissioner Kulianis.
Sorry. At minimum, I'd like to see pickleball lines incorporated into the tennis courts. I know the pickleball people and the tennis people go at it, but hell, Mayor Kulianis and Mayor Protas are sitting next to each other. I mean, people can get along. So, so the pickleball players and the tennis players could learn to get along. So I think at minimum, we should have pickleball lines drawn in the tennis courts. I know that we have to do something with the comp plan to alter it to make sure that, because it talks about tennis courts. But we have 4 tennis courts at Riverside, we have 1 at Dorset Park, we have a couple at Craig Park. Any others that I'm missing? Okay.
Well, we have tennis court at Dorset Park.
That's why I said Dorset.
Dorset Park, Riverside.
Yeah, so
Craig
that
Park.
at minimum would accommodate, because right now, they're playing there, but I feel sorry for these people, because they're coming out with chalk and having to chalk it, and it's not straight and all that. I mean, if I was gonna make a decision on any one of these, you know, I don't play this sport, so I don't really have a dog in the fight. But Mrs. Robinson, you know, I was actually leaning towards number 1, but she makes a great point. I would say if we were gonna do anything, that it would be Dorset Park, because again, it's minimal work, the lights, the parking are all there, we would just lose 1 tennis court, and could create 3 pickleball courts. So if we're gonna go in that direction, that would be my choice. But at minimum, we need to accommodate the lines, put alternate lines for the pickleball people on all the existing tennis courts. And then we don't knock a tree down, we don't use up green space, it costs us virtually nothing. We're in a time now where we're raising people's water rates and all these other things. We need to find ways to save some money, and I think that might at least accommodate people in the short run till we get a sense of what exactly we're doing. But if I was gonna vote, if I was pushed to vote on a location, it would be Dorset. That's mine.
What
Thank you.
location would you?
The Dorset,
Dorset?
yeah. If I had to push
I
on it.
understand. Commissioner Kulyas.
Thank you, Mayor. I mean, we have a perfect opportunity to provide an outdoor activity to a big portion of the community. And, you know, there's green space and there's space that is green. And we need to understand how to utilize our outdoor natural areas to get people out and about more. And we can always plant more trees around the exercise park. But at some point, we gotta be able to give back and provide courts and a healthy, sporty lifestyle that these residents deserve. And we've had this discussion. I mean, this came in front of us with the Parks and Recreation presentation about 6 months ago, maybe even more. And one of the reasons I didn't like the exercise park, because it was too close to the wastewater facility. And I clearly stated if the residents came out in overwhelming support saying, hey, the location doesn't matter, we need this. We want to spend money in our town. We want to go play, sport, then go have lunch, go have dinner. We want to bike there. We want to walk there. And they're going to other places. They're going to other towns, taking big groups of them, spending a lot of money in other towns, and they're not utilizing our outdoor green space or spaces that are green. And there's only so much of it. And so, as we talk about the pros and cons, and when you've lived in this community for a while, you can understand the pros and cons of all these locations. And so we talk about Dorset Park, just like some of the residents from there, they don't think that sport may be incorporated into their neighborhood quite as well. And some people want to push it into that neighborhood. And I'm not going to support Riverside Park at all, because I remember several times back, there was an issue about having basketball courts there, and basketball courts weren't approved. So if we're not going to approve basketball courts there, I'm not going to approve pickleball courts. And the sports complex, it's a narrow strip. You can get maybe 3 courts. Craig Park is only 2 courts. And so this exercise park is the best location to provide a big group of the citizens who are gonna exercise, who, you know, we can use the term green space, or we can look at this and decide what the green space is. And so I would strongly recommend this board move forward with this exercise park, and you're gonna see the amount of people being out there and enjoying it. It's a perfect piece of land that's connected from US 19, from those utilizing the Pinellas Trail, less than 1/8 of a mile away from alternate 19. And so, and if this can be done and constructed fast and efficient, it would be a lot cheaper than the other locations. And I'd like to ask Tom a question. How long do you think construction would take to start and complete this project if we went through all the phases of approving the green space and approving a location?
Probably 4 to 6 months.
Okay, and so, I mean, we got some of the best weather 8 months out of the year, besides this summertime. And you guys ever walk that trail? You ever ride your bike on that trail over there? You see people just laying in the grass, enjoying the green space? I never do. I never do. They use the Pinellas Trail to get to and from underneath US 19 to continue the trail or come back into town. And this is a sport that's growing. It's gonna continue to grow. And it seems, we're always gonna try to look and say we need more information, or I don't like this spot, or I don't like that spot. And we put the litany out of many reasons. But this is a good spot to provide to a lot of residents, bring a lot of money into town, because people are gonna stay, they're gonna play, they're gonna have their tournaments, they're gonna hang out. And I think it's great for the community. So I'm willing to support the exercise park tonight.
Vice Mayor Lund, thank you.
I totally agree with Commissioner Kulias. This has been long in coming. I know people would like to consider things to death. A couple of the comments I'd like to make is, as far as relining tennis courts, that's all fine and dandy, but the net sizes are not the same in pickleball as in tennis. One of the consideration would be, like, have you ever seen soccer teams and football teams on the same pitch? It doesn't really fit. As far as an entrance to the city, it is an entrance to the city for people coming off Lygove. Well, what's a better entrance for a city than a vibrant, active community when you enter, with people actively exercising and using city facilities? That, to me, shows a vibrant, active city, and that's what Tarpon Spring wants to portray. I have a question for Mr. LaCourse. From my understanding, when this green space was first incepted as an exercise park, was it intended to be a green space?
I'll take my button off because that's the question I want to say. This is one area and one park that I know because I'm the one who designed it. The splash park, the dog park, the area. We purposely, in doing this, did not touch the green space that was designed for that side of Live Oak. The green space is that large lawn with the olive trees around it. That was the specific spot that was designated for green space that wasn't going to be touched. The area where we're talking about where the pickleball courts were going to go was meant for expansion of that exercise equipment, some type of exercise, active exercise coming off the trail for them to do. It was never an area for green space. That's why, and if you remember going by looking, it's a rather large green lawn surrounded by olive trees at the entranceway. That was the green space. Again, if we lost the grant, and I'm glad we did now because we can put the 4 up there, we were gonna have an expansion of about 12 or 13 more equipment. We were maybe gonna put, which I was looking for somewhere, some equipment for a handicap, but it was always meant for exercise equipment or a more active investment on that land. We did not touch one bit of the green space designated for that park to do these pickleball courts.
Thank you. That was my impression as well. So it was always intended to be an active exercise area. My vote is for using this area as an active exercise area and putting pickleball courts there. Thank you.
got there's a couple of questions I have. We got an email just before the meeting, and it was a question I had as well, that the people thought that that exercise area was a good location, but they wanted to know about ADA bathrooms. There aren't any. And how's that going to be accommodated, ADA compliant bathrooms?
You want to answer?
Yeah, there's ADA bathrooms right next to Splash Park.
Go
Right
to
across
the
street,
Splash
Park is
Park.
ADA bathrooms, yes, sir.
Yes, for that complex, we have ADA
Oh,
bathrooms.
I'm sure of that, but it's not particularly short walk from where you're planning on putting the 4 courts.
It is.
I mean,
I think it is. A lot of people are gonna have to park in that lot to go across the street to go to the pickleball courts.
Probably about 500 or
so you
600
think,
feet.
I thought the parking was gonna be along Safford Avenue.
But if that fills up, people would park at the Splash Park, Dog Park, and cross the street and go to the pickleball courts.
Okay. The other question I have, I'm not sure if that's, I'm not ready to accept that yet, but I understand what you're saying. The other question I have is, the one thing, it's kind of along the lines of Commissioner Eisner, but it's a little bit of a broader stroke. You know, we see and I'm not sure how this is all supposed to work. Are we supposed to choose a location and then the staff comes back with a site plan? Is that it, or no?
You've got the layout of the courts.
Just
That's the layout, that's the simple layout of the
That's
courts.
it. No landscaping?
That fits in there.
No,
Well, we can add any, the lights aren't in there, but we're putting lights, we can put landscaping, trees.
okay.
We can do wherever we can do for trees, landscaping, all around that in the exercise equipment.
All right. Yeah, I know what Commissioner Couillard is saying about needing a little more information, but I'm not real comfortable of just approving just 4 pickleball courts that are going to be just in that location without actually seeing a site plan for them, not just I don't have an issue with what else we're doing this evening, but I just don't have I don't want to approve something without actually being able to tell how this thing is supposed to function. Is there going to be retention area?
We can bring all that back when the final design plan, we can bring that back to you. If you choose this location, we can bring that back for approval.
Okay. All right.
Mayor, could I?
Yeah, go ahead.
Would you all consider to select this location and then approve final plan design? Come back to the board to review the final plan layout design for final approval? That way we can potentially give staff and these residents the opportunity to enjoy a really nice area and a sport that's just growing and will be a really good thing for this community.
I second that. Is that a motion?
It was gonna be, then it turned into a long phrase and comment.
Make it into a motion.
I just, is that a question for me, or?
Would you consider
Yeah,
that, Mayor?
The answer is, I actually want to see something before I approve it. I had a conversation with the city manager today about a couple of different ways of looking at that, and he was right about Dorset Park. I admit that the neighborhood would not particularly care for it there. I thought it was a good balance to split 2-2 sort of thing, just to provide some diversity in terms of locations, to get people to different locations and things like that. I also, I was one of the biggest obstacles of this location because of the green space as well.
Me too.
And I'm not so sure I'm ready to do, and that was the other thing, I wasn't ready to do 4 pickleball courts there. And I'm just not sure whether that location is the best location. I think it's the best location of the ones that we're looking at, those 4. But, if there may be something else, I'm just not ready to do anything like that with 4 pickleball courts. Yeah, my understanding, if I recall, wasn't it 2 pickleball courts that we were looking at before?
Yes.
2, and now we're at 4. So that's even, I'm not, I guess my point is, I'm not ready to make a decision. If we're talking about that exercise park, I guess is what the name of it is, I'm not ready to make a decision there. I'm not for Craig Park. I told that the city manager today. I understand the neighborhood with the Dorset Park, and then Riverside, I understand the sensitivity of that with the noise and things like that. And I know city manager, of course, the exercise park is his favorite location. So, that's where I am right now. So anybody else want to make a comment?
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner Eisner.
Go ahead, Commissioner Eisner.
I don't have an issue with exercise park. I understand what's gone on with, green space. I'm just trying to get more information. I could make a decision tonight. I think we've kicked this can down the road quite a bit. I didn't know that there was going to be 4 either. If we could fit 4, the more the merrier. It's in a quiet area. It does have bathrooms there. I do ride my bike there all the time. I'm not a pickleball player, but I wouldn't want to deprive the residents of not having a pickleball court outside. Dorset Park, to me, I just don't think it's a good choice. I understand what Riverside Park is all about, and the sports complex, I call it in Yenhamsville. That's in another country to me. So I would be happy to go ahead with Exercise Park tonight. I would like to see some coverage over it so people don't have heat stroke, whether it be some sort of coverage of whether it's, if we get involved with trees that are too close to it, we're going to be sweeping it constantly. So I would like to see something that would be priced within like tarps, like we have over the playgrounds and whatnot, whether they be big triangles or something like that. So, I don't want to kick this down the road. I don't want to have it come back. I would have liked to have some more information to know what it would cost there versus the other places, but I could still make a decision without having those funds. I think this will be the cheapest, even though it's not written what it will be. So that's where I'm at.
Okay. Commissioner Kulianis.
Yeah, I'd like to accommodate. I wasn't around when most of these pickleball conversations were going on and when all these designs were made. I've learned some things, and I didn't realize that this was actually chosen to have, intended to be a recreation spot. Like I said, I'm flexible on which one I would approve. I just would like to get some pickleball for the people that all want to play it. So if you guys want to go with the exercise park, I think maybe the best compromise right now would be to approve it with, bringing the plans back. Let's look, and then the citizens can see it one more time, and then we make our final decision. So, and then we know how much we're spending as well, and whether it's within the amount we've budgeted in our current budget. So, but I'm fine with it.
Okay.
Okay, and I think, Mayor, once we see the popularity of this sport, we may or may not need to add additional courts, as mentioned, maybe Dorset Park, but we're gonna face other issues. It's not, locations in each neighborhood and protecting each and every neighborhood is important to everyone in this community. And so I'd like to make a motion, and
All right.
I make a motion to select the exercise park for pickleball courts and come back for final site plan approval to the Board of Commissioners.
Okay.
Second.
All right. Are there any further comments? I have a comment. I would support 2 pickleball courts, not 4. That was what the original idea was for that location. And I do want to see a site plan with the trees. If, growing up at Craig Park, those locations that location was surrounded by eucalyptus trees. And I'm talking about up against the fence. And the purpose was to provide, and it was on the west side too, to provide shade for the pickleball players. And yes, there were leaves, but we were happy to rake the leaves to be able to play tennis. So that was my idea of a site plan, is to be able to see where the trees are going to be, maybe some benches for people to sit, to put their gear, that sort of thing. That was it. I'm not comfortable with, because 4 courts, basically, and that's what we're approving tonight later, is 10,000 square feet, right? Yeah. I don't have an issue with approving the 10,000 square feet like you're describing. But right now, I'm not comfortable with doing 4 courts without understanding how all the other amenities are supposed to fit in with this thing. And there isn't a whole lot of space right now with those 4, if you look at it. So that's my, if y'all want to do 4, that's, go ahead, and I think that's what the motion is, that's what the second, but I'm not going to support 4.
I didn't see actually whether you could take 3 courts and turn them the other way, whether that would fit better. I don't know.
I don't know. That's the whole point. That's what the site plan does.
So can we move this ahead as far as that's where we're gonna do it? And we can decide whether we could look at a 3 versus a 4? Is that?
We could bring you back some options like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
If the site's approved.
2,
I mean, I just
3,
want to move it
4.
forward to that we're doing something, and then I mean, I want to see what 3 looks like. If 3 looks better than 4, I'll go with that. If it goes where we need to do 4, but I see your point, Mayor, because it's sitting almost on this trail. It's actually interfering with the trail. So, and you can't move it over at all.
I don't play tennis now, but I played a lot of tennis. And you're always waiting for somebody to finish before you start. And you always have to provide a place to stash your gear, get ready, rest, talk to people, put your drinks, your coolers and things like that. I just don't see that here. That's all I'm saying. I just see 4 courts without a whole lot of room around them. So
it's tight.
If you want to do 2, 3, 4, I'll support that. I mean, but you'd have to amend your motion to that effect.
May I speak?
Yes, please.
The 4 courts that are shown on here were drawn as an overlay. There is room by the bike rack for, and I agree, we need them, things like some sort of seating and some sort of amenities that go along with where do you put your stuff and so forth and so on, similar to the setup that we have in our current recreational facility. They have grandstands there that they use to put their paddles on and stuff like that. That's easily accommodated. I look at this and I go, well, yeah, there's space between the courts, but this isn't exactly a planned design. This is an overlay that somebody did with PowerPoint. So I still think we ought to put 4 courts there because this sport is incredibly popular. If you drop by pickleball at the Walton Street Center, it is always cramped, I guarantee it. And people complain and complain and complain when summertime when we have to cut the hours for the kids, et cetera, et cetera. It's just, there's a lot of demand for this. 4 courts is probably not going to suit our long-term interests. I agree with Commissioner Cooley on that as well. It's a growing sport. So, I mean, I'm willing to accommodate you with the idea that they can do multiple plans to show you the scale with an actual site plan. But my true belief is that 4 courts, if they can fit in there comfortably, is the way to go.
That's good.
What I'm saying is I don't know. And there was this conversation earlier, a couple of comments about competition, where people would get together, the clubs would get together and play the various games and things like that. So I don't want to make it too hard, but I mean, you're not supportive of looking at 2, 3, 4 option? I mean, I'm not sure.
Yeah, no, I'm going to support that because we still, at the end of the day, get to see a space with 4 courts, or a space with 2, or a space with 3. And
That's all I was asking.
I don't, my vision isn't great either, but there's a vision for this area. And when you see those courts there, and you see all these people and their friends, and they're out really enjoying that side of town, it's gonna be a good thing. So I amend my motion to include site plans for 2 courts, 3 courts, or 4 courts at the exercise park.
And the amenities associated with it?
And
You
the
know what I'm
amenities
saying,
associated.
I'll second that.
yeah. Okay. If there's no further comments, Commissioner Kulianis, you got your light on?
No.
Okay. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Kulianis?
Yes.
Commissioner Kulyas?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius?
Yes.
I challenge all of you.
Okay, now what we're going to do is go to the, I'm not sure what we're going to do. Oh, ordinances or resolutions. Do you need a break? Okay, we're going to take a 10-minute break, reconvene at 8:25. We're reconvening at 8:28. We're going to the ordinances and the resolutions. Item 18, this is a redo from what was done several months ago, the car wash at the corner of Klosterman Road and US 19. It's a quasi-judicial, but it's just, I'm hoping it'll just be brief. It's application 21-170. Ms. Kardash, if you could read, what we're going to do the same as we did last 2 weeks ago, which is we're going to go ahead and read the ordinance 2023-12 by title to get us started in the quasi-judicial, but the discussion will also include 2023-10 and 2023-11. We'll vote on those separately. So if we can go ahead and get started on the application 21-170, and Ms. Kardash, if you could read ordinance 2023-12, and then go through the quasi-judicial procedures and swear in anyone that is wishing to speak on this item.
I'm sorry, do you want me to start with the quasi-judicial announcement?
Yes. Read ordinance 23-12 by title first, and let's go through the quasi-judicial after that.
Okay.
Okay.
Ordinance 2023-12, an ordinance of the City of Tarpon Springs, Florida, annexing 0.92 acres, more or less, of real property located at 38652 US Highway 19 North on the northwest corner of US Highway 19 North and Klosterman Road, application 21-170, repealing ordinance 2022-03, providing for findings and providing for an effective date. This was published in the Tampa Bay Times by title with a map on August 2nd, 2023 and September 6th, 2023. This is second and final reading. This matter is quasi-judicial before the City of Tarpon Springs Board of Commissioners. And in a quasi-judicial proceeding, the commission's function is to make findings of fact based upon the evidence presented at the hearing and apply those findings of fact to previously established criteria contained in the City of Tarpon Springs Code of Ordinances. This is a legal decision regarding the application before the commission. The commission may only consider evidence that the law considers competent, substantial, and relevant to the issues arising from the application and the applicable code sections. If the evidence demonstrates that the application meets the criteria contained in the Code of Ordinances, then the commission is required by law to grant the applicant's request. If the evidence demonstrates that the application does not meet the code criteria, then the commission is required to deny the applicant's request. Any and all persons providing testimony at this hearing are required to do so under oath. All persons testifying at this hearing must give their name, address, and must indicate whether or not they have been sworn for the record prior to proceeding with their testimony. All testimony and questioning at this hearing must address matters that are relevant and material to the application based on the city's Code of Ordinances. Any board members who have disclosures such as ex parte communications or conflicts of interest, please make your disclosures at the beginning of the hearing. The following is the established procedure which will be followed for these quasi-judicial proceedings. First, city staff will present its testimony and evidence regarding the application. Then the applicant will have the opportunity to ask questions and cross-examine city staff and any city witnesses. Then the applicant will have the opportunity to present their testimony and evidence, and the city will have the opportunity to cross-examine the applicant and any of the applicant's witnesses. Then members of the public opposing and in support of the application will be given the opportunity to provide their testimony and evidence. And then following that, the applicant and the city will be given the opportunity for any rebuttal testimony and evidence prior to the city closing the public hearing for consideration of the application before it. At this time, anybody who is wishing to speak, please stand and face the clerk to receive the oath.
Ms. Vince.
Are you giving the oath, or do you want me to give the oath? You usually do. Okay. Do you swear to tell the truth on the matters before the Board of Commission here this evening? All right, thank you.
Did you want to ask for ex parte communication and
It was part of the presentation, but if there are any ex parte communications regarding this application, please make those disclosures now.
okay.
All right, seeing none.
City Manager, of course.
Renee?
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Renee Vincent, Planning and Zoning Director. As the mayor indicated, this is the second readings of a set of ordinances under application 21-170. These are readoptions of an annexation, land use and zoning ordinance for property at 38652 US Highway 19 North. Ordinance 2023-12 is annexing the property into the municipal limits of the city. This is the car wash at the corner of US 19 and Klosterman Road. Ordinance 23-10 amends the future land use map for the property, and as a repeal, the previous ordinance 2022-04, the future land use, and then the ordinance 2023-11 is amending the zoning atlas for the property and repealing ordinance 2022-05. These are corrective ordinances to correct legal descriptions that were in the incorrect legal descriptions of the original ordinances. There's been no new information since first reading, and staff would recommend approval of these ordinances on second reading. And the city is the applicant in this application.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions from any of the commissioners? Ms. Vincent, would you like the city staff report accepted into evidence?
Yes, in addition with the previous staffing from first reading.
Okay. We are the applicant. There's no presentation there. There are no affected parties. Public comments. Does anyone have any public comments on ordinance 2023-12? Okay. Mr. Jump, any public comments, remote access comments?
And we do not have anyone in attendance at this time.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close public comments. May I have any commissioner comments before we go to motion? Okay, may I have a motion to
Motion to
approve
approve
and
ordinance
second,
2023-12 and repeal ordinance 2022-03.
2023-12.
Yeah, motion to approve 2023-12 and repeal ordinance 2022-03.
Thank you, thanks. Okay,
Second.
all right. If there's no further comments, roll call, please.
Commissioner Kulianis?
Yes.
Commissioner Kulyas?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius?
Yes. Ms. Kardash, if you could read ordinance 2023-10 by title, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Ordinance 2023-10, an ordinance of the City of Tarpon Springs, Florida, amending the future land use map for 0.92 acres more or less of real property located at 38652 US Highway 19 North on the northwest corner of US Highway 19 North and Klosterman Road from Pinellas County Land Use Designation ROR, Residential Office Retail, to City of Tarpon Springs Land Use Designation CG, Commercial General. Application number 21-170, repealing ordinance 2022-04, providing for findings and providing an effective date. This was published in the Tampa Bay Times by title with a map on August 2nd, 2023 and September 6th, 2023. This is second and final reading.
Okay. Are there any public comments on this item? Are there any public comments? Mr. Jump, any public comments, remote access comments on 2023-10?
And we do not have anyone in attendance at this time.
Okay, I'm going to close the public comments on that. Is there a motion to approve and second 2023-10?
Motion to approve 2023-10 and repeal ordinance 2022-04.
Second.
Okay. If there's no comments from commissioners, roll call, please.
Commissioner Kulianis?
Yes.
Commissioner Kulyas?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius?
Yes. Ordinance 2023-11, Ms. Kardash, if you could read that by title, please.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Ordinance 2023-11, an ordinance of the City of Tarpon Springs, Florida, amending the official zoning atlas of the City of Tarpon Springs for 0.92 acres more or less of real property located at 38652 US Highway 19 North on the northwest corner of US Highway 19 North and Klosterman Road from Pinellas County zoning designation CP, Commercial Parkway, to City of Tarpon Springs zoning designation HB, Highway Business. Application number 21-170, repealing ordinance 2022-05, providing for findings and providing an effective date. This was published in the Tampa Bay Times by title with a map on August 2nd, 2023 and September 6th, 2023. This is second and final reading.
Okay, is there any public comments on ordinance 2023-11 rezoning? Mr. Jump, are there any remote access comments?
And we do not have anyone in attendance at this time.
Okay. Commission, if I could have a motion and a second to approve 2023.
Motion to approve ordinance or 2023-11 and repeal ordinance 2022-05.
Second.
Okay, thank you. If there's no comments, roll call.
Commissioner Kulianis?
Yes.
Commissioner Kulyas?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius?
Yes, we're going to go to item 19, which is not quasi-judicial. It's Land Development Code amendments. This is a second reading. As a point of clarification in our agenda, it's item ordinance 2023-08 is listed as item B, and in our backup, that's actually shown as item C. Ordinance 2023-09 in our agenda is shown as item C, and in our backup, it's actually shown, should be item B. So, Mrs. Kardash, if you could read ordinance 2022-24 by title, please.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Ordinance number 2022-24, an ordinance of the City of Tarpon Springs, Florida, amending the City of Tarpon Springs Code of Ordinances, Appendix A, Comprehensive Zoning and Land Development Code, Article 8, amending Section 122.12 Hurricane Shelter Impact Study, and Article 9, adding Section 149.00 Coastal High Hazard Area Development Regulations, and Section 149.01 Coastal High Hazard Area Design Standards, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the Code of Ordinances of the City of Tarpon Springs, Florida, and providing for the effective date of this ordinance. This was published in the Tampa Bay Times by title only on August 2nd, 2023, and September 6th, 2023. This is second and final reading.
Ms. Vincent?
Thank you. So since first reading, based on the comments that I received during first reading from the commission, I do have some edits to this, and this was included in your agenda backup. So the following changes were made based on the Board of Commissioners discussion and the motion. So we removed the requirement for Pinellas County to review and approve hurricane shelter impact studies and replace that with a technical review committee or an outside consultant review, depending upon complexity. We removed the direct payment as a shelter mitigation option, and we reincorporated the resiliency measures back into the ordinance. If you recall, we had separated that out as a resolution based on discussion and the attorney recommendation. If we want those, we need to have those in the ordinance. So those were, if I understood the commission correctly, those were the changes that were voted on. Since that, as I read through and continued to evaluate the ordinance, I do have two additional suggested changes that are included in the draft. One, it specifies that the shelter needs analysis methodology must follow the Pinellas County or Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council methodology, so we're consistent. And then secondly, I included an established geographic area to be included in a shelter analysis. So right now, shelter analysis is at the county level, and we don't have anything specifically that says it's specific to Tarpon Springs. I know there are concerns about the fact that we don't have a shelter in Tarpon. When you evaluate the city, there aren't a lot of areas where you would want to locate a shelter because of our elevations. So I had specified, and this is open for discussion. I'm not married to this, and if you if you don't want to commit to this tonight, we can address it another time. But the recommended geographic area was Nebraska Avenue to the south, obviously the Pinellas County Pasco line to the north, and East Lake Road to the east. So that's the recommended edits to ordinance 2022-24.
Okay. Public comments. Are there any public comments on this item?
Chris Rabowski, 1602 Gulf Beach Boulevard, Tarpon Springs, 34689. So I'm glad that you're no longer going to allow developers to pay to put people in harm's way. However, some of this stuff, it's like a get-out-of-jail-free card for developers. It says, you know, up to 50 units shall provide one of the following items. Well, one of them is windows. I'm pretty sure you're gonna have windows. You get to choose that. Or reflective coating on the roof, or blinds that reflect. That has nothing to do with keeping people safe. And it even says over 100 units. So you're still considering putting over 100 units of people in a flood zone. That to me is bizarre. And I mean, the generator thing makes sense if they had to actually choose that, but they don't. They don't have to choose any of these because they've got these ones that are BS they can choose. And you know that's the ones they're gonna go for because those are cheap. Generators are not. So this stuff is just not gonna keep people safe. That's where we are. We're still at putting people and their lives at risk. And that's, I mean, this is certainly better that you're not letting people buy their way out of, I mean, that was just off the charts ridiculous, but this still needs some help. I mean, I could go on, but I mean, you guys really gotta consider what you're gonna make people do if they're gonna put lives at risk. Because like I said, the developer's not gonna live in those places. He doesn't care about those lives after the thing is built. So you have to do that. Thank you.
Next, please.
Peter Lax, 514 Ashland Avenue. I do appreciate the fact that you took your attorney's advice to put the recommendations from a resolution into the ordinance. But I do have to somewhat agree with Mr. Obowski that there really isn't enough teeth. Some of this stuff they'll probably do on their own because it'll make their projects more affordable. But just one for 50 and two for 50 to 100 and over 103, maybe need to lower those numbers down or require more actions for each of those levels. I do agree with staff in the regards to setting a geographic boundary. This will more closely align to our needs versus what can be diluted by county facilities and other areas that are not reachable by our own residents that are in need of that. So I think the geographic boundaries is a good start in that regard. But more importantly, we do need to find a way to work with the county to find some place to put a hurricane shelter facility in the North County. I think the closest one probably is Carwise. Other than that, I'm not sure, except for maybe going down to Dunedin where the next closest one is. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments? Mr. Jump, are there any remote access comments?
If anyone online would like to make a public comment on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time.
Okay. I'm going to close public comments and go to commission. Any comments, questions, commissioners? Vice Mayor Lund.
Yeah, I have just sort of some Scrivener notes here. We have sort of an A and B on 2023-09. One's 6 months and 6 months, the other one's 1 year and 6 months with extension.
We're not there yet, sir.
However, in 21005, on the 1 year one, under construction permit or building permit has been applied for, which is active and under review. One has an extension for up to 1 additional year. The other one has an extension for up to.
It's okay. Vice Mayor Lund.
Pardon me?
That's ordinance
Oh, that's wrong. I'm in the
2023
wrong place already, sorry.
2022-24. Coastal high hazard area.
Yeah, anyway, too many ordinances, but,
Sorry.
okay, so, on the one particular one on 2022-24, which is under discussion, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
On page 2, I had problems, and maybe you can explain where this is, but I couldn't find any methodology from either the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council that was clearly illustrated, or the Pinellas County Emergency Management.
So at a previous meeting, I did provide that in a separate email. There is the Pinellas County Emergency Management Department in April this year issued a countywide hurricane evacuation shelter study, and the mitigation is clearly documented in there. So, I did provide that a while ago.
I did read the study, I just didn't see the methodology that resulted in the study. And what you're asking them to do here is to follow the same methodology, and I
thought the methodology was inherently explained in the study. It's in the study itself.
okay, well, I'm not a planning person, so maybe it was obscure
sorry.
to me, I'm sorry. And then under section C, it says the study shall provide solutions for mitigation where a shelter deficit is projected. I believe we've been in a shelter deficit for years. We're in a current deficit for shelter space. I mean, I guess that just means they need to do that as a matter of rote, but I don't understand why it's not just said that they have to do a shelter, they need to provide mitigation stuff. It seems to me that what we do is kind of sort of be not specific enough. I mean, this would be fine if we've never had a shelter deficit, but I went back several years and we've always had a shelter deficit. So anyway, just a comment. Sorry, no more comments.
Okay. Are there any other comments? Thank you, Vice Mayor Lund. Are there any other comments? Okay, if there are none, is there a motion to approve in a second? This is item, I'm sorry, it's ordinance 2022-24. Application 22-109, hurricane shelter impact studies.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. If there's no further comments, roll call, please.
Commissioner Kulianis?
Yes.
Commissioner Kulyas?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lund?
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius?
Okay, Ms. Kardash, I think we're going to go ahead, since it's in the agenda as item B, go ahead and read ordinance 2023-08 by title, please.
08.
Ordinance 2023-08, an ordinance of the City of Tarpon Springs, Florida, amending the City of Tarpon Springs Code of Ordinances, Appendix A, Comprehensive Zoning and Land Development Code, Article 15, Fees and Charges, Sections 246 Fees and 247 Charges, to update existing fees and establish new fees for professional review services, drainage and stormwater review, utility service review, and temporary use fee for mobile food vendors, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the Code of Ordinances of the City of Tarpon Springs, Florida, and providing for the effective date of this ordinance. This was published in the Tampa Bay Times by title only on August 2nd, 2023, and September 6th, 2023. This is second and final reading.
Okay. City Manager LaCourse.
Yes. Renee?
Thank you. So for ordinance 2023-08 regarding the establishment of stormwater utility and professional services review fees, the only changes since the first reading that was recommended by the board were that we've based on discussion, we removed the whereas clause, and we added other legal and professional services to the table as was discussed.
Is that it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any public comments on this one?
David Ballard Geddes Jr., Georgia Avenue down the street in Palm Harbor. It polarizes the difference here between fees and charges. I'd like to know a little bit more in detail what the difference is between a fee and a charge. Does that charge include levies or any direct taxes of any kind?
No.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Geddes. Are there any other public comments? Mr. Jump, are there any remote access comments? This is for item B, ordinance in our agenda 2023-08, Land Development Code fees and charges.
If anyone online has public comment on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. We do not have any raised hands at this time.
I'm going to go ahead and ask for a motion to approve ordinance 2023-08. Then we'll go to commissioner comments.
So moved.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, are there any commissioner comments on this one? I'm sorry, Commissioner Eisner.
Thank you, Mayor. So a couple of questions were thrown at me, and I had the same questions as well. In the rezoning, because I didn't make up these prices, in the rezoning only for residential, why is it so expensive? You know, and why this was brought up, we have issues with Airbnbs. And there is a situation, or a couple of situations out there, where people feel they can possibly rezone to get around that. But the costs involved, I think, are a little bit extraordinary. So I understand the difference between rezoning for a commercial location or a multi-faceted building, but why is it so expensive just for a resident?
City Manager, of course. He's directing it to you.
That fee's been in place for, I don't even know when it's been amended. It's not out of line with what other municipalities in the county charges. Actually, we're probably under. It's a lot of staff time that that goes into evaluating, just an application itself. It's gonna go through 3 public hearings, so I don't think it's under cost at all.
Typically, these types of fees are based on what the actual expense and cost is to the city to do the review. So that includes everything from staff time to advertisement, to holding the public hearing, to legal review. All those types of considerations are to be taken into account when you look at the amount of fees that are charged for plan reviews, whether it's just a rezoning or whatever the case may be. It's based on the cost to the city to perform the service.
I definitely understand. I'm just saying, people looking for reasons to circumvent their Airbnb. And these calls were made to me, so I figured I'd ask the question. It's my job. So, if that's the case, that's the case. But I would like to see if we could possibly look to make that more affordable to people, because there are people that, bought houses for Airbnb usage, and they see their neighbor having an Airbnb and they can't. So that's my...
I think the Airbnb discussion should be reserved for another day.
I'm not looking to make this an Airbnb conversation. What I'm looking to do is to possibly look to see if we could lower the residential rezoning only. That's all.
Okay, are there any other commissioner comments? If there's no other comments, roll call, please.
Commissioner Kulianis?
Yes.
Commissioner Kulyas?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius?
Yes. Ms. Kardash, if you could read ordinance 2023-09 by title, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Ordinance number 2023-09, an ordinance of the City of Tarpon Springs, Florida, amending the City of Tarpon Springs Code of Ordinances, Appendix A, Comprehensive Zoning and Land Development Code, Sections 82.00, Final Development Plan Review, 210.05, site plans, expirations and extensions, and section 241.00, definitions, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the Code of Ordinances of the City of Tarpon Springs, Florida, and providing for the effective date of this ordinance. This was published in the Tampa Bay Times by title only on August 2nd, 2023, and September 6th, 2023. This is second and final reading.
Ms. Vincent.
Thank you. So for this particular ordinance, 2023-09, addressing expiration of development orders, so we're talking about our planned developments and site plans, essentially, as the two development orders that this is really specific to. At the last meeting, the board made a motion to reduce the allowable time for a final plan development to obtain a building permit, not apply, but obtain a building permit to 6 months. And the site plan review was not really discussed, so that sits at 1 year. So you have the first version of the ordinance includes the board's motion with a 6-month time period to obtain a building permit for final plan development. The second version, as I thought about this a little bit more, and looking at the fact that now we have an inconsistency between how we're treating final plan development and site plans, which really are very similar in nature, of one having a year, one having 6 months, and looking at extensions and the discussion that took place around that. I really feel like it's advisable to have one standard for both of these. I would very much recommend that it be 1 year to obtain a building or site construction permit, and with allowable 6-month extension to be granted by city manager or the designee basically for good cause. And I expanded that in the ordinance a little bit to put the parameters around how you do that. So to make it consistent between those two types of development orders. So that is my recommendation. If you want to go forward with what the original recommendation was, that it would be the first ordinance version. The second one there's additional changes that's recommended by myself, so.
Okay, thank you. Are there any public comments on this one?
I see the back corner smiling when I get up on this one. Beardalacus 514 Ashland Avenue. With regards to this particular ordinance, I would highly recommend you take staff's recommendation for the second version of 1 year time frame and 6 months extension. At the last meeting, when this was brought up, I wasn't here, but I participated from remote. And it gives you a different visual sometimes. So I'm watching the meeting, and the mayor asks city manager, what do you think about the 6 months? He pauses, he kind of chokes a little bit, and he says, I'm here to do whatever y'all decide, which is what he does. But in the meantime, Renee's over here, the staff that actually does all this stuff, and I can see her head sink and go like this. And why is that? We're not St. Pete, we're not Clearwater, we're not a big city with a big staff. You get a couple of projects in besides just a 2-unit apartment unit on Safford versus somebody wanting to put in 40 units on the property that appears to just sold next to Mango Circle, where y'all could have had an opportunity to buy it and have put in affordable housing and donate the property to the housing authority so we could add more housing. Lack of vision. But, so you're gonna have something coming forward with that property, 40 lots out there. So, I don't know. It's just, you're cutting yourself off at your knees when you're trying to maybe be strong about, yeah, we want this. Give your staff time. Give them time to do it properly. Secondly, what about those who may come to disagree with your decision on a project? You're cutting their legs out too. Now, I'm not sure the people at Dorset Park know what's going on, but once they find out what's going to happen on those 40 lots, they may not like it either. You're going to cut their legs out and being able to maybe fight against something that doesn't fit in their neighborhood. So you have a reasonable approach to handle this. 1 year is sufficient. You got 1 year for the preliminary and site plan, the preliminary, a year. Final development, a year. So really, in a sense, you got 3 years almost in there already, because they're going to have had time before they even got to presenting something to planning and zoning or you yourselves. So as I mentioned earlier, you have the wisdom and the vision. Don't cut yourself off at the knees. Look at your staff of what you really have and what you think you can reasonably accomplish. And if you want to cut it to 6 months, then you better think about adding 1 or 2 more people into your planning department. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other public comments? Mr. Jump, are there any remote access comments?
If anyone online would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time.
Okay. Commissioner, may I have a motion to approve ordinance 2023-09, then we'll go to comments. Is there a motion to approve ordinance 2023-09?
I'll approve it if it's 12 months, and I'll make a motion for it.
Well, no, I'm sorry. Yeah, let's go ahead and have that discussion in case there's amendment. Let's go ahead and do that. Let's start off with you, Commissioner Kulyas. We're going to make a comment.
Yes, sir, I think it's great when we have, individuals from out in the community who are pro-green space, want to protect our community at all costs, but they understand the timeframes that are being set from, originally it was 12 years. It's a 95.8% reduction down to 6 months. It's just a very drastic change. And I think 12 months with the potential of a 6-month extension is reasonable. And I'd like to ask Ms. Vincent, does that apply only to residential plan development?
It would be any planned development, so it could be commercial, could be residential, could be industrial.
Let's say we have a situation where, for example, someone wants to build a hospital for us. I'm not saying that's happening, but something like that along the lines. These issues are going to take time to review. Architects, engineers, top to bottom. And we know who the developers are in town. We all know them on a very personal level, majority of them. And they understand it's a very tight frame too. And I just want staff to have reasonable time, as well as these developers, because they do have to wait for other organizations who they can't tell them to hurry up and speed things up. And there was a point brought up at the last meeting where if we allowed 12 months as opposed to 6 months, we would encourage potentially that applicant being able to sell those planned developments to someone else. And I don't want to go down that route. I think it pushes the idea or the thought that it's who's presenting the application as opposed to the contents of the application itself. And so I would like for it to be changed to 12 months with extension, and I think it helps everyone in town on that level, from staff to the developers, we all know, and just our city overall in general with smart development. So that's the say for now.
Okay, Commissioner Kulyas, you had your light on first.
I'm in agreement with Commissioner Kulyas. I think that 6 months is too short a time period. We need to, and we can't, make everything so onerous that nobody wants to build in our town. So I think we need to make it 12, at least 12 months. And again, I agree with Commissioner Kulyas. I know that the argument that if we make it 12 months, somebody will sell the project, but you're exactly right. It's the content of, it's the product that's being built, not necessarily who's building it that matters. Because that's what we're gonna live with in our town, is the projects we agree to. So I think it needs to change. Thank you. And let me ask you, what do you think? Do you think 6 months is too tight?
My opinion's very clear. I recommend the alternative version with 12 months. That's why I've included it in the agenda backup.
And I agree with former Commissioner Delakis that your opinion matters. So
Thank you.
thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. There was a key point missed in this discussion, and that there could be an extension put out there by the city manager. So it's not set in stone that it's a 6-month deal. And also in that prior discussion we had was because we live in Florida and we have a governor who seems to put a extension on every project that we have, it tends to make projects go longer and longer. So I don't agree in the 12-month, and I do agree in the 6-month. And the city manager, it would be his purview to be able to extend if there's extenuating circumstances. If we need, as Mr. Delakis said, another person in there to help move things along, fine. Tarpon Springs right now has a very poor reputation for moving things through the permit department, and I'd like to see that be a better, quicker way to do things. So I'm going to lean towards the 6-month. That's my thing.
Okay. Vice Mayor Lunt.
I was the one that suggested the 6 months in the first place. My concern was not so much whether the developer might, if they had the time, resell the development before it was developed. My concern is Florida and its tolling regulations. I'm not sure how many of you are aware how this has morphed over the last couple of years. The current reading of the tolling legislation in this state, which is under section 252, 363, and basically what tolling means is if the governor declares an emergency, development agreements get pushed by the time that that emergency is in place, plus an additional time which they have listed within this section of the statutes. Now, originally, it was 60 days. And then it was another 60 days. And the current reading of this is that, and I'll read the exact thing. For emergency declarations extends the period remaining to exercise the rights under a permit or under authorization for 24 months in addition to the tolled period. That means 24 months in addition to however long this emergency happens. So for Adalia, which was, 60 days or whatever that we're running on that, it would be the 60 days that the emergency order was out there, plus an additional 24 months. Now, we live in Florida. How many times have we not had an emergency declaration by the current governor in recent memory happen during the course of a year? That means that every development permit we do, regardless of whether we give them 6 months, we have a 6-month extension, is basically almost guaranteed they're going to get another 24 months plus the toll period. This is my concern. These development orders can stretch out for years, and they stretch out for years because of this particular statute. So that's my concern. If we keep it to 6 months, then at least we know we're playing with a shorter game. Giving them another 6 months or a year, is just, seems to me, just letting ourselves do this thing. And I know Renee's concerned about being able to obtain things with a 6-month period, but obviously, this 6-month period is never gonna hold in Florida as far as I'm concerned. So that was my original position. I'd still like to stick with the original 6-month I proposed last time.
You know, as a matter of fact, that was the discussion was a tolling period. And quite frankly, you know, I go to the mayor's council meeting, used to be once a month, now it's every quarter. And we get Florida League of Cities updates as far as what the legislature does. And it's always watering down the city's rights and things like that, making it a lot easier for developers. So quite frankly, I think that this tolling has gotten a little out of hand, and this is my way of objecting to it. And I think as all of us set up here was 6 months plus a 6 months extension. And as a matter of fact, our former city attorney said exactly what Vice Mayor Luntz said. What are the chances of it not being an extension here in Florida with every storm that comes through? Usually 2 or 3 emergencies per summer or hurricane season. So I think the 6 months is fine, not for any reason of aimed at a developer, but more of what our state legislature has done. It's not the governor, it's the legislature that put that in there.
Yeah.
And the governor, all he has to do is declare an emergency, and the state Florida statute kicks in and does this. So I'm for keeping it at 6 months just for that reason, so.
May I ask a question? So the way it's written, what the board approved at first reading was 6 months for plan development and 1 year for site plan development.
Yeah, actually, I was going to ask you about that. I prefer both of them to be 6 months
I'm
and 6 months.
just bringing to your attention, I would prefer they be consistent. It's just
Okay.
easier for administrative
Do
purposes.
you follow what Ms.
I would
Vincent?
prefer it to be 6 months and 6 months, not as far as a,
But for both, the site plan and the
For
development
both.
plan, okay. Right now, we would have to have an amendment, a suggested amendment to the way it's written right now for us to implement that. Is that
So
correct?
I would, if that's the direction you want to go, it would be to approve the, ordinance 2309 as if you want to say the first version with 6 months and 6 months for plan development and site plan. I know what you're going for, so.
Okay, is there a motion to that effect?
I'd like to ask a question, and I
Go
don't
ahead,
want, I
yes.
want to get it clarified. What, this tolling period, I'm confused about it. So we accept 6 months with a 6-month extension with, I guess, a maximized tolling period. What's the total in months that we're looking at?
So just to let you know, the tolling statute that the vice mayor is referring to is under where you have the emergency declarations. And there were some extensive revisions to how emergency declarations take place, how long they can be in place for, when they have to be renewed, and those types of things. And that tolling statute would be in addition to whatever you all put in place. So if during their 6-month period, there's a declaration of state of emergency, they would get that automatic extension of the tolling, right? Says, so you're not counting the days during the time the emergency declaration is in place, and then an additional 24 months from the time that ends. So overall, you could be looking at an extensive period of time.
Okay, so unless I can get something in between 9 months, I'm not going to approve it. I think we are hurting our community, we're hurting our city staff, and most of all, we're hurting the developers we know too. And if this is a way to stifle development in town and, try to speed up the process and make sure everything's locked in place, well, we're doing it. And so that's why I don't want to support it. It's just such a drastic change from 12 years to 6 months that I don't know what type of message it's saying.
And one thing I do want to be clear on is it is contingent on whether or not there is a declared state of emergency. So that's something that may or may not occur in Florida. We usually have at least one per year, but it's not guaranteed that we have a declared state of emergency. It's just something that happens here regularly.
Commissioner Koulianis. Hang on.
Here's my concern, is that we've had so many contentious projects that now we're putting this extension onus on the city manager. And it says for good cause. So I'm concerned with us putting a target on our city manager's back when he makes a decision. We don't have, let's assume we don't have a hurricane, we don't get this extension coming from the state. We have a contentious project that's been approved, and then it's put on the city manager to do the extension, and now all of a sudden he's got a bullseye on his back because he made that decision, and then there's argument about whether he had good cause or whether he was politically pressured or not pressured or whatever. I just think that the 12 months is a good compromise from obviously where it was before, and I'm with Commissioner Koulias. I'll approve 12 months, but not 6.
And I'm willing to do 9 months, meet you in between, if the 3 months will make that big of a difference. I think it'll help staff that much more and have developers ready to go in every way possible. Thank you.
Commissioner Eisner.
So I don't think it puts a target on the city manager's back. I think he has to make bigger decisions than this all the time. It's not a hard decision to make. So I'm still gonna stay with the 6 months. I don't really see this, you know, I understand if the 6 months are not in the hurricane season, then that could be an issue, and I don't deny that. But being that we have a out, and if it's a reasonable out, I don't see, it's not a major decision to make to give a 6-month extension, or even, I don't know, he may be able to just give a 3-month extension. I have no idea. But it's not putting a target on his back, because he should be in a position to let the board know that he's moving ahead and making a decision to add time to this and the reason why he's made that decision. That's what he should be doing on everything, so.
Okay, Vice Mayor Lunt.
Yeah, I have a question for our legal counsel. Could we not add a phrase to that particular part of the resolution that refers to the city manager's extension that says, which shall not be unduly withheld? That's pretty typical in contracts.
Yes, but you know, for good cause shown is usually pretty broad. And actually, a lot of times you see this as something that's delegated to the building official. Because typically your building official sees what would and would not be, you know, good cause as an industry-specific type of evaluation to assist, you know, the city manager. I don't know whether or not Mark has delegated that in the past.
I'd rather have a target on me than him.
Okay. So
I'm used to it.
Okay.
Okay, so adding that clause wouldn't make a difference, or
It really would be, it would really end up being the same sort of analysis,
contentious,
I think,
yeah.
for the official involved.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Can I make one more suggestion? I'm sorry, I know you're glaring at me. Under the site plans, we have it says request for a time extension shall be submitted a minimum of 30 days prior to the expiration date in writing. That puts the onus on the developer. We don't have that same stipulation for the final plan development. I would like to add that to the ordinance with your acquiescence, just because that way, what I don't want is we become responsible for somehow picking up the phone and notifying a developer that their permit's going, or their plan's going to expire. So I would like to have that same requirement that they need to submit in writing 30 days in advance for that 6 months extension for both. It's in there for site plans, just not for final plan development.
Okay.
I apologize for not catching that earlier.
You know, similarly, in the legislation that Vice Mayor Lunt was reading, it does talk about the developer having the onus to request that extension be acknowledged by the city. So a lot of times that is an onus on them to keep track too as well of their expirations.
Okay. So is there are there any other comments? I'm ready to go to ask for a motion. We do have a motion on the floor? And what is the motion?
I don't know. I think Commissioner Cooley's put a motion
He
on.
didn't,
no?
There
he
was no
actually didn't
official
make it,
motion.
no.
Oh, okay.
I make a motion to amend ordinance 2023-09 and reflect a 9-month time frame with a 6-month extension provision that applies to site plans and final plan development orders and establishes a uniform process for review of extensions for both application types.
Second.
Okay, if there's no comments, roll call.
I mean, this is a 3-month difference, guys. It's not gonna make that much of a difference for us. It's gonna make a big difference for them. We've mentioned we're not planners. We understand staff's needs at times. We understand issues in some building departments and you know, what's gonna come up, and we are just doing a stronghold if we go down to 6 months drastically, as the numbers reflect, as the percentages reflect, and I think 9 months is a compromise between all of us on this board and give staff a reasonable time to get things done. Thank you.
Okay. Roll call, please.
Just for clarification, does that include Renee's 30 days for both as well?
Yes, it does.
Was there a second to that?
Commissioner Kulianis.
Commissioner Kulianis?
Yes.
Commissioner Kulyas?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
No.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
No.
Mayor Vaticius?
No. Is there another motion and a second?
Motion to approve ordinance number 2023-09 with a 6-month period and 6-month extension for since approval of the final development, not approval, but, I love this. Obtaining the final development permit and an extension for up to 6 months after obtaining the permit may be granted by the Board of Commissioners for good cause, as far as the construction permit.
I'll second that.
Okay, and would you
By the
add
Board
to?
of, whoa. Okay, did you just change the approval process for the extension to the Board of Commissioners?
No, I did not. I just shortened the time period to make it match the other one.
Okay.
Yeah, but you said Board of Commissioners.
Yeah.
Rather than city manager.
Why don't we do this for, I
I'm
mean, I
sorry,
can-
under 21005, it says extension for up to 1 year to obtain a permit may be granted by the Board of Commissioners for good cause.
Are you not looking at the,
Page 4.
oh, he's correct. It does say it does say Board of Commissioners for site plans. And that's the original language. That's how it's set up today.
Yeah, so it
I
was-
apologize, you're right.
It was 6 months on this one and 1 year on this one. I just shortened it to 6 months to make it the same.
and the approval would be for the city manager versus the
Yeah,
commission
this is not
Okay.
talking about the
about the approval of
the
it.
extension. This is
Okay.
talking about for the construction
Yeah.
permit.
That is one,
And then, Vice Mayor Lunt, there was the 30-day notice for the, what was it, for the site plan or for the development plan? Ms. Vincent?
say that again.
The 30-day
The
notice?
30-day request, request for extension, here's what I would like to see. The request for extension for both is 30 days in advance. I think the intent is that the approval of an extension for both would be for the city manager. And you have 6 months to obtain both. Is that, that's what I've heard. You want to defer this and clean it up
Okay.
and bring it back? It's not critical time frame.
I would like to, I personally would like to see you all defer this so that it can be brought back correctly in
Yes,
writing.
I agree. This was not critical, so.
We have a motion. Was there a second? We do have a second, so we would have to rescind the motion, I believe. Withdraw your motion, a second, and then withdraw your
It
motion.
was my motion. We're having problem with that last addition I made. So let me remove that addition and move for approval of ordinance number 2023-09, with 6 months, with a 6-month extension granted by the city manager as written.
That works.
I'll second that.
Is that, you
That's-
follow that one?
yeah.
Okay, Ms. Vincent, and what, and the 30-day?
And 10 to 30 day, yes. We're all there.
Is that clear to everybody? Okay, roll call, please.
Commissioner Kulianis?
No.
Commissioner Kulyas?
No.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius?
Yes. All right, let's go to item 20, ordinance 2023-20, yard waste collection procedures. Ms. Kardash, if you could read that by title, please.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Ordinance number 2023-20, an ordinance of the City of Tarpon Springs, Florida, amending portions of Chapter 8 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Tarpon Springs, eliminating plastic bags as allowable containers for collection of yard waste, increasing the fees for yard waste, and providing for an effective date of this ordinance.
Okay. City manager.
Tom's getting his presentation ready, and he's got some demonstration materials for you.
That's okay, I'm fine. Good evening, I'm sorry. Techie, I'm not. I'm sorry. Last meeting, the board had asked me to come explain exactly what type of containers we utilize for yard waste, with the exception if we get rid of the plastic bags. So, you want me to read this again? I'm sorry.
Yes, go to the presentation and your
Sure.
examples.
Sure. I apologize. These are the containers. That was a little heavy. I keep this one over here, so I have to move it too much. My lovely assistant over here didn't help me out, so. My screen. Okay. This is yard waste container options for a sustainable future. The totes we are looking at that anyone could possibly use is a wheel tote like we have right here. Now, this one says waste management on it, but it says typical type container you can buy in almost any store, or we can get them in bulk through waste management if we need to purchase them by the city. The 32 gallons, they cost approximately about $45 a piece. They're economic, they're easy to move, they can handle quite a bit of material. Of course, we have the minimum, nothing over 75 pounds, based on our contract with Waste Management. This other one here is a reusable yard waste bag. It's durable. You can get it well over 75 pounds. It's made from nylon, collapsible. It's about $6 a bag, and it's reusable. And this is this bag right here. You can blow your yard waste in it, hold it. It's got plenty of strength. It'll hold up to 75 pounds. The paper bags that I had mentioned last week, I know there was some concerns from the mayor on the use of these paper bags. Again, these are extremely strong. They're constructed with 2-ply wet strength paper durability. They're tear resistant. They only cost about 60 cents a bag. And of course, they're 100% recyclable. And I know the mayor had asked me how well they hold up when they get wet. So we did a little experiment on them. And what we found was that the bags hold up quite well 7 or 8 days after they get wet. There are some bags that will fall apart. They sit in water for quite a while. We get 3 days out of them. But as long as they're not on sitting inside the water, they last pretty well. This bag here, sat out, we kept it wet for about 4 or 5 days.
That's got water in it?
It's got some dirt in it. I would put water in it. I'm not gonna do that, just in case it broke on me. But yeah, we kept it out there for a while. It did dry out, but it came back to its original shape, so it's extremely strong. This is what we've done here. We placed the paper yard waste in the bag, sitting water, filled it with 50 pounds of yard debris, left it every day to see how long it would take a break. The soaking wet one lasted 3 days sitting in water. So if it sits in water, it's not gonna hold up very long. That unfortunately can't help. The big thing about this over here is also waste management's requirement on picking up yard waste. Of course, we take tree trimmings, hedge clippings, similar materials, cut the length, but nothing over 75 pounds. Every one of these containers can easily handle up to 75 pounds without a problem, in some cases even more. So, we're not the only municipality looking to do this. As you can see, we have Lee County in Florida, Sarasota, City of Sarasota, City of Gainesville, and Cocoa, Florida. This is going on across the whole country, trying to eliminate these plastic bags from the waste cycle. Sorry about that. One other small tidbit, which I think is actually pretty important. If we decide to keep the plastic, now we mentioned the last time about using recyclable or the biodegradable plastic bags. And even though they're a great product out there, they still can't be ground down in the process. So you actually have to treat it again, hold it in process for about 3 or 4 months, roll it over time, and then eventually you can grind it. But the expense of moving that material often is quite a bit. The other expense, if we decided not to take it, we continue with the plastic bags, is the cost of getting rid of these plastic bags. It's hard to find a site outside a landfill or the waste-to-energy plant in order to dispose of them. So if you decide to continue with it, it'd probably exceed the cost, would be about $192,000 a year additional cost of the yard waste. Okay. It's quite expensive, so.
Is that it?
I'm open to questions, yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr.
Sorry about
Function.
that.
Hang on, let me go to public comment first. Are there any public comments?
Me? Juliana Day, 413 East Oakwood Street. Currently, I use about 5 of those just for my backyard. Now, if the city, and right now, about 3 of my garbage cans don't have handles because they broke them off. But if the city say, y'all gonna furnish those type per resident?
No, they'll be available if you want to purchase them, but Waste Management has another, and part of the, if you don't mind me talking about this. The Waste Management has a part of our contract. We could go through Waste Management to supply these over here, but it'd be a monthly additional cost on what you have now.
Okay. So with the increase, you're already saying we're getting an increase for pickup. So now it's gonna be another increase to that household to purchase these items, right? Are you all not gonna pick up yard waste?
No, ma'am. There's actually no additional fee to Waste Management contract for this. This is something that most
But
homeowners.
it's gonna be additional fee to the household, right?
No, ma'am. Just to purchase of whatever container you want to use.
Who's purchasing?
If you buy plastic bags, you still gotta buy plastic bags. If you gotta buy a garbage can, you still buy a garbage can.
Okay. Okay, now your plastic one here, the person that's picking up the yard waste, are they gonna dump it and then place it back on the curb?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I don't still see how, and it only holds, now when we have the limbs down, we still gonna be limited to the size of the limb we can put in the containers?
Yes, ma'am. You can put the limbs, yes, you gotta keep that 4 foot, no more than 50 pounds in limbs.
Right.
Up to 75 pounds in other yard waste.
So that plastic one go hold that weight?
Yes,
The
ma'am.
limbs don't have to go into containers,
No,
right?
you don't have to put the limbs in a container. You can still bundle them and put them alongside
Bundle
the
them and put
street,
them on the side of the road.
as we've been doing in the past.
You're still using plastic to bundle,
That's not going in the garbage.
okay. I still don't see it working, not with all the,
Thank you, Ms. Day. Are there any other public comments?
yes.
There's one coming here.
Hello, Robin Sanger, 1630 Lonesome Pine Lane, Tarpon Springs. I applaud Mr. Funchin and I applaud the city manager for leading us in this direction. I sit on the Sustainability Committee. I'm not here on their behalf. I'm here speaking personally, but saying that these types of initiatives are exactly what we requested of city staff. We had the entire, each department come to us and give extensive reports about how they could make their own departments more environmentally friendly, how we could have a more sustainable city, and this checks all the boxes. It's environmentally sustainable initiative, it saves money, and it also educates the public. So I firmly support this. I think it's a great idea, and appreciate your work in doing this, Tom and City Manager. Thank you.
Tina Bukavalis, 115 Athens Street. I totally agree with what Robin just said. And I wanted to point out that, and I think this is absolute common sense. And I've in fact been doing this just as common sense with a large trash can for years without buying any more bags or anything like that, disposing of a lot of waste, sometimes maybe two trash cans worth that they have picked up. It's something anyone can do for very little money because those last for years. So kudos to the city for thinking about it and going in this direction.
Relax 514 Ashland Avenue. I spoke to y'all at the last meeting about what's piling up over there at the yard waste facility. Part of that problem is because some of the yard waste becomes contaminated by the plastic. And it's kind of interesting, I didn't want to extend the meeting, but on your consent agenda under landscaping, you're contracting out, one of the things you're going to buy is mulch through the landscaping, yet we're trying to get rid of mulch. So one of the best things I think we can do is to do the best to make sure the mulch that we have there. But one of the things I had an issue with is why is this ordinance going into effect December 1st and not effective on passage? And secondly, we need to make sure we put something on our TV channel, put something on the radio to start letting residents know. But also more importantly, I think we need to make sure Waste Management and their drivers are cognizant about the new policy, because they're busy. If they don't know about it, they're gonna come along, they're gonna grab the bag. So they need to be proactive in the sense, whenever this becomes effective, if there's a bag there of yard waste and plastic, to leave it there. Because I've seen them, I hate to say it, on one day they were picking up yard waste and I didn't have a lot of trash, but I put out a little Publix bag with some stuff, and when they got the recycling, he saw the bag there, tossed it in too, my trash. So unless we educate Waste Management and their drivers to help us in that regard, people are gonna follow the habit, they're gonna be busy, they're gonna throw it in. But this is a first step towards trying to rectify this issue, but I think it's also more important that we really try to incorporate more education and outreach about our overall recycling process. Because if you recycle and you do your yard waste, I don't know about, I don't have a large family now, but we can maybe at some point get away with just doing garbage once a week. 1 day for garbage, 1 day for recycling, 1 day for yard waste. It's just a matter of educating people how to get the different things into the proper waste streams so we can get the maximum value out of that recycling recovery. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other public comments? Mr. Jump, are there any remote access comments?
If anyone online would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Jump. Commissioner Kulyas,
Mayor, I did have one public comment.
go ahead, please.
Did you want me to go ahead?
Please, go ahead.
This is from Nick Jaraka, 641 Riverside Drive. It is apparent that the city's yard waste fees need to be increased to make the facility sustainable for its future, but I would like for the proposed residential fee to be looked at. The commercial fees are almost doubling, but the proposed residential yard waste fees is quadrupling. Residents are already subsidizing part of the cost to run the facility with property tax, and the yard waste fee is our monthly utility bill. I would also like to point out that it says city residents' yard waste in vehicle or trailer carrying 1 yard or less. Virtually all pickup trucks have more than 1 yard of carrying capacity. This would technically make the minimum fee get bumped to $50 for residents' pickup. I believe doubling the minimum of the residential fee to $10 per truck load is more appropriate. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Jacobs. Commissioner Kulyas?
Tom, how easy is it for any resident to obtain these trash cans from Waste Management, or like that green plastic one right in front of you?
You can get them at any home supply, Home
Okay,
Depot,
so it's
Lowe's,
just-
very easy, yes.
Sure, thank you.
Any other comments? Mr. Funchin, yeah, my point was that the last time was just paper bags, but you brought it back to some other options,
Yes, sir.
which I
Yes,
think
did,
is
yes,
good.
Yes.
I want to make sure that any of these that you're showing right now is acceptable.
Yes, sir. All of them
Okay.
acceptable, yes.
And then the only other question I had was that in the ordinance, I believe, it called for a bin with a lid, but the paper bags and things like that do not have a lid. Are they supposed to be tied off at the top or anything like that?
No, they can be open containers. They don't have to be.
Including that green flexible?
Yes, if you want
to. The one in front of you.
Yeah, there's no
Yeah,
top on
okay.
that one whatsoever,
All
sir,
right.
so, yeah.
All righty. That's all the questions I had.
There-
Is there
There's one,
anybody
there is
else?
one small item that I'll bring up though in case, and they asked about Waste Management. I did have a conference call with Waste Management. They're supporting this move. This is going on all over the state, so they are supporting this.
And one more time, explain to them what our program was gonna be for introductory with bags.
Yes, I'll put that forward to you. Yes, we have purchased about 40,000 bags, so we will be distributing to the city residents. They come in a bundle of 5. And as residents need them in the first few months, as this goes into effect, they'll get used to using these bags. And that's why in the ordinance, we've asked for 2 different dates, just to give the city residents enough time over here to get used to this program going on.
Not only to get the word out,
Yes.
but to introduce this program,
Introduce
the
this, yes.
introductory bags.
But the idea is that they would pick them up, or Waste Management would drop them off at the homes?
That we would set up pickup sites probably.
We'll have both. We'll set up for a pickup site. People can call for those who are elderly, can't get around, be more than happy to drop them off. We do that with the recycling containers anyhow, so.
All righty, that sounds good. We need a motion and a second. Is there a motion and a second to
So
approve
moved.
ordinance 2023-20?
Second.
Okay. If there's no comments, roll call, please.
Commissioner Kulianis?
Yes.
Commissioner Kulyas?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius?
Yes. Item 21, ordinance 2023-21, redesignation of green space. Ms. Kardash, could read that by title.
Thank you, Mayor. Ordinance number 2023-21, an ordinance of the City of Tarpon Springs, Florida, changing the use of a portion of an existing park facility located at the southeast corner of North Safford Avenue and Live Oak Street, 802 North Safford Avenue, from green space to pickleball courts in accordance with Section 8 of the Charter of the City of Tarpon Springs, Florida, and providing for the effective date of this ordinance. This is first reading. Second reading will be held on October 3rd, 2023. Third reading will be held on October 17th, 2023. And this was published in the Tampa Bay Times by title only, or will be published in the Tampa Bay Times by title with a map on September 20th, 2023.
Steve Antrim, of course.
So, again, why we're doing this is there was a charter change under Section 8 that the Board of Commissioners by ordinance may change the use, including the elimination of green space of any city park or portion thereof, only after affirmative vote of 4 members of the Board of Commissioners after 3 public meetings. The attorney can help me with this. What I would suggest we do is, and I don't know how we do it with the advertising, that's where the city attorney and the city clerk can help me. I would suggest we do the first 2 readings of the ordinance, and the third reading, if we can figure out how to do it, would be the same night that you would approve the design of the site plan. When you approve the site plan, it would be the third reading. Now, I don't know how we have to coordinate that. I mean, that was my suggestion. It wouldn't be it really can't be finalized until you approve that site plan. So I don't know how we'd have to advertise that third reading or the requirement to advertise the third reading. I know there's for the second reading, but I don't know what that, how we have to advertise for the third reading.
If you're going to be doing it as a site plan, the site plan would need to be advertised. No?
But we have to do this one. They do the site plan
Right.
as one, but then they'd have to do a third reading on this. And like I say, you announced the date of, Mary Renee's gonna help us?
Yeah,
Okay, site plans are not advertised.
they're noticed.
They're not noticed. Site plans for permitted uses are not noticed, so.
We
We
did
can
at the-
notice it, though, for purposes of this.
We did add the third reading to the advertisement that's going tomorrow. That's for October 17th.
17th.
But can we defer that? If we advertise it, can we defer that on the 17th?
May I make a suggestion?
Yeah, yes.
It says that in order to make the change, you have to have a positive vote of 4 members after 3 public meetings. It doesn't say hearings, it just says public meetings. We discussed, I think you could add a section to this that says, a site plan, in addition to, after approval, a site plan still must be approved, put something in this ordinance, and go ahead and have your 3 hearings, as we talked about on tonight, October 3rd and October 17th. And just go ahead and notice for the next 2 meetings. I think that really covers as much as you can do.
I'm sorry, could I say something?
I think what you're suggesting is just go ahead and have the 2 readings, but in the ordinance, it would not become effective until the site plan is approved.
You could put something like, add that to it.
Effective.
But I think you have to have three meetings to review this. And so we had just said, tonight is the first, the second one would be on October 3rd, and the third one would be on October 17th. Nothing is finalized, though, until a plan is approved by the board.
The other thing in looking at this ordinance is you will have to add the economic impact statement. Because this is not going to be an ordinance that I think is exempt from that pursuant to the state legislation. And its effective date, its final effective date will be after October 1st. So that economic impact statement and analysis will need to be included with the ordinance.
Yay for the state legislature.
Suggestion?
All right,
So
we can add that to the second and third readings, I think.
Yes.
Okay.
we've got settled how to work it out. Ms. Vinson, you've got a handle on it.
I'm on it.
Are there any commission, have we gone to the public comments yet?
I don't think you opened it for public comment yet, no.
Are there any public comments on this item? Mr. Jump, are there remote access comments?
If anyone online would like to make a comment on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do have a raised hand. Allow the first person in.
Go ahead, Mr. Jump.
And unmute, state your name and address for the record.
Peter Lacus, 514 Ashland Ave. Yes, you'll go ahead and go through with this, but I just want to point out something on this that you just mentioned about the economic impact statement. And at the last meeting on the last issue with the tolling, this is all stuff brought about by a Republican legislature that most of you on this board and a number of in the audience are the ones responsible for putting in power. You vote for those who you think are going to help you, and you see that the evil comes back to bite you in the butt. You need to have more vision in how you vote, because you see them continually taking away your home rule powers and the ability to make decisions that affect your community. You basically on a tolling issue have allowed a potential issue of maybe something happening to affect what you and your city do. So you need to get up and start talking to your buddies up in Tallahassee, telling them to quit lassoing us down so we can't make our own decisions. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Lunt. I'm sorry, are there, Mr. Jump, any other public comments?
And we do not have any other raised hands at this
Ms.
time.
Jacobs, nothing? Okay, Vice Mayor Lunt.
Yeah, from my understanding, these three meetings that need to be held, I didn't see anywhere in the regulation that said they had to be sequential. So, I mean, and the site plan that we asked for earlier today was to help us make a decision. It's not like we're doing our own development and going for a development permit here. I don't understand why they have to be co-joined in any sort of advertisement. I can see the advertisement for changing the green space, if that's what we have to do.
Because it's an ordinance, yeah.
Yeah, so to advertise that, but I don't see how the site plan is, and what we want to do with it after that fact is related at all.
Okay, are there any other,
Do you understand what I mean?
My only intent was to make sure that we recognize that you do want to see a site plan. It doesn't have to be tied to a date or anything, so.
Oh, okay, I just kind of thought that we're getting co-joined, and I'm going, it doesn't make any sense to me.
Commissioner, I'm sorry, City Manager LaCourse, can you give a little detail on the size of the property we're talking about?
Yeah, it's 10,500 feet. The whole area, again, no matter what configuration we come back with, we're using that.
10,500 square feet, okay. Are there any commission comments further? We're going to go to request a motion in a second. Motion to approve in a second.
Motion to approve ordinance 2023-21.
Second.
Okay, if there's no further comments, roll call, please.
Commissioner Kulianis?
Yes.
Commissioner Kulyas?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius?
Yes. Okay, we're going to go back to the special consent item and pick up with the internal audit report. Okay, item 12, receive and approve internal audit report.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, good evening. Good evening again. Usually, when I present an audit, I put this one on the agenda. It's the Building Department audit, number 06, 2023. Usually when I present an audit, I go through, I make a few bullet points, some points I want to hit, and just go through the findings and the observations. This evening, though, the city manager on Friday last at about 4 p.m. in the afternoon, which didn't give me or the board or anyone else a lot of time to respond, put a memo on the agenda basically asking to change this report, which in my career I can never remember happening after the final report was issued. So I want to spend this evening, and there's nine findings in the report. Excuse me, and they've concurred. The new director and the city manager both concurred with findings 3 through 9. So I'd like to focus on findings 1 and 2. Those seem to be the most contentious, and they deal with former Director Powell's attendance and apparent side work that he had going on. So what I've done is I've prepared a statement that I want to read into the record. And for the candor of the board, I will address my comments to the board directly and not to the city manager. The city manager placed an item on the agenda on Friday afternoon last, which is not fair to myself, the board, or anyone else. It's bad form and not how I've treated him and his staff. Like I said during my initial interview with this board, there would be no surprises. And I would allow all auditees the opportunity to provide a response to any audit that is put on the agenda. And I have done just that. Second, the city manager listed 3 recommendations, and I will address each one. These recommendations are in response to the findings in the building development audit, specifically findings number 1 and 2, along with a request to investigate me personally for some code of ethics violations, specifically my integrity, objectivity, and my competence. I'll read his responses into the record, and then I'll read his memo into the record and my responses following. Findings 3 through 9, we've already discussed. He's fine with those, and so is the new director, so I won't go into those. City manager's recommendation number 2, which speaks to finding number 2, which deals with former Director Powell, and I assume everyone's read findings number 1 and 2. If you haven't, I can go over those, but I'm just assuming that everyone's read those. Finding number 2, the city manager asks us to not approve finding number 2 unless all implications of guilt are eliminated. The city manager wrote, one of the issues with finding number 2 is that I was not immediately notified when the business filing and business website of Mr. Powell was discovered. A date was not shown in the audit. It would have definitely been something to immediately investigate. An investigation would give due process to Mr. Powell. The timing of the disclosure left no time to carry the investigation out properly. My response. First, to the best of my ability and using my best judgment, I have always reported findings, even the ones that are uncomfortable and embarrassing to the city, in a timely and accurate manner. We must remember that Mr. Powell was already in resignation status and halfway out the door. There was no adverse employment reaction to this report at all. He was not suspended, he was not fired, or anything like that. Additionally, when I work on audit findings, I do not do so linearly. I may work on one finding one day, another finding the next day, and so forth. So I do not recall when I finalized those particular findings, or any findings for that matter. I'm also not required to immediately notify the city manager of my preliminary investigative findings. The city manager falsely asserts that I have a duty to immediately report findings to him when no such duty exists. Regardless, I've always given the city manager and the auditees ample time to respond to any findings. I presented a draft copy of the report to the city manager and Director Gilson on August 24th. And then again to the city manager, this board, Director Gilson, and the city attorneys on September 7th, when the city manager asked me to change the report for no apparent factual reasons. The city manager simply stated that findings number 1 and 2 are not factual, fair, balanced, or correct. I will speak to each of these. City manager said that findings number 1 and 2 are not factual. However, he failed to explain why or provide any facts supporting his position, since he initially received the report on August 24th. Meanwhile, I have provided the facts and my conclusions based on those facts. And those conclusions are logical and would be able to be duplicated by any internal auditor. City manager mentioned fairness. Did he think it was fair to put his memo on the agenda on Friday afternoon before a Tuesday meeting? As if I have nothing else to do on my weekends? Or worry about responding to ridiculous memos? I've never done that to him or anyone here, and I don't appreciate it. I want to be clear about that. I said so from the day I interviewed here, and I meant it. I've always provided an auditee with ample time to reply to any document that goes in front of this board. He has not shown me the same courtesy that I've shown him and his staff, which is not fair. Balance. The city manager talks about the findings not being balanced. If there's no evidence to the contrary, what am I supposed to balance the findings out with? Also, as far as balance goes, I went ahead and totaled all the findings and observations for all the audits completed thus far. There have been 25 findings and 33 observations. Findings are usually negative, observations are usually positive. Therefore, the balance in reporting has been heavily in favor of the auditee. The manager talks about correctness. What is not correct about these findings? I still don't know. No one's been able to tell me. Again, the city manager just throws out words with no backup or evidence. I cannot read people's minds. He needs to show me and stop telling me. Still speaking about finding number 2, the city manager wrote, my biggest concern for the Board of Commissioners and our attorney is a statement in the audit, the director has violated every element of the outside employment rule. The elements that follow the statement give the appearance that Mr. Powell is already guilty without any investigation, with proper evidence conducted considering due process for the employee. It is for these reasons that I do not recommend that you approve the finding unless all implications of guilt are eliminated. Excuse me. My response. Mr. Powell was afforded every opportunity to respond to this audit, and he failed to do so. One would think if the allegations were false and or fraudulently made, some sort of response to the findings would have been made by Mr. Powell or his counsel. Again, nothing. 3 weeks, crickets, nothing. If the board eliminates all implications of guilt as requested by the city manager, then the board is effectively approving and condoning Mr. Powell's actions regarding his clear and unrebutted violation of the city's outside employment rule. In the report, I painstakingly laid out each element of the rule and provided an analysis for each element based on the factual information that I have. The city manager had over 3 weeks to request an investigation into this finding from the day he received the first draft, but instead chose to wait until September 7th to send an email to the board, Director Gilson, the city attorneys, to imply that I'm putting the city at some sort of legal risk with this finding. I have not heard from any of the attorneys, and I would be willing to yield back part of my time this evening to the city attorney if they'd like to opine on this matter. I've spoken to all but one commissioner whom I've had a good relationship with, and I'm sure he would be more than willing to speak his mind if he was concerned. Using the city manager's logic, every finding could be technically investigated. That is why I go out of my way to supply the factual evidence to support my conclusions and opinions in the appendix, footnotes, and throughout the report. Again, I say, where is the evidence to the contrary? Also, it is important to remember that the city manager and his staff have access to the same information that I have. I don't have any clandestine way to obtain any of the information. They are the gatekeepers of the information, not me. City manager's recommendation number 3, which actually speaks to finding number 1. He did it in reverse order. This deals with former Director Powell's paltry attendance due to him living 3 hours away and 160 miles from City Hall. City manager says, I do not recommend your approval of finding number 1 until further investigation is done in a manner to be decided by the Board of City Commissioners. My statement to the Board of Commissioners is that I believe finding number 1 should be further investigated by each member of the Board of Commissioners or any of our 3 city attorneys as to the true factual elements in this audit finding. It should also be investigated to ensure the information in finding number 1 meets the Code of Ethics of Auditors, specifically the use of a balanced approach, and B, application of the rules of conduct, which include integrity, objectivity, and competency. I assure the Board of Commissioners that an investigation/inquiry on alleged facts of finding number 1 could be done in less than 3 hours, talking to 4 people, not including myself: Jane Kiffin, the HR director, Ron Herring, the finance director, Dave Gilson, the building official, the new building official, and Megan Araya, the floodplain and emergency management coordinator. Ms. Araya will have the most information for you since she worked in the building department for over 9 years. My response to this investigation as proposed. The city manager does not need approval from this board to do an investigation. So this request is simply a stall and misdirection tactic under the guise of an investigation. However, if an investigation is to be done, I would expect it to be done thoroughly and accurately, and the results be made publicly available, including any costs associated with using outside counsel or any other expenses. This should also include a transcript of what employees say on the record, so I may compare those with my records. This also means interviewing all the relevant parties, not just the ones mentioned by the city manager. These would include Michelle Deneno, Permit Technician 2. She was my first audit liaison until she resigned a few weeks into the audit, but was nonetheless a longtime employee of the department. Lisa Godwin, Plans Examiner. She was the second audit contact and another long-term employee of the department. Keith Mead, the Deputy Building Official. A proper investigation could not possibly be done without talking to the person who was second in command in the department for years. Shannon Brewer, the City Arborist. I interviewed her early on in the process, and she's very knowledgeable about the department. Lastly, Mr. Powell himself should be involved as well. After all, it concerns him, and he should be able to shed some light on these findings, but he's failed to do so. I'm an auditor. I look at facts, and I draw conclusions and opinions based on those facts. That's how internal auditing works. More importantly, a proper investigation would entail retrieving tangible evidence, specifically electronic card access data, so we can see how often Mr. Powell actually came to work. This would most likely require someone from IT to be involved. Video recordings. City Hall has plenty of cameras, and one of them should have Mr. Powell on it somewhere. Again, someone from IT would probably have to be involved. Odometer and vehicle maintenance records. Given that Mr. Powell lives 320 miles away round trip, this equates to roughly 80,000 miles a year if you didn't drive anywhere else. Therefore, his vehicle or vehicles would have a lot of miles on them. Considering that the city paid Mr. Powell $300 a month for car allowance, I would assume Mr. Powell would be willing to supply that information along with his testimony. Incidentally, I'm not sure what the finance director or the new building director, David Gilson, would have to offer the investigation like the city manager has requested. Mr. Gilson was not even employed during the audit period with the city. This appears to be an attempt by the city manager to lean on unwitting employees who need their jobs and are now being caught up in the middle of this. My response to the Code of Ethics investigation, whatever that means. I'm not sure what the Code of Ethics that the city manager is referring to. There are several codes of ethics and several auditing standards. It's easy to throw around terms when you don't understand what you're talking about. He mentioned an investigation to whether finding number 1 meets the Code of Ethics for auditors, specifically, A, the use of balanced approach, and B, the application of the rules of conduct, which include integrity, objectivity, and competency. I've taken the liberty to pull the IIAs, which is Institute of Internal Auditors, which I'm a member of. Their Code of Ethics, as I can only assume this is what he's talking about, because he wasn't clear in his memo. Code of Ethics from the IIA. Internal auditors are expected to apply and uphold the following principles. Number 1, integrity. Integrity of internal auditors establishes trust and thus provides the basis for reliance on their judgment. My response, I know I've built trust with this board, otherwise I don't think I'd be employed here. In fact, I find it hard to believe anyone would question my integrity, since you all know that I have always been honest with this board, the city manager, and all employees of the city without fail. I also find it comical that the person accusing me of integrity issues is being accused of spying on this board's emails. It's pretty ironic. Objectivity. Internal auditors exhibit the highest level of professional objectivity in gathering, evaluating, and communicating information about the activity or process being examined. Internal auditors make a balanced assessment of all the relevant circumstances and are not unduly influenced by their own interests or by others in forming judgments. Obviously, I've always used a balanced approach in my audits. Furthermore, I have nothing to gain by any audit, whether it has no findings or 100 findings. In actuality, it would appear that the city manager has an objectivity issue. Based on his email on September 7th, when he was trying to direct the audit and tell me what I needed to do. I didn't agree with him then, and I don't agree with him now. Especially since he has not provided any facts or evidence to support his claims. His meddling also calls into question the independence of this office. I do not work for the city manager. I work for this board, and I will not take direction from him as to how to do my audits. Last I checked, I don't think he's ever done an audit. I've done more than I can count. Third pillar is confidentiality. That's a non-issue, so we'll skip over it. He mentioned competency. The IAA says internal auditors apply the knowledge, skills, and experience needed in the performance of internal audit services. My response, I can remind the board of my education, certifications, auditing experience, executive management experience, and other items if you wish. I will put my competency and record up against anyone in the city, bar none. In his last paragraph, the city manager writes, the way this finding is written, if approved, would have a major effect on the morale of the department directors and other city employees for reasons which will be seen when the entire story is told. I do not plan to go toe-to-toe with my fellow charter official at our board meeting on September 19th. I'm asking for fundamental fairness for our former building official, Kevin Powell, who gave great service to our city, especially during the challenging times of COVID. He deserves the respect he has earned serving the city, only being subjected to this audit because he postponed his retirement for the benefit of this city and its citizens. My response. The audit year was FY22, so whether he was or was not here wouldn't make any difference. Audits look backward, not forward. It is difficult to understand how any audit finding concerning a director's attendance and potential private business ventures could possibly have an effect on other directors and employees. If the city manager is aware of other issues like this, he should make them clear. City manager also talks about the entire story being told. Well, if he already knows the story, then tell us. What is he waiting for? Inquiring minds want to know. Furthermore, the city manager is asking this board to spend time and resources on someone who no longer works for the city. The city's resources should not be used as a vanity project for Mr. Powell, or any other employee for that matter. Mr. Powell is so concerned about this finding, he can address this board directly and bring whatever evidence he has. No one is stopping him, and I have not heard from him or anyone else. In closing, I'm appalled that the city manager would have the audacity to question audit findings without providing any clear or convincing evidence. Instead, he wants to kick the can down the road and have investigations at the taxpayers' expense for what we all know is true. The facts are in front of you, commissioners, and they always have been. What's even more appalling is that he wants to investigate your internal auditor, which would chill the internal audit process and thereby thwart the will of the people who voted for this office. It's not a new trick, though. Every good auditor has seen this before. If you don't like what the auditor says, you attack them. While I appreciate the fact that the city manager and others have known former Director Powell for years, and I assume they're friends with him, his actions as outlined in findings 1 and 2 are deserving of the board's and the public's attention. That is why I've included the findings in the final report and why I believe they should remain in the final report. However, I must tell you, commissioners, that if these findings are subtracted from the report, then I cannot and will not put my name on the report. It's my name on that report. It's my certifications on that report. That report is now a public document. And I don't know how long I'll work for Tarpon Springs. And I'll bet you dollars to donuts I'll interview for a job one day and someone will pull that report. And I will not defend a bastardized report that has my name on it. I won't do it. I nevertheless have full confidence in this board that you will weigh the facts and consider the circumstances, much like I have done, and you will make the right decision. I do not intend on making any changes to the report. I reported on the evidence that was available to me and have made logical conclusions based on that, and I stand by it. Therefore, I do not agree with the city manager's recommendations that he has proposed, and I ask that you accept my report as written. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them, commissioners.
Okay, let me see if What we're gonna do, Mr. Poulos, hang in there. There's a second part to this. Did you want to go over your recommendations at all?
I just want to talk shortly, and then after the questions, I'll respond, because I wanted to avoid this happening tonight. That's why you saw some memos that weren't exactly my nature, because if you know my nature, I'd have been more direct with what I said. I will say right now and tell everybody in this audience, I stand by everything I said in that memo. And if I was in a court of law, I'd almost say I'd rest my case, because he just made the case because he distorted everything I wrote and everything I said. He just did the same distortion he did on that report to what I said. I was trying to avoid this. I made the comments and send the things to the attorneys and stuff, because I would hope he'd go to him and know that I have serious problems, and the serious problems were noted there. This is not a correct report. I didn't want to do it. I wanted it to be looked at, and it's very simple. Any of you, and I know some of you did do that, just look into it shortly. It wouldn't take much time and see the problems with it. So I never asked to be removed. I asked it to be the other ones I accepted, but the other ones need to be held back until you got the full picture of what was going on and went forward. I didn't want to say a lot because I'm still worried of another lawsuit. And one thing we don't need is a lawsuit on this thing. That's why I want all the attorneys to do it. I didn't want this fight. I didn't want dispute. But I'll tell Mr. Auditor Poulos one thing. I stand by everything I said in these reports, and I can back it up. And everybody in this city, every department head knows the nature of number 1 and 2 and the serious problems with them. And I know, Mayor, you thought it was a 4-alarm fire for me to do and stuff. It is a 4-alarm fire, because if this is allowed to stand, it sends a message to everybody in the city. And in a very short time, you can see where the serious deficiencies are. But that's all I want to say for now. I can answer anything else, but I stand by everything I said to Mr. Poulos of my 45 years experience, including 30 in law enforcement. So that's all I want to say, because I wanted to avoid this. He made my case for me of distortion of what was written. I'll leave it to you and your questions to him, and then I'll come back later if you have any questions.
Thank you. Ms. Kardash, I don't want to pull you in on this, but do you have anything to say at this point as part of another charter official?
I did meet before this meeting tonight with your city auditor. I don't think that Mark is acting outside the course and scope of his duties with the memorandum that he wrote. I also don't think your auditor is acting necessarily outside the course and scope of his duties. There's some questions here that I believe are more appropriate for your employment counsel. I would note at this point you are dealing with a former employee who is a licensed professional of the state. And that has to be given due accord and due respect in your deliberations here and how this matter is handled.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Kardash. Let me go to public comments. Are there any public comments on this?
Jesse Reynolds, 605 South Distant Avenue. I like to first say, just because you have an opinion doesn't make your facts. And just because you stream and shout and ask some of the city council members to agree with you, don't make it correct. I'm not gonna call one individual out, and I ain't gonna stream and curse you out and do none of that type of stuff today. But this looked like it's a clear attempt to once again make mockery of our city councilor, city manager, I mean. Our city manager's been serving this community for quite a long time. Everybody's not gonna always agree with him. So when you don't agree with him, what you do is type him, walk around, go get other people to then join you. I'm saying to you, you say you did your job, we heard it. Let the boards decide, but let's not do what you're accusing Mark of doing, trying to persuade people based on you said your opinion. And then again, I know Mr. Powell, not personally, but I have had to come before him and had some disagreements. And sometimes he had been hours away and say, hey, I'll be in on such and such day, I'm doing such and such, let me put you on the schedule. And he drove and he seen and spoke to not only me, but several other people was waiting. And there were several occasions. And just because a person do not react to what you say, do not participate in dealing with a person that is not fair to them, does not mean they're guilty of anything. They have a due right to not talk to you or put nothing before you because they may have viewed you as not being fair to them. That's just that.
A point of order, Mr. Mayor?
With that being, you had your moment.
On to public comment.
I'm saying point of order.
No, you had your moment. You had your moment, which you went overboard, and the same thing. Now you want to be arguing.
Personal attacks now.
Hang on.
Now you
Mr.
got
Mayor?
a city attorney talking to you and telling you, and you want them to shut me down, and I'm in the city.
Ms. Cardenas,
I'm a
what do you
citizen.
want to do?
I'm a citizen.
Hang on.
And I'm
Mr.
speaking
Poulos.
out in a forum.
Mr. Reynolds, 1 second.
I would ask that you not respond to public comment if you have a point of order. I'm not, I didn't hear a personal attack. I may have missed it. But
He's directing his comments
I
to
made
me.
it
It's supposed to
clear
be
that
directing
I
them
was
to the
not
board.
attacking
Those are the
anyone.
rules.
I was not going to call anybody's name. I was going to speak on the format that he laid forward. I could speak on the format speaking to the council members up here on this board, and I made it clear I was not going to attack you or say anything. So that ain't what I said, and everybody out here heard what I said.
But do direct your comments this way.
That's who I was directing them to. He decided to engage with the public, which is a violation of the rule.
Mr. Reynolds, just talk to us. Thank
Not
you.
only am I a paralegal, but I do this. With that being said, I'm speaking back to y'all. I'm sorry for his outburst. I apologize for him, hoping that he'll get it together next time. But with that being said, I'm gonna stay within the format and handle the business at it for hand. All of us don't always agree with Mark. We don't always agree with y'all on the board. But we don't have a platform where we can come up here and just call everybody, get everybody up in an uproar to run behind the shenanigans that may be out there. With that being said, y'all a lot smarter than what's being put before y'all. And I ask that y'all please pay attention. Man sat there and told you straight up what his intent was. 30 years in law enforcement, 45 years working for this city. I don't doubt that he ain't made no mistakes, but I'll be damned if he gonna be a fool, and in law enforcement. So once again, we start throwing spaghetti up there, hoping something sticks, excuse me, mistake, that's what happens. Sometimes it don't stick, it falls down. Let's let it fall, Mr. Powell, it's gone. And I wish like heck, if something happened to one of y'all and somebody is attacking y'all name, I hope somebody in that city say, hey, I don't agree with this. Let's look at it and say, he's saying, pass it on to the board. Let the board, let these people here that we didn't put in office decide, let us look at this. And if they got some concern, they come to the city manager, whoever, and say, hey, heard what was put down. I'm not in agreement. Man, just saying, get the people due process. And we start following way we can say anything about somebody because they do not respond to us. And you say, you're an attorney. You know in court, just because a person don't respond to what's being said, don't make them guilty. And they don't have to put up a case. They don't have to. But if the city, my time is up, so I'm gonna do what I say I'm gonna do. I just hope that y'all do what y'all need to do. And y'all have a good day.
Good evening. My name's Townsend Terrapini. I live at 434 Innis Drive in Tarpon Springs. I sat on the commission when we hired Mr. Poulos, which was clearly a mistake. The way he presented to y'all tonight was out of line, it was unprofessional, and it was clearly a hatchet job. And I guarantee you one thing, if I was still on that board tonight, I'd fire his ass right now.
And point of order.
And what? Didn't catch the comment.
Anita Protus, 901 Bayshore Drive. I'm appalled at his actions. When you listen to that report, some of the statements he made, he should not come back to Tarpon Springs. I wish I was the mayor tonight. I would ask him to leave. We are condemning a man who's given many, many years to this city, and he knows we watch him real close, especially the Greek community, for what his name stands for and what it stands for in Tarpon. I don't appreciate the gentleman here making some of the statements that he made. And I don't understand why, and I did ask you, Mayor, who asked him to investigate the city manager when we have a list on the paper I showed you of what we were supposed to investigate? Who asked him to do it? Did you bring him before a board to discuss to investigate him? No. This is wrong. This is wrong how you're treating City Manager Mark LaCourse, and it could be any of y'all on the board. I would trash this thing, throw it away, and tell him goodbye.
For the record, no one investigated City Manager LaCourse.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. Athena Tsardoulias, 634 East Orange Street, Tarpon Springs. I have read Mr. Poulis's assessment, his audit. I find it to be clear, concise, and even a layperson like myself, who is not an auditor, can understand it. I have also read Mr. LaCours's recommendations. I do not agree with Mr. LaCours's recommendations. As a citizen and a taxpayer, I have no personal objection to Mr. LaCours. I like him. This is strictly as a citizen whose tax dollars support all of this. I want to refer to a newspaper article from the Suncoast News dated May 17th, 2022. And I would like to read an excerpt here. This article concerned the internal audit of the fire department a little over a year ago. Mr. LaCours commented to some of the irregularities that Mr. Poulis found at that time, and he called it a tradition. I want to quote, Mr. Mayor, from this article, if I may, Commissioner Koulias's comments at the time, which I think beautifully describe this situation that we're facing here tonight. Commissioner Panayoti Peter Koulia said that instead of the word tradition, he would call the extra pay practices within the fire department a culture. I'm quoting him now. I quote, this is Commissioner Koulia, I'm asking that if this culture is happening in any other city departments, it be corrected right away. I think we can see here the culture exists in other departments. And I'm very concerned that as audits continue, that we will find more of these irregularities in other departments. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comments?
Good evening. My name is Charlotte Williams. My father have worked for the city of Tarpon Springs, Charlie Williams, for many years. As I was sitting there and I was listening to the audit's report, I viewed it as evidence being stacked against. I feel as though when you make a report, your personal opinion should not enter. And when we're correcting one another, it should be more unified. Did it really need to come to this type of meeting tonight? Is this how things are done now? And it's sad. It really is. We sit here and we do whole curriculums on teaching children how to get along. And then to come to a meeting and to see this is not in action either, as adults. And as I sat there and I listened to the auditor's report, some things I just dropped my hair. I was like, oh my God, is that really being said? And I feel as though, I haven't seen all the report, I haven't seen anything. I was kind of lost because I didn't really know what he was being accused of. And when you're speaking, you need to bring everyone in on the same page that you're in on. Not just stating what your credentials are and that you're right. So I hope each and every one of you will look within yourselves, within your heart, and do what's right. Remember the prayer tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Debbie McKinney, 1021 Rose Tree Lane. I hadn't heard anything about any of this, but I made it my point to sit and read every document attached to the agenda. So that was my only knowledge coming in here, is what I saw that was attached to the agenda for item number 12, okay? I used to work for a government program, and we had yearly audits, and the process was you took the audit, they knew what they were talking about, you discussed the audit, what needs to be changed. If you objected to something in the audit, you would submit your objection and it would go in front of the auditor to see if there was something that maybe was overlooked or not known, and he would then overturn that decision. And, but it was a back and forth. But the initial audit was accepted. The initial audit was accepted because it was a starting point of where do we go from here, okay? So that's my opinion as far as accepting the audit. It needs to be accepted, and then where do we go from here? I also wanted to make a point of saying that I have been through several of these audits and in a transition, a time of transition, and the people that were affected the most by the audit, especially in a transition of director, those people need to be applauded for the additional amount of work that they had to do, the initial stress that they were under, and the additional responsibilities that were not part of their job description through this process. So I just wanted to give a big applause to those workers, the peons that had to go through this. And so I just wanted to acknowledge them. They are not acknowledged enough. Part of it was about working remotely. And I understand during COVID, remote workers was a requirement, or it was needed. But I don't remember my directors ever working remotely. They were there, they were in the office, they were available to us, but COVID is over. And so working remotely is fine for some jobs, but never the director of a program, never the director of a department. They need to be where they're working, available to their people. Otherwise, you're not supporting your employees. There was part of number 12, there was two parts. There was the first part of accepting the audit, and then there was the city manager's response, but it was all part of number 12. I do believe in due process. It's important for those audited to respond, but it should not stop the audit from being accepted into record. Another part of City Manager LaCouris's part was, this will affect the morale. Reasons will be seen when the entire story is told. When is the real story? When is the entire story going to be told? Is it going to be told? Are we going to be told? after the entire story is told, then maybe we can go back and make amendments to the initial audit. That's how I think it should be working, and that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Ms. McKinney. Are there any other public comments? Are there any, Mr. Jump, are there any remote access comments? I'm sorry, Ms. Landrum, you've got some comments.
Good evening, Mayor and Board of Commissioners and Mr. Poulos. I want to let you know that I took the time to read all the backup documents for tonight's agenda, and I read your report in its entirety, all 41 pages. In fact, I read several of your pages more than once. I really just couldn't believe what I was reading. So anyone who objects to what has happened this evening, I hope you really read the entire 41-page report. Then tonight on the agenda is what is before you is to accept the auditor's report. And then if there are objections to it, bring those objections forward and the proof. But I agree with the lady before me, a director, a department head who works remotely, who lives hundreds of miles away from his job. I don't know, that just doesn't set well with me as a taxpayer. And I know what has been happening in the city's planning department in past years. That's what got me involved in city government, actually. I don't know. If city manager has objections to what is in item 1 and 2, it seems like you would have brought forth information immediately. But in any case, if you do have objections to it, accept the audit report and then come forward and make those objections publicly to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments?
How you doing? I'm David Lero. I'm at 757 Seminole Boulevard. Tonight, I am literally appalled at what I saw here. Me, as an ex-employee of the city, I have worked under both people, and I've worked under the new regime also. And this is a travesty of what I've seen. Everything that was done remotely, we are living in the new age. Remote inspections, that's what I do on a daily basis. And I will tell you this, anything can be done remotely. And to have somebody say that you should be so many miles away, he's 150 miles away from the location, is not a problem. We do inspections and deal with customers and deal with governments that are 300 miles away. Miami, Jacksonville, other areas. So it can be done at any place. I am totally appalled by what had happened with this. This audit is a joke. It really is. I feel that you guys need to look at this better, but treat your employees the way they need to be treated properly. Mr. LaCourse has done one hell of a job, and I stand behind him in every which way. So I thank you very much.
Are there any other public comments? Mr. Jump, are there any remote access comments?
And we do have raised hands, and I'll let the first person in.
Oh, so Reese's.
Please unmute and speak.
Peter Lackus, 514 Ashland Avenue. I too read the report, and there may be some questions with regards to remote access and whether that should have been allowed. But I would assume that when Mr. Powell was originally brought to the board for approval as being the building director, that should have been maybe one of the questions asked at the time. And I'm quite sure in our charter it requires building director to be within the city. So I'm not sure if that is one of the positions that are required, but if that's the case, I don't know how he got an exception for such a long time. But I would like to also bring up one other point that I'm not sure was fully discussed with regards to the business tax receipts aspect. This definitely needs to be moved out of the building department. And I apologize, Irene and Michelle and all the rest, but something of this nature probably needs to be in the clerks or the collections department because you are collecting funds for a business tax receipt. So I would accept that part of the audit also. But lastly, I would like to defend Mr. Poulos, not that he needs defending, but when he puts out a report and it says it's his opinion, it's a report. It's basically what he has hired, and we've been tasked to have him tell us what's going on. Now, if there are more facts that have to be brought forward, then that should have been brought forward already to this point. But Mr. Poulos was hired to do internal audits, and sometimes they will find things that we are not necessarily happy with. Personally, I don't see how a building director could live that far away and effectively work for the city, and then he's allowed to do moonlighting on his own separately. So if that was known back then, shame on the administration for not rectifying that back at that point. So those are my comments at this point. Accept the auditor's report, and then y'all can make determinations as to how to proceed further and fixing this particular department. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other comments, Mr. Races?
Yes, there are other hands up, and I'll allow the next person.
Hello, this is Mark Washburn at 124 East Lake Drive in Tarpon. Just wanted to point out something short and sweet. It seems curious to me that a past mayor and past city commissioner would directly attack the auditor with no contrary evidence or details on why they believe the process was not correctly done. It seems very curious to me, and I wonder if they were part of the audit, especially the past commissioners, since they did rubber stamp many developments, gave huge concessions to a lot of these developers, even against the wishes of many of our citizens. And if not, then maybe they should have been part of the audit. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Races, anyone else?
And we do have other hands up, and I'll let the next person in.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Chris Ravosky, 1602 Gulf Beach Boulevard, Tarpon Springs, 34689. Anyone who has thoroughly read this report will agree with the auditor and with the audit. It is buttoned up quite well. And if there were any contrary evidence, I can't imagine why anyone would sit on that until some future date. There was ample time to produce any evidence to the contrary of what the auditor has stated. And I hope you hold the city manager accountable tonight and ask him to explain what the full story is tonight. Obviously, he seems to know what it is, so let's hear it. This does speak to a culture of cover-up, as per the previous audit that did not bode well for the city. So once again, here we are. Somebody has to do this work to clean this city up. And this man is doing it. Now, of course, you're going to criticize him for his tone again, but he was attacked personally and professionally by the city manager and others. So of course he's going to be upset. So please understand, if you were in his shoes, how would you react? He would not have responded that way if he hadn't have been sandbagged on Friday and attacked. So let this man do his job. And then we will see exactly what's hidden under the rug. And for many, many years, what's been going on. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Races, anyone else?
And there are no raised hands at this time.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Eisner, go to the commissioners. These are questions of either the internal auditor or City Manager LaCourse, or just comments.
So let me get this straight. You want me to just ask?
No, whatever you'd like. Just if you have a question, ask a question. If you've got a comment, just make your comment.
These would all be comments.
Okay.
Okay. One of the things that haven't been touched base with is, I don't know how the other board members, whether they were informed or not, but I know I was not informed that Kevin Powell was working remotely, or he was here, he was there. I got none of that information. In my conversation, and I had this with the city manager, one of the things I said to him, and he came back at me and said, I run the day-to-day operations of the city, and I agree, he does. But when you have extenuating circumstances that are, that we have in the permit department, that we've had in the permit department, that I hope we don't have in the future in the permit department. And I've had this from the day I moved down here 10 years ago. We've had issues with the past person. We have issues with Kevin Powell. And if there was any sort of deal that was made up, I think that should have been made public to the board to get agreement, so that either we could then say, city manager, that I understand why you're doing this, and I agree or disagree. Because he doesn't run, everybody has a boss. The public is our boss. And I have people that are calling me up and saying, the permit department is running poorly. So I have to go to the person who handles it. I can't go to Kevin Powell. I have to go to the city manager. So the city manager is the person that has to go to Kevin Powell. When I sat down with Kevin Powell when I first became a commissioner, his comment to me was, I don't really care if you fire me right now. And that was what he said. And I said, okay, there's, I guess, nothing more that this conversation has to take place, because there's nothing I'm gonna say or do. Okay, if that's how you feel. I was informed by the city manager that he did try to hold on to Kevin Powell longer than need be. He did want to retire, and I understand that. But when you are the CEO of a company, you have to act like a CEO of a company. You can't have somebody running gunshot and being hours away. So I did look, I wasn't appreciative of getting a memo at 4 o'clock on Friday to read these items. So I'm gonna go through, do you want me to do this now, or you? Yeah, I guess so.
You have the floor.
I have the floor, I
Commissioner
got you.
Eisner, sorry.
So he has down here, the city manager has down here recommendation 3, which is about findings 1, which is the key to this whole thing. And in it, it says, I do not recommend your approval of finding 1 until further investigation is done in a matter to be decided by the Board of Commissioners. But there's been no evidence to the contrary of what this original report was, and I would expect to have had something to go on at this point, which I don't. Then it has my statement to the Board of Commissioners that I believe findings 1 should be further investigated by each member of the Board of Commissioners or by any 3 city attorneys as to true factual elements in the audit finding. It should also be investigated to ensure the information on findings one meet the code of ethics of auditors. I'm not here to go through the auditor's board of ethics. He's handing me something. I don't have an issue with that. I have to look at it and then ask questions. If there was anything in the report, and I read the same 41 pages, that I thought Mr. Poulos was writing that was not true, or slander, or something that I could go on, I would then look into those rules of procedure, rules of conduct, rather. Then the next request was that I can assure the board that investigation inquiry on the alleged facts could be done in less than 3 hours, talking to people, and he has in here Dave and Megan and all of them. And I look at this, and I went up to Megan and I said, I'm not gonna put you on that hot seat. That's not my place to do. Megan and David don't work for me. It's not fair to put them in that spot. I'm sure that when Mr. Poulos asked them their opinions, or anybody in there, nobody voluntarily likes to throw their superior under the bus. So I would think everybody's doing backpedaling to try to not give Mr. Poulos information to go on. That's just human nature. But it was pretty serious, because bottom line is we have a 50% turnover rate. Bottom line is we have a permit department that we all up here get complaints about 24/7. And it's been like that for 10 years. So first of all, I don't think it was fair to put them on the hot seat, Jane and all this. I'm not gonna ask them anything. I know that my fellow commissioner decided at the time to ask department heads what they thought of Mark. I wouldn't do that. That's not the way I operate. If you ask a department head, there would be nobody in their right mind that would speak out against Mark. That's their boss. And why would they tell Mark's boss about Mark? It just, again, doesn't make sense. So I'm not asking any of the department heads. I'll ask their opinion, but I take it with a grain of salt. Then the last part of this, it says the way the finding is written, if approved, would have a major effect on the morale of the department and directors and other city employees for the reasons which will be seen when the entire story is told. This is not making, as was said earlier, that this is a great story, and it is the way it is written now. This is another embarrassment to our city.
Mr. Eisner, I'm sorry, Commissioner Eisner, may I have the floor for just a moment to extend our meeting?
Sure.
Okay. May I have a motion to extend the meeting?
Motion to extend the meeting until midnight.
Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Kulianis?
Yes.
Commissioner Kulyas?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt? Mayor Vaticius?
Yes. Continue, please.
So the city manager writes, I do not plan to go toe-to-toe with my fellow charter official at the board meeting on September 19th. I would have encouraged him to at least defend this to some degree. He's chosen not to. He knows I'm not happy with it. He's asking for fundamental fairness for our building official, Kevin Powell. Nobody's attacking Kevin Powell. Kevin Powell works directly for the city manager. Doesn't work for this board. He could do what he wants with it. It would have been nice to let us know what he was doing so that we could back his decisions, but not letting us know, how do I back something that comes off looking like there was distrust and something done behind my back? I don't appreciate getting calls from people that are turning, and this is not my words, but this is the residents' words. Well, was Kevin Powell giving him money back? I don't know. That was the statement. So that was a comment come to me from a resident. So that, I'm still speaking, John. That's what you asked me for. Do you want a point of order?
Commissioner Eisner, please proceed.
So the comment next says, "He deserves the respect he has earned, serving the city, only be subjected to this audit because he postponed his retirement." But none of that's true. I mean, I understand he's postponed his retirement, but that's not what's at point here. He has a competing business that competes with us. In that Sunbiz website, you can see that he has a picture of City Hall. I don't know, nobody punches a clock here, so we don't know how much time he was working for his own business or working for the city. I have no idea because Mr. Poulos cannot interview him and ask him to say, well, how much time did you do here and there, and show me. Mr. Poulos was unsure whether he was going to come here and defend himself. I would have taken my hat off to him had he come here to defend himself and tell us what he thinks. But truthfully, that's not what happened. He left this all sitting in the city manager's lap. The buck stops there. And that's the same thing that when the residents turn to me and they say, are you going to allow this to go on? This is not the way you run a city. So that's on that part. I did look up, because there was a comment made regarding the rules that was said, and that's in findings 2. And there was a whole thing. I think I should read it, but I don't know if I should, because I read through all of these pages, and truthfully, everything that Mr. Poulos claimed Kevin Powell did or did not do for the city, I read and put my comment after, and I said, well, that's what he did do. It clearly states, no employee holding a full-time position shall hold any other position in governmental or private employment or as an independent contractor when such other position may have the effect of reducing the efficiency of such employee in the city service, which is what he did. He broke that rule too. Here's the next one, element 3. Employees who are engaged in any outside employment activity or enterprise, or who may hereafter desire to engage in such outside employment activity or enterprise, shall inform the Human Resources Director, which would be Jane, through their respective department heads in such forms in the human employment. Failure to furnish each information shall be deemed an infraction of the rule. The city manager shall therefore establish a review committee. He didn't establish a review committee to get this approved. So it says, for the purpose of reviewing current outside employment and requests for outside employment. If Kevin Powell didn't have a meeting with the city manager and the HR department to decide how he's gonna be working here versus working elsewhere, he's broken Rule 3. I'll go to Rule 4. I won't read all of this. With the approval of the city manager or his designee, the committee shall determine whether or not the holding of each outside employment is inconsistent, incompatible, or conflicts with the duties and responsibilities of said employee to the city. And a copy of said form shall be transmitted to the Human Resources Director. All of this wasn't done. It just wasn't done. Because if it was done, we should be aware of it. Whereas there is material change in location, nature, or extent of approved outside employment. Now, I know that the city manager did make a statement that he didn't know he had a conflicting business that was almost identical to ours. The comment that was made to me was, well, we don't know whether it was a flourishing business or not. How could we know if it's a flourishing business? Mr. Poulos cannot interview him and say to him, well, how much did you work on this versus how much did you work on that? There's no two ways about it. You can't do that. So, and he didn't have to answer it. It would have been nice if he showed up here to answer it. It would take some of the heat off of what the city manager is trying to protect. It doesn't look good on the city manager that Kevin Powell did whatever he had to do and then just left. His comment, I know it was said that, Mr. Poulos' comment was said that a lot of this was his opinion. It's not his opinion. The department director appears to be actively engaged in outside employment, moonlighting that is identical to the work he does in the city. Anybody want to go on to Sunbiz, you could see, and I have it here. His Sunbiz business started in 2020. It was filed on September 30th, 2020. It was effective 12/10. Now, it's not going to tell me how much money he took in or what he did or didn't do. The only change that was made was of recent. It was changed on 3/24/23, where he now has Rebecca as his now partner. Now, mind you, I'm reading this, but none of this is affecting, I'm not looking to go after Kevin Powell. Again, Kevin Powell doesn't work for this board and he doesn't work for me. But you can't defend the fact that could be working for himself in competition with the city. And I don't want to get into this whole thing, but there is a slew of, if he goes to do something on someone's roof or goes to look at something and falls off the roof, the liability that is involved for this city, it's reckless behavior. And this type of reckless behavior didn't just start with Kevin Powell. It started with Anthony Mastriati, whatever his name was. I can't pronounce it, I apologize. But when we moved down here, I had a permit department head that was not licensed. He ran gamut. He did whatever he wanted to do. I ran into a situation, and the city manager knows it. I had to subpoena everybody that was on the board at the time, including the past commissioner that stepped out, because the last city permit department guy just allowed things to be done however he wanted to do.
Commissioner Eisner, could I ask you to bring it back to the current audit
Yes,
rather than?
yes.
Thank you.
Well, it shows a trend of what has been happening for years.
I understand. Thank you.
The main thing that's in here is element number one. Employees of the city shall not engage in any employment activity or enterprise which may have been or may be determined to be inconsistent, incompatible, or conflict with their duties. And the worst part, which I am annoyed at the city manager, is we were not told. I would have appreciated the trust and the honor of saying, hey, you know, I'm stuck, I can't get somebody else. I know it's not an easy position to fill, but we should be aware of this so that when we do have issues of residents calling up, that we could be in a position where we could say, we understand we're in this position and, you know, we're trying to work on it. That's all. So yes, I mean, let me just see if there's anything else I want to cover, because I don't think I'm going to speak about anything else after this. No. I supporting what Mr. Poulos has written here. I say things from my heart. This was, you know, to read that he puts in, you know, this, I don't know if it's 100% or not, but, you know, putting in 10 hours a week, and that a lot of this information that Mr. Poulos has put in is also feedback from other employees who did not want to throw anybody under the bus. But if their back's against the wall and they're gonna lose their job or they're gonna be in trouble, they're gonna admit to things. So I'm sure this is not this is not an easy report to put in. It's not an easy report for the city to take on. It's not an easy report for this commission to deal with. So I leave my statement.
Thank you. Okay, so let me preface this. Mr. Poulos I consider him a colleague. Unlike unlike any of my colleagues to the left, I do know this world. And this isn't about a bragging thing, just as the context, so that when I'm talking to you, you know, and we've had these conversations. You know, I hold the designation of a master analyst in financial forensics, in addition to my CPA certificate. I have been accepted as an expert witness in civil, criminal, and family law courts. And I do reports all the time. One of the differences between sometimes, and we've had this kind of jokey conversation, one of the differences in my reports and your reports is I've got a $600 an hour attorney cross-examining me and going in really deep. And you and I had a conversation, our first conversation ever together, and we went and had a cup of coffee together. And it was after the fire department audit. And I know that got brought up tonight. And one of my concerns, and again, I like you. Okay, so beyond just respecting, I like you too. And, you know, I thought you did kind of step over a standard when you personalized one of your comments by saying something to the effect, I wish I got a deal like that, or I didn't get it. It'd be nice if I got a deal like that. That, you know, it wasn't, I mean, not exactly, but you did say something about yourself, which one of the things we always refrain from is personalizing any of our findings. So I think what has all these comments that we're hearing, Mr. Delacus talking about prior boards, and Mr. Powell's work, even my friend and commissioner talking about him doing this and this ongoing thing. Part of the problem, and we had this conversation, is the lack of a timeline in your report, because it's just comments without any timeline context. For example, it says, the first finding, the department director is an absentee manager who was operating the department from afar. Is or was? I don't know when. I can't tell any of that from your report. Okay. And I think that a timeline was important. And, you know, I'm not going to be shy to say that we had a conversation prior to this meeting, and my concern was, like our city attorney said, that there were comments, there were allegations in your findings that are allegations against a state-licensed professional, and I thought that this report should have been given to our personnel attorney to look at, to make sure that we're not making any statements and that could in some way come back on our city and on you personally, and where words could be, again, I'm not a lawyer, but I am a forensic guy, and if I had to stand on a trial with this report, I would be in trouble, okay? Because it's again, lacking of time. So let me go through some time, okay? So, and I did some research, so I'm not shy. This is not a quasi-judicial, so I'm allowed to do
Correct.
research.
Yes.
Okay. So, and I asked permission from the city manager if I was allowed to, if he would give me permission to talk to some of the employees, and he did. And I also spoke to Mr. Powell as well. And again, I think time is the problem here, because people all reading this report have a very vague sense of when all these things took place. So I had a whole bunch of questions for you, but I think I'm gonna ask them more rhetorically, you know, and I'm just gonna go through them. Mr. Powell submitted a letter of resignation on June 21st of 2022. That was to be effective for his last day to be July 8th of 2022. So he was giving the city about 2 weeks' notice that he was quitting, okay? And I got all these timelines from Human Resources, from Jane Niffen. Then the city manager, and some of these are from, some of the timelines are filled in with comments between what I had with the city manager, but the times, all the dates I got from Jane Niffen. So are you, and that the city manager at that time asked Mr. Powell to reconsider that, stay longer, reconsider. Mr. Powell said that he wanted to, that he had to go. He was living in a mobile home here, and his wife is in Stark, Florida, and he wants to go be with her. But Mr. Licouris asked him to stay on longer. He agreed to an abeyance of his resignation to extend it to October 7th of 2022, okay? And and this became effective on June 29th. So he resigns on June 21st. They kind of go back and forth, and you can correct me later when you make your comments. They go back and forth, but on the 29th of June, they come to an agreement we use the term abeyance of his resignation. And he was given, and then at that time, he was allowed to work. The deal was that he would go ahead and work remotely. But he would come into Tarpon a couple days, several days a month for whether it was, I can't remember the reasons, but anyways, a few days of a month, whether he had to come to meetings like this or whether he had to come to things related to the city. Okay, his responsibilities were altered at that time to include the following: a follow-up of all outstanding building department projects, including enclosed harbors. So here we were, we have our building director is given his notice, he's leaving. He's asked, he only wanted to stay till July. He's doing the city a favor because he was asked to, could you stay on? And we've got not only all the projects that we have going, but we got enclosed harbors, which is the most complex problem we have, right? Most complex project we have. So he is also going to do plan reviews, and we know that plan reviews are done by outside vendors oftentimes, and they are all done remotely. So all outside vendors who do inspection or do plan reviews do them remotely. So it's not outside the realm for him to actually do the plan reviews remotely. He was also asked, because we were then going into the budget process, which is like we're doing now, but this was for 2023. So the city manager needed him to put together the budget for the fiscal year September 30th, 2023. And most importantly, we needed his license. He was the licensed official in that office. So he put his license up. Now, we could have gone out and got a outside person a outside professional firm charged far more money to put a license up. But he put that's part of the deal, he put his license up. As far as people knowing about it, I couldn't call any of the commissioners or the mayor to ask what they knew about this deal because of Sunshine, but I did call Commissioner Carr, and I asked him if he was aware. First thing he said is, yes, Kevin Powell was doing us a favor. He was aware. I can't, again, speak to whether anybody else was, but he said he was aware. So then, so we got October 7th. He was extended to there. He's ready to go. Then he asked, the city manager asked him if he would extend again to January 9th of 2023. So now, remember, the man wanted to leave July 8th, 2022. He's asked to stay till October 7th of 2022. Now he's asked to stay till January 9th of 2023. And then we had there was a 1, 2, 3. Now we have a fourth extension to run till April 10th of 2023. And during all that time, we're actively, and Jane Niffen can confirm it, we're actively pursuing finding another director for the building department. So again, the man staying on in the capacity that he agreed to, which is as an outside working remote, and until we actually hired our current director, Mr. Gilson, on July 27th of 2023. At that time, he was asked, actually on 6/21 of 2023 is when he went to a minimal working arrangement of 10 hours a week to help you with your transition in, like we were talking about with any prospective new hire that the old guy would stay on for a while just to help out. And in that case, what he was doing was he was asked to do, still maintain utilization of his license, again, because Mr. Gilson didn't come on until July 27th. So on 6/21, which was that last extension date, he went to a 10-hour work week remote, and he continued to hold his license out until Mr. Gilson came. Okay, so so here we go. On one of the findings is that we had no supervision, on-site supervision. We had the Keith Mead, who was the assistant director, who was second in command to Mr. Powell, was given a 5% lead worker pay to supervise all the inspectors after Mr. Powell became a remote employee. So even though we have these comments about how could he have managed the department and he was far away, he wasn't managing the employees of the department. It was being done by, the inspectors were being supervised by Mr. Powell, and then Megan Araya was receiving a 5% lead worker pay to supervise the office staff. I confirmed that with Ms. Araya. And when we spoke, Billy, when we had actually went to lunch together, and you made it sound, and I'm not certain it's exactly like that in this report, but you made it sound like a random employee at the fire department was approving invoices, okay? She was a 9.5 year, she has 9.5 years of experience in the building department and had been someone who had reviewed invoices. And these invoices are these are invoices that come from outside vendors doing plan reviews for the city with overload, okay? And most of the time, they charge block rate fees. They charge block rate fees, okay? So it's, the inspection of those invoices is not difficult. The reason Ms. Araya went from the building department over to the fire department, because at the building department, she was the floodplain manager. And then on January 10th of 2023, she was integrated in as with becoming the emergency management leader. So she now has the floodplain management leader and the emergency management leader, okay? So because she was emergency management, she physically moved over to the fire department. But during this time when we had a remote employee, which was Mr. Powell was remote because, again, let's go back, he had resigned in June of 2022, okay? So then I did speak to Ron Herring because I wanted to know the full effect of all this functionality, right? I wanted to know that if we got this remote guy and then we gave Ms. Araya a 5% lead pay, and then we gave Mr. Mead a 5% pay, did all this decision-making that Mr. LaCourse had made, how did it affect our budget? And through August of 2023, the building department is $12,290 under budget. Under budget. So when I get comments and even things posted on Facebook after they read your article, and see, this is where when you have vagaries in your report, people make assumptions. And when you have these vagaries, then you get comments that are on social media saying how appalled people are that the city is wasting all their money, okay? Even though we're $12,290 under budget. I'm gonna ask Ms. Kardash a question, which I asked you over the phone and told you that I was gonna ask you this question. Did the city manager have the authority under the city charter to make this arrangement with Mr. Powell? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So he has the authority to make the arrangement. He makes an arrangement that gets us from his resignation to a new department head. It's not something he wanted. It's not something that Mr. LaCourse asked for. He didn't ask the guy to quit. The guy did this, and therefore, there we are. Let's go into this thing. Well, let me again, I hate to be nitpicky, but again, these are things that, man, I would get ripped to shreds on the stand with. The department has experienced a 50% employee turnover rate in the last 3 years. So if it's 50% over 3 years, and I went up to see Mr. Herring, said, how many people in that department? Comes out about 10. So that means that 5 out of the 10, we're not talking about a big department. So 5 people leave, 5 people have left in 3 years, okay? Well, we know 2 of them, one guy retired, and the other one went to the fire department. So now we're down to 3. So then it would be 3 people in 3 years, which isn't 50%, it's like 10% a year, and that doesn't sound so bad. doesn't sound so problematic. Like, again, you said, and I'm not knocking you because you just read it, a 50% turnover. Now, if you're saying half of the staff leaves every year, then that's maybe a different story, okay? But again, it's vague. If you say something like this, you put the statistics behind it that come to the 50, because there's nothing in this report that shows me how you calculated the 50%, okay? Let's get into, that's a minor thing, so I don't really care. This is just again, the vagaries of the report that have the community saying this man was working remote, which he was, but under this agreement because he had resigned his job. Let's go over here to this thing about starting a business. In your report, you had two pieces of evidence. You had the formation of an LLC, which Commissioner Eisner noted, and a website. And you make note in your report about articles of incorporation filed. That's an error. It's articles of organization for an LLC, and it seems like a nitpicky thing, but there is a difference, and it's actually a difference that matters. I can show anybody in this room within 5 minutes on your cell phone how to set up, how to get an LLC. And it literally takes 5 minutes. People get LLCs very often, including myself, to reserve names. When I spoke to Mr. Powell, I said, why did you set up an LLC in 2020? He told me, again, it was, I think, September of 2020. He said, John, I was anticipating resigning earlier. I knew that somewhere in my retirement future, I wanted to do my own thing. So I had this name, I got the LLC, I reserved the name. Made sense to me. And also, he said it was during COVID. He didn't know what his future was. He didn't know what was going on. And maybe he was just disgruntled. I have no idea. But that's what he told me. He told me, I set the LLC up, I got the name, it cost me $125, I did nothing with it. You know, the IRS recognizes somebody to be in business upon the opening of a bank account. Because it's funny how the IRS, when you get a federal ID number or you are filing a corporate tax return, it'll ask you two questions. When did you form the entity, and when did you start business? They wouldn't ask those two questions if they weren't different dates. They're often, very often, two different dates. So, and they recognize a starting of business on the moment you open a bank account. I asked Mr. Powell, did you have a bank account? When did you first have a bank account for this business? He told me in 2023, in the this summer, past summer of 2023. That's what he told me. The second evidence you pointed to was a website. You said he had a website. If you go down to the bottom of the website, first of all, the website doesn't do a lot of things. It does have a contact me button that works. None of the other buttons work, which kind of tells me that it's possibly what they call a FPO, for position only. Somebody gets a website to secure a position. But regardless of whether that's a working website or not, if you go to the bottom of the website, it says copyrighted 2023. So he formed the website in 2023, which is consistent with his story to me that I got an LLC back in 2020 to reserve a name. I was anticipating retiring earlier. It never happened. I never started that business. I did nothing. Yes, he did probably get a LinkedIn page, okay? And then he says, now I went ahead and got a website, started trying to get some business here in the summer of 2023. Again, this is the timeline of which he was trying to leave. And if you see, think about it like this. You're told that you're told you got a deal that's going to run till October 7th of 2022. If you were getting ready to go into the next stage of your life, wouldn't you start setting up something to get ready for that next stage of life? Wouldn't you do something? And then it's moved to January of 2023. Then it gets moved to April of 2023. Then it gets moved to June of 2023. So even if he was in business during any of those times, it was because that's what he was anticipating. He didn't know they were going to keep kicking the can for him. I mean, am I right, Mark, or am I wrong?
No, you're correct.
Okay, so the guy, again, we really don't have evidence, and that's one of the reasons that when I spoke to you earlier today, I said, maybe you might want to pull this back. Take some time, pull this report back, go and speak to our attorney who deals with personnel matters, make sure you've tied down, maybe incorporate some dates, and then have a stronger report. I think, what I can speak only for myself. You have a extremely useful and helpful position here in the city. You even said that I was the commissioner who speaks to you the most, right?
That's true.
Okay. I have respect for you. I really do. I hated going through this. That's one of the reasons I asked you, maybe pull it, and then let's defer it. Sit with the attorney, make sure the language is cool. I'll sit with you, and we could talk about incorporating dates into it if you wanted it. I would do anything for you to have a better report, and so that we wouldn't have to go through this tonight. That it could have been made better. That's all I'm saying. It could have been made better. And I think that what the other thing is that I just don't know what it does, because if our real goal in having our internal auditor is to go into departments, go throughout our city, find efficiencies, find things that will help us be a more efficient, profitable, all the things that, because I really believe there's so many things, and I'm not defending the building department. I know the permitting is terrible, okay? So I'm not defending any of that. I got neighbors who all complain about how long it takes them to get a permit just to put a fence up. There's a lot of improvement, and I'm sure that Mr. Gilson be really happy to work with you and make that department really streamlined. And I know you could do it because I know you have the expertise to do it, okay? So again, I think the context of time, so that people don't think that Mr. Powell was working remotely for all these years. It was from the time that he resigned that he started working remotely. It was Mr. Licouris asking him to stay on to help our city so we could go from him to Mr. Gilson in the best possible way, okay? And according to the city attorney, he had the authority to do it within the charter. He has the authority to do it. It was within budget. It didn't cost the city one dime more. As a matter of fact, we're $12,000 under budget. I don't know, Ron, what are you going to do with that money? But so when all the dust settles and all this faceria happens, where are we? $12,000 under budget. We've gone from one director to a brand new one who I know is going to be super successful. And and we have a chance to move on. All I want as a commissioner, again, I can't speak for my other guys, I don't want an I gotcha game on people. I just want help with policies, procedures, functionality, because the city manager had to make a budgetary decision, an administrative decision, and a functionality decision. And let me make one more thing straight, because we got all this other stuff on the agenda that, you know, well, I'll comment on that when I get there. But people always ask me, what's in it? Why are you defending Mark all the time? Why are you, like, you're Mark's best buddy? How many conversations do we have before I get on this board? Not too many, right? All the years when I was on the police pension board, you weren't even there because it was coaching, right?
Yes.
Okay. This is about the city. I just want the city to run well. I've come to respect the man. He's not perfect. I'm not perfect. You're not perfect, okay? I think we need, this acrimony between you and the city manager isn't healthy, and I'm not knocking you, and I'm not knocking you. Half the stuff that's put on this agenda tonight isn't healthy. We need to get to a point where we are looking to do things that are for the best interests of the town, help us move our town along, become, again, more efficient, more effective, work for our citizens. Those are the things that matter. And I know that there's a lot of really good stuff in this report beyond Kevin Powell and the policies and procedures. And I know you're very effective. You're a very effective internal auditor, and you know, and I know you could do an amazing job going forward. It's just, again, my comments to you, focus on what matters going forward. This was a one-off arrangement that highlighting it really doesn't affect us going forward. I didn't ask you to turn your back if you thought some improprieties took place. That's why I think you should have gone to the attorney first. Say, hey, I found some things that I think are really problematic, and then how to deal with them. That's just my advice to you. So that's my 2 bits. Thank you.
Any comments from this end?
You know, outside the fact that, John, I'm in awe of the research you did with it. It was like something I would aspire to. I personally didn't like the personalizations within this, the characterizations and some of the assumptions that happened in this. And I understand that some of the phrasing within this report, is done to characterize the situation so that a layman can understand it. But I'm a layman, but much like John, I just want the facts. I don't need to hear presumably because. It's not a sentence that should be in an audit report as far as I'm concerned. Just other things like you know, explaining what is plausible considering whatever. I don't like to see those in audit reports. I want facts. I want really dry facts. I want timelines. If you're going to talk about a 3-year period, let's talk about the time within that 3-year period. So I agree with John very much on that part. I was saddened to see this report because, you know, outside of impugning Kevin Powell, by reflection, you impugned the city manager as well. So I can understand the interplay between you two tonight and the passion behind the stances you took. but while I can understand them, I can't condone them. So I've talked to you about this before. I think I mentioned it when we went through the fire station audit and so forth. You need to lose the characterizations. You need to take some of the passion out of the report. You can still have the passion in your job, but I don't really want to see it characterized with words like rubber stamp and so forth. And just your writing style is combative. And I don't like to see that. And that's all I have to say.
Commissioner Cuias.
What is Mr. Powell's official title? Can someone help answer that for me?
Terminated.
Now he's terminated.
What was it?
He was the building director.
The building director, okay. And these are all words of semantics. And when we look back at the charter, under section 20 residency, the city manager, assistant city manager, city clerk, administrative services director, fire chief, police chief, public services director, development services director, and planning and zoning director shall establish permanent legal residency within the city within 1 year after appointment. So I don't see in that charter where it says building director. Does anybody want to argue against that? And so finding one, it's hard for me because it's words of semantics. I used to come up there as a private citizen and criticize one of our department heads until I was taught a lesson about what the charter said, who was in the charter, who's supposed to live within the city of the, within the city. And it was a lesson learned. So that finding one right there, we all need to decide what department heads, department directors are supposed to live in the city, and it needs to be clear cut in the charter. That's finding one. Finding two, my concern is the department head appears to be actively engaging in moonlighting and has his work he does for the city, which is a violation of city rules and create conflicts of interest and other risks to the city. And there are some good points about anyone can file to have a business, anyone can, file the articles of incorporation each year, actively running the business. I'm not too sure, but I may have to go with the city manager's recommendation for finding two, and I can accept it, but with adjudication of guilt withheld because he hasn't answered anything. Frankly, he doesn't need to answer anything. True. And we haven't proved that he's getting paid for any services or any invoicing or anything like that. And he doesn't have to answer questions, just like some people on this board refuse to answer questions in the sake of honesty and trust. And so I want us to be consistent, just as consistent as we were for the fire audit. We didn't go chop people's heads off. We didn't go right away and fire somebody. And I hope this isn't a litany or a snowball towards anyone here tonight, because there's going to be a lot of facts that come out. And we helped encourage the fire department to make some changes. And as we knew, these changes would be happening in other departments as they got audited. And we've all known about these issues in the building department. So my biggest issue with the findings, or at least wanting to help out, and there's a reason why I kept saying during the budget season, open up another position inside the building department. Let's help speed up the permitting applications. People are waiting a long time. They're understaffed. And were we able to create another position inside the building department this year, city manager?
Yes.
Can anyone answer if that position's been filled yet? within the building department?
I believe it's being advertised. The interviews haven't started yet. I don't believe, Dave.
For permit tech one, we have 3 applicants. I was waiting for 3
So
applicants.
there's applicants, the interviews are pending.
Well, okay, will that position help someone like Lisa and plans examiners, help speed up the processes within the building department?
Yeah, the main part of it is, our biggest problem is the coordination of the emails that come in, the people at the desk, and the phone calls. That'll dedicate, because all those other people in there were having to pull from their jobs to do that. That's why it was vital to put that position there, to screen that, to let everybody do their plans examining job, do the job, and not have to rotate and answer. You got one person to take the tremendous volumes at times in, and that's why that position was there. And when they get hired, that's gonna be a relief to let the others in there be able to do their job and not keep pulling back and forth to deal with issues. So it's gonna help greatly.
Okay, so the position's still being filled, so there's things that we're working out. This is government. These things take time. And we hired our new building director. We have Mr. Gilson. We got to be thankful for Mr. Gilson. Mr. Gilson could easily go work for a third party and do this all day for cities like us waiting to submit permits and applications, and we would pay 2-3 times as much for the hourly work. But Mr. Poulos did bring up some very good facts, very good. And I think our permitting's slow at times, and he brought up some numbers and he put them together, and they look true in a way that we should be producing some more permits a little bit faster. Definitely not disagreeing with that. And Mr. Poulos, you had mentioned there was one commissioner you did not speak with about this issue.
Mm-hmm.
Can you state who that commissioner was?
Oh, it actually was John, but I spoke to him earlier today, but I had already written this, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
So technically. All right, you spoke with me about an hour. We had 2
Yes.
conversations about 30 minutes long.
Correct.
How long did you speak with some of the other commissioners on this board? If you just recall a little bit?
Not too long. Commissioner Lunch has sent, we just communicated through email. Commissioner Iser, a few minutes, and the mayor, a few minutes. He did my evaluation.
In-person interviews or in-person discussions?
Just with the mayor, because he's right down the hall.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
And we all understood Mr. Powell was on his way out. We saw it with the resignation letter in mid-June. And this audit was for the fiscal year 2022, sir?
Correct.
So when we see these extensions, I mean, things are coming together. I still don't like the timeline. Permits are getting produced. Do I like the 50% turnover? No. There's a lot of things I don't like. But we're here to help fix stuff in departments, just like we did with the fire audit. So we need to stay consistent with how we find critical information and how we decide we're going to deal with it, each and every one of them. So we're doing our best as city staff to help remedy this situation, from additional positions, hiring a building director, we should all be thankful for, and I already know he's gonna work hard. And the spine of the emails, Mr. Poulos, you didn't need to bring that up. I prefer you didn't bring that up, because that's a whole nother discussion for us as a board to have with policy. And I know things get excited. I'm just like you, so believe me, I understand. But what is our end game? We brought this up. What was our end game? To fire Mr. Powell? He doesn't work for us no more. Report Mr. Powell to the licensing agency? I'm not doing that. I'm not encouraging this board to do that. We want Mr. Powell to pay us back for some of his salary. I'm not supporting that. I'm not doing any of that. I want to move forward. And when it comes to inspections, I've heard at times that you can take pictures of your house or what you're inspecting and send it in to staff to have them review. So I can't really I haven't looked too much into how many of those inspections or permit applications may or may not been done through the internet online process. Maybe we can improve that. We can improve a lot of things in our building department. And we've discussed from finding one, the building director is not listed in the charter about having to live within the city. So whether you lived in the mobile home or live hundreds of miles away, which you know I don't like, but apparently, as stated by our city attorney, city manager had the discretion to do that. So I stated it's hard finding directors when they can work for third-party consultants and get paid more from the same cities that are sending them work that they could be doing working within a city. The SunBiz stuff, like I said, we haven't proved he was working simultaneously. We haven't proved any of that, and he doesn't really have to speak. That's part of how things are, but we haven't proved anything yet. Yeah, it looks like what it looks like, but a lot of things look like that. And this, there's a comment made about workman's compensation and, falling on a roof. I mean, you'd have to be working in the city for the workers' comp to kick in. If not, then the investigation would kick in and the city's not liable for anything outside of the scope of the duties of the city. I understand workers' comp very well, very well. And so these dates, and Commissioner Kulianis had brought up all these dates with the extensions, and it's right in the middle of the time that's being audited. So of course he's on his way out. I can only imagine he probably wasn't motivated for nothing, But I'm being frank. So I believe this board, as we've stated, is we slowly try to make some recommendations during budget time to have some positions. Is trying to help the building department. And I'm sure everyone inside city staff's listening to this. And all departments hopefully are, do their best, which I'm sure they do, to be more organized and just be efficient. So I'm not sure how this board wants to go through the findings and how they want to accept them. It's very simple, words of semantics. What position is he? It's not, the building director's not in that charter. So we start holding him for it. We're basically holding him to a rule that doesn't apply to him. And number two, I'm willing to accept it without an admission of guilt. We haven't really answered that question. I mean, he hasn't spoken, but he has a right not to speak. And the rest of the findings, I mean, staff has already agreed to approve them. Mr. Gilson responded back in a great way regarding it all. But, this isn't, we're working to try to help out each department. And we know, the internal auditor that we all voted for, he's gonna do his job. And he's passionate, we know that. And that's why I asked for another department to be looked into, our water and streets, because it had a high reputational risk. And I don't want us as residents going back and talking about, oh, our roads and streets are terrible, Well, let's look at it. Let's look at it. And that's why I took out the tree bank division, and I want to thank this board. And we added in a tougher area to be looked into. And so I want to thank you all, but let's make a decision on this. You know where I stand on the first two findings. I thought the report was great. It was critical, and I know at times we're all, we can all be passionate. We just not try to work on each individual item as they come across, and just willing to move forward after this audit plan and help the building department out. So, thank you.
I need to have a motion to extend the meeting.
Motion to extend the meeting till 1 a.m.
Is there a
Second.
second? Roll call, please.
Commissioner Kulianis?
Yes.
Commissioner Kulyas?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius?
Yes. Commissioner Eisner, let me make my comments first, all right? 'Cause
I'm gonna be
the
2
lights-
seconds.
Huh?
I'm going to be 2 seconds.
Go ahead.
So a couple of comments were made, so I needed to clarify some things. I wasn't referring to him getting hurt on another job, but he could be hurt and be working under our workers' comp. So that's the thing. I'm sorry somebody didn't understand what I said. The other question, nobody on this board has spoken about whether our city manager informed them of his decision-making. I know it's in his purview to do what he wants, that's a given, but we still don't know who knows and who didn't know. I'm pleased that Jacob Kahn knew, he's not here. But I don't know if you were told that, I don't know, and I don't mean that in a bad way. Commissioner Kulianis, I don't know if you were told by Mark the situation since you've been a commissioner. I don't know if Commissioner Kulias was told. I didn't know if Craig Lunt, Vice Mayor, was told. So I would have appreciated, I know he didn't have to do it, but if somebody is going to declare their innocence about that they did this all with setting up a business, but they really didn't have any business, then they would be happy to show their bank account that they don't have a bank account or something like that. That would be a nice gesture to prove what you say is true. It wasn't done. And the other question I have, or statement, is why didn't Mark tell Billy Poulos before the audit that this was a decision that he isn't here, so when he does delve into it, why would you set him up to go after all this information and then say, aha, at the end, that's not what happened? I think that's not the way you do it. And I also, my last and final thing is, whose fault is it that a person was hired under a different title than what we have as a charter official? It's not my fault. I didn't hire him. So somebody had to hire him under that title. If we're having people hire people under titles that are not charter officials, that falls back again on the city manager. That's who it falls back on. I mean, I just don't understand how you could hire somebody with a title different than a charter official. That's all.
I mean,
and you know, I'm happy to get an explanation on that.
Ms. Kardash.
The building official is a public official, but per state statute, it's not necessarily a charter official. And the positions that are listed in your charter are different positions than that particular position. So where it has the list of the ones that require residency, that's just not one of your city officials that you require to have residency. So he could be hired as that. You have a different planning director, and that position is different from your building official
I
position.
spoke incorrectly.
That's, okay.
So I didn't call him I called him a charter official. He's not a charter official. But do we need to have department heads local in our town?
You do not, unless it's an adopted policy of the city or there's something else like your charter. You require that in your charter. That is not a requirement that is universal, and it is particular to the positions that you have prescribed in your charter.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, my big thing was just not being made aware of what was going on. My fight is not with Kevin Powell.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter, you know, whatever his agreement was between Mark and himself, between the city manager and himself, that's fine. Yeah. My issue is I should have been told so that when I'm fielding things, and I think the whole commission should have been told.
Right.
And again, so far, nobody has said whether they were told or not.
Yeah. And one thing I did want to let you know is that if you did want to add a position under your residency requirement in your charter, that is something that would have to go to referendum.
Is that it, Commissioner Eisner?
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Kulianis?
I think we need to be careful, gentlemen. I think we need to reject the audit, have Mr. Poulos go back, work with legal counsel, revise, either extract all the things out about Kevin Powell, just like Commissioner Kulyas said, they serve no purpose. Being in this formal document, again, it could be construed, and again, this is something that I had spoke to the city attorney about. It could be construed that these are unvetted or improperly vetted allegations made against a state licensed professional, okay? We don't want to go down another one of these roads. I don't want to get in any more lawsuits. Let's be careful with this. When we talk about a state licensed professional, it's different. It's different than, so the public understands. If you say to me, because I have a state license. I'm a certified public accountant under the Board of Accountancy for the state of Florida. If you say John Koulianis is a terrible runner, which I'm not, but if you say he's a stumbling, bumbling fool, that's one thing, right? But if you say John Koulianis is a unprofessional, he steals money from his clients, and in this case, it could be construed, because I got a comment from a citizen, he's ripping our city off. He's been ripping our city off because he read this report. There's a different set of standards there, because he holds a license that is in jeopardy and the accusations. Am I right, or?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, so we have to be especially careful, just like we have with another professional who we may have issues with. We have to be careful. So I do not want to memorialize in a document that's going to be on record permanently, like Mr. Poulos said, his next employer can go pull this up, and it's got either unvetted or poorly vetted allegations against a state licensed professional. Rather than dissecting this with Mr. Poulos, I think we should reject it. No besmirchment on him. Reject it. Let him work with counsel. Either decide to take all the Kevin Powell stuff out, which is fine, which I think would be the most ideal thing. Leave it just about policy procedures and things that can better our city going forward. I think that would be advisable. But if he insists on having Kevin Powell, he should at minimum work with our city labor attorney to make sure there's nothing in here that can come back to bite us later down the road. That's my recommendation. And do you think that's a sound recommendation, Ms. Kardash?
I do. It is in the discretion of this board how you choose to handle the report. You can table it. You don't necessarily have to reject it. You can table it and request revisions. You can approve it with the exceptions that were provided by your city manager. So you do have several options. That certainly is one option that you do have.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I get to say something. For me, this isn't about Kevin Powell, and it was the audit of the building department, not the audit of Kevin Powell. And I think Mr. Poulos, given the circumstances and the conditions he was under, I think he did the best he can. And so, for the better, for worse, he still has my confidence as an internal auditor. That's never been questioned for me. And I think all I want to say is two things. One, all of this could have been averted with communication. Just communication. The city manager could have told us everything about this beginning June of 2022 and brought us all up currently. He didn't do that. I'm not former Commissioner Carr. I have no idea what, what's his name was doing, Mr. Powell. I don't know. All I know is all this was news to me. So the second thing is, and in this sense, in this particular sense, it was probably okay. But we're doing the staff's job for them. You know, Commissioner Kulianis, you did your research. I really appreciate that. But that's not your job. But you did it. There's nothing against it, but it's not your job. It's not my job either. But, you know, how do I find out about the CRA? I found out about it. You know, basically, we didn't even have property insured. How do I find about the emails being read? I found out about it. My point is, it's communication. Transparency, like some other people here, preach, preach, preach. We didn't hear one word about transparency tonight, not one. And I think Mr. Poulos, again, he doesn't have the most ideal circumstances down there. He's dealing with people whose boss is not here, and he has to ask them questions about what the boss, this and this, because they're worried about their boss. That's all I've got to say. It's an unfortunate situation. It certainly isn't Mr. Poulos' fault. All it takes is communication, and it's communication from the city manager. So that's all I've got to say about it. Commissioner, City Manager LaCourse, you've got your light on.
I'm just going to say it's short. I disagree with what you say about what you not knowing what was going on. I'm not going any further, but we had conversations about that. On the rest of
we
it,
didn't.
I'm going
No,
back.
we didn't.
Yes, we
Where
did.
are your emails? Did you notify us by
Yeah,
email?
Yes, we did. I say, I'm going back. I can find the March. I've gone back to the March one. I thought I'm still looking. If I made an error, I didn't send some of those things, then I made an error. But we even talked about the real estate issue with Kevin trying to get into real estate when, you know, I don't want to debate with you. It was you not remembering or whatever it is, but I do take issue with you not knowing what was going on, and I'm just going to leave it at that.
Anybody else?
Yeah, and I would just want to focus on the initial date of the resignation, which was what, June 20-something of 2022? And as we saw, Mr. Powell was involved for many months after that. So I did take it upon myself to ask, hey, wasn't Mr. Powell supposed to be gone a month ago or two? So I did get up to speed. I mean, I don't want this to be toe-to-toe stuff, but nothing gets past you. And so...
Then you think I'm lying?
I'm just thinking that I don't know how you didn't follow up after the resignation letter for months and say, hey, what's going on with Mr. Powell? So...
No. I didn't know that he was part-time employee. I didn't know what the arrangement was about the telecommuting. And you know what? This matter isn't about me either. I'm just telling you all, this is news to me, much of what Mr. Poulos has in his report. And the city manager can tell me all he wants, but until he shares it with all the commissioners with an email, it's not just I'm not the only one here as a commissioner. There's 5 of us, and it takes communication. That's all I'm saying. And I think it could have been, a lot of this could have been averted with just clear communication. So, is there a motion? Ms. Kardash, you recommend, your motion is to...
Motion to table.
Table, okay.
Second.
All right. Any further comments? Roll call.
Commissioner Kulianis?
Yes.
Commissioner Kulyas?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius?
Yes. Break. Okay. Let's take we still have an agenda. Let's take a 5-minute break.
Oh, can we take a 10-minute?
We'll reconvene at 12:20.
That's 7.
Good Lord. 10 minutes just to decompress.
If I can get everybody back in their seats, please. If I can get everybody back in their seats. We reconvene the meeting at 12:22. We're on item 13, update and direction on parking ordinance for Craig Park area. City Manager LaCourse.
Yes, we'll have Major Frank Ruggiero give that presentation. This is something that was asked for by the board to go back and study, because all of you know our problems with the boat trailer parking and the fruit salad street. So this is the report that you asked for, and Frank Ruggiero will be giving it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Commissioners. We, as Mr. LaCourse has stated, we went around and we were approaching the issue of having trailers that were too wide parking in the area around Craig Park, commonly known as the Fruit Bowl area. The map is on the board up here that shows you. It's pretty much bordered by Spring Bayou to the north and to the west, Banana Street to the east, and Lime Street to the south. So when we did this study, the first thing we decided to do was how do we decide what the width should be? And there's two issues here, the accessibility and the safety of it. The accessibility is measured on how effectively you can drive through the neighborhood as a normal person or a normal resident. And then safety is whether the traffic and vehicles pose a risk to people in the area, such as people backing out of their driveways or emergency vehicles. So we had an engineering study and analysis conducted of the area. And when we're talking about areas like this, the common roadway width should be 20 feet for two vehicles to safely pass on a 2-lane roadway. In addition, you should have 8 additional feet for street parking. Therefore, 28 feet is the minimum widely accepted from curb to curb. In your packet, we have the chart that we received from the engineer analysis. And if you look at any one of these streets, not one of them is more than 24 feet is the most. And we just talked about it should be 28 feet to safely have all this. When we talk about the ordinance 1814, it only discusses the maximum length of vehicles with trailers, which puts it at 22 feet. It doesn't say anything about the width. So then you have to go to Florida Statute 316.515 to discuss width of vehicles. And sometimes this gets confusing to residents that don't know. So if we look through our areas and on the chart up here, you could see there's 3 green areas. Those 3 green areas are all on the east side of Banana Street, so they really shouldn't even be considered in this study. And those are the areas that are wide enough to hold these trailers, but they're too far away from Craig Park to probably be even considered. So if we take those 3 areas out, we have 7 other areas that are marked in blue. But this is also an engineering and analysis study that's done on paper with charts. If you look at areas like number 6 has a star next to it on South Spring Boulevard, there's a, let me just move it on to the next one for you, where it says blue and there's a star 6 in the upper left-hand corner. There's a curve right there. If you were to park a vehicle with a trailer behind it in that area that's wider than 8 feet, another person in that area that's driving a boat and a trailer would have a hard time navigating that curve. Those things aren't taken into considerations when you do engineering analysis when they're using charts like this one. So those areas need to be considered. Also, number 17, if you look on the bottom on West Lime Street near the area of the Bath intersection, they don't take into consideration that there's an entry and an exit way for the townhomes that are built on the south side of Lime Street there. So if somebody was to park one of these trailers there, delivery trucks would not be able to get in or out of those townhomes, so it would also create a hazard. Now, these are hazards that we're talking about just normal people driving around. That doesn't even include the fire trucks that are responding to an emergency or the ambulances that are normally a lot wider than regular vehicles. So when we decided to do the study, we think it's easier just to take the whole entire area, and the most you can do per state statute is to reduce it down to a maximum trailer width of 96 inches. If we go with that, then it should be safe passage through that area, but again, that's the most you can actually limit the trailers in that area per statute anyway. And that's our recommendation, is that we can look at the ordinance and maybe just add a little sentence or two in there indicating that if we limit just in this area alone, the maximum trailer width would be 96 inches, then I think that would help us out tremendously, especially with the first responders.
I'm going to go to, that's the end of your presentation, Major?
Sir.
Okay. I'm going to go to public comments. Are there any public comments on this item? Either Mr. Jump or Mr. Races, are there any public comments, remote access comments? Not at 12:30. Thank you. Thank you. Commissioner comments. Commissioner Eisner, you got your item.
Thank you. So you do realize that there's then no boat parking, because when I saw this report, I did put a measurement on my boat from rim to rim, and it measures 8.6. And that's, so unless it's a skiff or a jet ski, and a single jet ski, not a double, there's no parking. I'm just saying, I'm
No,
not.
the other thing too is, how long is your boat? Because we start talking about the maximum length of 22 feet in these areas anyway. If you have a boat and a truck or a vehicle that's pulling that trailer, it's probably gonna be more than 22 feet long.
That's
if
correct.
it's more than 8 feet wide. So it really doesn't affect a lot of the people with the boats that are put in at Craig Park, because usually people there have the smaller boats. If you put a pontoon boat in there, yeah, the trailer's gonna be way too wide to be parking on the streets in this area.
So if it's bigger than 22, the 8 doesn't,
Right, per the city ordinance, if your trailer attached to your vehicle is longer than 22 feet, you can't park it in these residential areas anyway,
but they're parked all over there any which way. Okay.
illegally.
Well, mine is larger than 22. I think my truck is 22 on
What
its
kind
own.
of truck is that?
Thank you. You know what I've said before, I can afford that ticket.
And this doesn't affect the vehicles parked inside Craig Park that have the launch permits. Those can still be wider because the parking spots in there can accommodate those.
I know it's difficult because I've tried to go down some of those streets with my truck, and if there is a vehicle and a boat, you know, with a boat attached, you have to climb the sidewalk to get through.
Yes, especially when we have festivals down there and we have a large amount of cars parked on the streets.
The other thing I wanted to ask, what is the fine if you do park it there?
That I could not tell you. It's been a while since I wrote a parking ticket.
Of course, I could tell you it's not enough. And it makes for people wanting to park there because it's worth it for the day to park there. So unless we add that, we're not doing an incentive by changing rules and regulations.
And that's something that'd be up to the board also to decide if you're gonna change the class of the fines, because the fine schedule is pretty much set by the county. So if it's like a class 4 now, then you would be able to move it to a class 3 if you wanted to. If the board wanted to go that route, then you would have to take the measures to do that. That'd be the only way we'd be able to increase the fines.
I don't want to hold myself to it, but I think it's only a $25 fine.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit less than what the
Yeah.
actual permit costs.
And, because I did look into this, and a $25 fine, that's, you know, when people are burning hundreds of dollars worth of gas for the day, oh, well, it just adds to the, so unless we really want to add to the fine, changing the rules and regulations, it's nothing, so. Got to make the boater pay for, you know, illegal parking, otherwise.
Okay. Is that it?
Yeah.
Are there any other commission comments on this? You two,
Just-
go ahead.
Just a comment and just a reminder for us, I know we fell off from trying to find a third boat ramp, but maybe we could try to encourage staff to put some of their efforts in, and because we see what's happening with the fruit bowl, and I feel bad for the neighborhood. They have to experience these trailers, you know, in their neighborhood, and they're small roads, and so just a reminder for us maybe to help get staff to refocus on a third boat ramp. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Lunt.
And I think the restrictions are absolutely warranted and necessary. It creates a safety hassle. It's a hassle for the residents. I think what we need to do is very effectively put signage up to that effect. Maybe give them a grace period as we change the ordinance, but I'm thinking the fine needs to be increased, or we need to figure out a way to tow a truck with a trailer, which is pretty ridiculous. So, anyway, that's my comments.
Commissioner Kulianis, do you have anything?
Yeah, I'm in agreement. I think we definitely need this ordinance change, but we also need to increase that fine to make it a little more motivating for them not to do this. But, and also in agreement with Commissioner Kulias that we need to, at some point, find another boat ramp situation. So, but I'll definitely vote for these changes.
Major Ruggiero, thank you for the study. I know it was a lot of work and a long time coming too, and I very much appreciate it. And you answered the question that I had. That's the neighborhood I grew up in, and I still know a lot of families there, and it is a very inconvenience with them, especially on some days. It's just awful, and also the concern about our emergency vehicles trying to get through and they're older families too, to get to a home or something if they have to. So I wholeheartedly endorse your research and your study, and I'd like to, what are we looking for, a motion to adopt accept the study?
Well, to move forward, I guess, to bring an ordinance, consensus or a vote to move forward, them working on an ordinance, ordinance change to bring back.
I know you have a system of how you notify people, grace periods, the whole thing, so I'm not even going to get into that. But what I'd like to do is get a motion to accept the study, and also to authorize the city manager to move ahead with an ordinance change to reflect the outcome of the study.
So moved.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, roll call, please.
Commissioner Kulianis?
Yes.
Commissioner Kulyas?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius?
Yes. Okay. The next one is basically when we first got started on the special counsel work, the estimated delivery date of the report was going to be in October, so it was coming up. Obviously, we're not in October, but if we're going to have a particular type of meeting for it, the city manager needs to know about when, so he can start looking at some alternative dates to schedule that when everybody's available. So I called Mr. Schwartz, Adam Schwartz of Carlton Fields, last Tuesday to ask him about the timing of the report, whether it's still valid for October. He confirmed that it was, but he'd like to make it the last half of October. And then the other thing, it's the type of meeting. I suspect I know what the answer is going to be, but obviously I want to ask your thoughts so we can get some direction on it as well. You've got the workshop, special session, and just a regular agenda item. The workshop, as you know, there's no public comments. Agenda item, I think, is going to be way too short for that. And so I think that leaves a special session, which does allow the public to comment on it, which I think everybody would want that. Is that correct? Okay.
I actually have a comment on that. This is attorney work product. Should we actually view this report? I mean, I'm not sure what's in this report.
Yeah, that's
Shouldn't
the
we
other
be reviewing
question.
this report in the shade first?
Right, he's going to be here to present the report. It is the final report. He's not looking for any tweaking
I
or
understand
feedback or
that.
anything like that.
That's why we
Yeah.
need to review it. Because
Right, and so he asked about how far in advance would the commission want the report. I told him, which is true, typically 3 business days before. But that's up, as I said in the memorandum, that's up to the commission how long you would want it ahead of time. When it does come to the commission, it is public record, so it does get out to everybody as well, which is I would suspect that's better than, in other words, it's good. So sometimes these things get a life on their own, just like the internal audit on Facebook thing before we had a discussion here. And sometimes that may not be good, but that's part of life here at the DAOS. So I'm looking for a time of when this commission would want to have the report ahead of time.
If we have a shade meeting on this, then
No,
you can't.
No, there's no lawsuit, no litigation or any active.
So then, to me, then it doesn't really matter. I mean, a week before.
Well, let's take this one at a time.
Sure.
Does everybody agree to a special session?
Yeah.
Sure.
I don't think we need a vote on that. City Manager LaCourse, special session, you'll come up with some dates, right?
I anticipated, and I've already got with Mr. Swartz before tonight, because I said this was coming up, and I anticipated it would be a special session, because we got big agendas in October. So I've got some dates to give to you now.
Hang on a second, because what may matter was if we tell him, let's say the 25th, and he was planning on getting it to us 3 days ahead of time, and we tell them that we want it a week or 2 ahead of time, then that may slip that date later. So the second question is, how long ahead of time would you want the report to be able to review it?
I'd like it 1 week.
7 business?
1 week, yeah.
7 business days, or
5 business.
five, okay, 1 calendar week.
Same.
Same thing?
Same.
Yeah,
All
I
right,
was
so-
gonna recommend 3 to 4 days, like, some of our campaign or material that we receive before board meetings, but a week is fine for me.
All right, a week. So it's a week, all right. And go ahead with your dates.
Okay, so I can get with him tomorrow. He knows I'm gonna call him tomorrow morning to get the results.
Want to call him?
If that week, if the first 2 dates are the 23rd and the 24th, which is our normal Tuesday, and he said he could do Monday. So the 23rd and 24th was the first dates. The second set of dates are the 31st, which is we have 5 Tuesdays in October, so there's 2 off Tuesdays, would be the 31st, or the 1st on Wednesday, or the 2nd on the 3rd. If for some reason, if we say, just do it on our normal commission night, and we've reserved this auditorium for the 24th, but if he can't get it to you within a week of that, then maybe say a second alternate date of the 31st, the 1st, or the 2nd, because I imagine you want it as soon as possible. So that's what I would suggest. We decide if we want to do it the 24th Tuesday. If he says he's not going to be able to get the week before, you pick whichever date, the 31st, 1st, or 2nd. That would be the meeting as an alternate.
Maybe we should just go ahead with the 31st. That's Halloween. Is there a problem with Halloween to any commissioners? No? Okay. Maybe the 31st, commissioners, y'all want to, well, look at your calendars and see what they're like.
I'm good.
And the importance, because beginning the 4th, we start our season in here, so this room, and I know we want to have it in this room, our schedule in this room after November 4th will be problemsome.
I'm sorry, but something stuck in my head that he was going to be finished by October 15th, is that correct?
He's going to be finished. He told me about the meeting. He would like to have the meeting the last half of October. That's what he told me.
Okay, so the last half of October, he
Yeah.
didn't give you a specific,
No.
I'm going to be
No,
through by.
and all I'm trying to say is that, you know, if we wanted a week ahead of time, it might be better just to keep it as late in October as we can, for example.
Works for me.
The
Okay.
23rd, 24th, we could possibly adopt those and see, and give him a choice, is that?
Yeah, because then it'd only be the 17th he'd have to get them, so if he's ready close to the 15th.
Okay.
Want me to try the 24th? If he can't get it in a week, then it'd be the 31st.
Yeah,
Is that acceptable to
I'm
everybody?
kind of a sooner than later guy.
Yeah,
so.
yeah.
I would like to see the 24th to have our special meeting and the documents released to us on the 18th. That'd give us
Yeah.
a week.
24th, alternative the 31st.
I'll call him in the morning and confirm it.
Okay. All right. The item, next item is the monitoring of emails. I think you've seen my backup. It's rather short, and I really don't have much to say about it. I don't know if any of the other commissioners have anything to say about it. You know, basically, the city manager has been monitoring our emails. He no longer monitors the email. I do know he spoke to Ms. Kardash about that. So basically, I actually am looking for a motion in all of this, and it would be to, but before that, we're going to go to public comment, but it would be to approve the city manager to monitor our emails, and then we would all vote either for or against that. I just don't want to accept not just it not being a deal. I just want to make it, send a clear message, if you will, not a message, but just a decision. Just let's have a decision so there's no confusion about this in the future of whether somebody should or not. I know there's more to it than that, but let me go to the public comment. Are there any public comments on this item?
Anita Protus, 901 Bay Shore Drive. Emails, when they come into the city, that's public record, correct?
Not necessarily.
Which ones are not public record?
The ones that are personal.
Well, then they shouldn't come here, they should come on your personal computer.
It's,
So, but the city manager runs the city. If other emails come in, he should know about it, and all of you have the email. So what's the, other than the maybe personal ones, what's the secretive situation about it?
just because we have an email that is ctsfl.us, which is our city email, doesn't mean every email that's sent to that address is a public record. It has to do with something about, it has to do with city business. There is an occasion where we get messages that don't have anything to do with city business to that particular email address. That's not a public record. That's private communication.
So when you have to have private communication, the people you're working with, should it go through to the city clerk or to one of the secretaries up there so it would come in? I think there could be a problem with this, or there's an underlying factor to this that we don't know.
Okay. Are there any other public comments? Mr. Races, Mr. Jump, are there any public comments?
And we do have a raised hand.
Okay.
And you're unmuted. You can go ahead and speak, please.
Good evening, Peter Delacus, 514. First, before we go on to this agenda item, I'm requiring and asking for 2 minutes on the previous item because you didn't ask for public comment. So I would like to say I applaud the fact that you're going to have the Carlton Fields investigation brought out into the public. I think you've made a good compromise of the 24th and 4 days before, and if not available, go into the 31st. But what I did have a concern about is the last, basically the last line or so of Mayor Vaticiotis's letter. It says here, it's important to know that there is no feedback expected for the conclusions and recommendations in the report. When you receive it, it will be the final report. Yes, I agree it will be the final report, but I don't believe that any feedback should not be allowed or questions shouldn't be asked of Mr. Schwartz or Mrs. Hoyle as to maybe how they came to their conclusions or various facts or things that are in the report to be supported. So that's my comments on that item. Now, as far as the emails, let's go back a ways back, way before we had the internet and all that. You used to have to go to the clerk's office. They had a press box where they get letters or notes or things, and that's where we had access, and that was locked in the back. You didn't have access to it. So in fairness, for transparency, all of the emails that come into the city should be public records. There should be a computer set up in the clerk's office available to the public where we can have access to any emails coming into the city for viewing. This will solve those problems, the fact of being transparent. If you're getting personal emails, then you need to let those people know other ways to reach you. But as far as emails coming into the city, those should be public records. Now, I understand you're concerned about your responses, but it was mentioned if you get a reply back, those responses will be seen. So I would say then in your responses, make sure you're being aware that everybody has the ability to look at your emails. So tell people to separate, give them out your personal email address and let them know. But as far as public records, we need as much transparency to see what's going on, because on that issue with the internal auditor's report, we went by, the public went by what was what we viewed, but Commissioner Koulianis brought out a whole bunch of facts that changes the whole viewpoint. So transparency and communication. Thank you.
On my memorandum concerning Mr. Schwartz, just to clarify, questions are fine. What Mr. Schwartz was concerned about, if there's a question that's on nothing that's in the report, he'd be reluctant to answer that because of it being outside the scope of the report. But any question concerning the content of the report is fair. And feedback is like, maybe you should change this or change that. That's what I was talking about as far as specific recommendations to him about changing the report somehow. Let me just add to this thing a little bit on the emails. You know, you could go a lot of ways. Each commissioner can sign a release on all of your emails coming to the CTSFL being, you know, just access to the public. That's one alternative. The commission doesn't have to do that. Short, and I don't even know what our policy is. I don't recall signing anything as far as our, the emails or anything like that as far as giving anybody access to our account. And so if we don't want to do that, then, and we don't support the city manager or whoever reading the emails, there ought to be, the other concern I have is the fact that City Manager LaCourse was given access to the emails, and that there ought to be some policy concerning how access to information that people is not within their job description or role to do you know, they shouldn't be given that access to it. So that's the other part of this. I'm not sure how to deal with that yet, but this is just for this particular item tonight, is just these emails. And I mean, does everybody, Ms. Kardash, maybe you can explain a little bit about that, what defines a public record?
So public records are very broadly defined as anything that, no matter what the form of it is, whether it's in writing or on a hard drive or whatever the case may be, to communicate, formalize, and memorialize knowledge and information as it pertains to city business. There was a City of Clearwater case a number of years ago where there was personal information on a city-owned computer, and the argument was that that happened to be, because it was on a city computer, that it was a public record, and that's not the case. It's things that deal directly with city business. So there can be an instance where there is something personal that's either an email on a city device or something of that nature where it doesn't necessarily qualify as a public record. Now, with respect to the other issue where you were talking about access and monitoring and some of that, that would probably be more appropriate for a personnel policy. And again, that would be something that you would vet with your employment lawyer in terms of what your personnel policies are, as to what level of access and who has what level of access to the information that's on those devices. You know, that's something that has to be established in that manner, more so than just an action that's taken here.
All right, a couple of lights are on. Commissioner Kulianis.
Excuse me, there was another hand up for this particular comment.
Go ahead, Mr. Races. Thank you.
Hi, this is Georgiana Franzese, 15 Athens Street, Tarpon Springs, Florida. Yeah, I was actually going to ask Attorney Kardash to explain a little bit further, but I did want to just give some of my own opinions on this. As far as emails being monitored, every job I've ever had, you are going in with the assumption that every email you send is seen by management. And as Attorney Kardash knows, and that you are supposed to write in every email thinking that this email could be in front of a judge. And the point of that is to monitor and encourage you to act appropriately, and be courteous to the people that you're emailing with. I know that attempt was made last week or 2 weeks ago during the rules of procedure, which you all denied. But I believe that the reason for it should be to encourage you to be on your best behavior. And I question this item, not only the numbering of the item when it came up, it's after midnight tonight, after the audit, you know, when people have gone home. And if the motion that you're proposing, Mr. Mayor, is just to propose that the commission vote that the city manager gets to see the emails, why bring up the past and how this was discovered and that you should have brought it up sooner? Anyways, I think it's very suspect, but I'd like if Attorney Kardash could elaborate a little bit more on the city manager's right to see emails and whether he needs to ask permission from any of you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Did you want to answer that, or?
To the extent that they're public records, then there's really no issue there because it's anybody, any citizen, doesn't matter who it is, what it is. That's, again, something that's very broad under the state constitution. So it doesn't matter to the extent that it's a public record whether or not it's authorized. I think that the question that you're bringing up and that you're concerned about is whether or not it's something that is personal and is exempt. And that can get more into the personnel side of it, which is a little bit different.
Prohibit personal
Correct.
communications, that sort of
Exactly.
thing, yeah.
Yes.
I don't know that we've got a policy like that. Do you know? In other words, prohibit personal emails.
It may be. I didn't get all the policies. I got the one about the secondary staff members having accounts, but I can look into that one.
Okay.
But-
Anyway, I mean, you know what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
but just a note to our attorney, I got added to the Trish Hickey. Trish Hickey was on to get him. Trish Hickey is solely my employee. She is not an employee of the board. She's not an employee of the mayor. She was getting all of those emails. There was a problem before, and she'd have to screen what it was. All I did was I was added to, I wasn't, I'm not gonna deal with the spying issue that was brought up by somebody at the dais, at the board, but it wasn't spying. It was not to put her in the position to do, so I didn't put myself to see him. I added him to Trish Hickey because she is my employee, and I'd have any kind of problem. If you didn't want it to see it, then I don't, again, put on Irene, but it'd be your employee, your official, they'd go to Irene, but obviously they should go to Trish Hickey. But I'm her sole, by the job description, she answered to me solely, so something shouldn't come to her that doesn't come to me. I say, you saw I immediately took myself off when this controversy, put it back on. We have, everybody, including myself, has somebody who gets my emails on staff. There's nobody. In fact, some departments have 2 or 3. Somebody gets all of my emails I send to the backup. Everybody has those secondary people, so this is something that is not a big thing and is done throughout the city, and that's all I want to say.
Okay. Commissioner Kulianis.
Public comments. First of all, I not only have no problem with the city manager seeing my emails, I encourage him to see my emails. We're not there full time. We are I need assistance. I want him to read my emails because they're all city related, and it's helpful to me. But beyond that, they are public record, and just like in any organization, I've gone through this countless times with clients, where employees of a client will say, well, that's personal. Let's say you work for GE, and you're on GE.com, and emails are coming to you, to that business, regardless of whether they have a personal content or not, they are the purview of that company. Just like Miss Franzese said, she's absolutely right. So anything being written to our CTS account is not ours anymore. IT can look at it. Anybody has access to it. We don't own it. So as much as I would think you'd want to encourage people not to write, if it's personal stuff, use your Gmail or whatever you use. But if it's going to the CTS, too bad. It belongs to the
Point
city
of order, we need to extend the meeting.
Okay.
Can I make a motion?
Sorry, thank you for doing that.
Make a
We have a
motion to
motion.
extend the meeting till 2 a.m.
2.
Give us enough time.
Okay, yeah, second.
Roll call.
Commissioner Kulianis?
Yes.
Commissioner Kulyas?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yeah.
Mayor Vaticius?
Yes, okay.
Okay, so the point is, to me, it is, whether it's public record or the city of Tarpon Springs record, somebody else is gonna have access to your emails, whether it's, again, Mark Licouris, or whether it's all the people in IT, or somebody is, because you don't own it. So if people are writing you personal stuff to CTS, I would encourage them not to. But that's the best I think you can do. So, thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Eisner.
I didn't have a problem with Mark reading the emails. What I have an issue with is what was the reason that it was instituted, and if it was instituted because of Jacob Carr's ethics issue and violation, I don't feel that everybody else should have been included in that. Because my question I would ask is, what did you uncover since then? It doesn't look good if somebody's doing something and doesn't let you know that they are doing it. That's the real key to this, not whether he's entitled to or not. I would have appreciated having a conversation. Again, this goes back to communication, that, you know, your emails, I'm gonna take a look at, and for whatever reason, and we have to have a working relationship. Otherwise, you know, that's where the word distrust comes from. As far as, and the city manager knows it, there was an email sent out by someone on this board. It hit a forward Pinellas, and it set off a disaster, and I had to put a fire to that one. And, you know, so I don't know how this helps. As far as record requests, I don't believe somebody can ask for infinite record requests. I think they have to give you a definitive time frame from who you spoke to who you, from what time frame to what time frame. I don't believe, and I could be wrong, but I'll ask this question, can you just put, I want to have every email that Mark Licouris sends to Mike Eisner and Mike Eisner sends to Mark Licouris? Or can somebody ask for a record request of everything that I ever do, but you see, in the future? So that's where the issue comes in. It's not that somebody's keying in on one past segment of something. You know, to look into the future of what I'm gonna do or what someone's gonna send me is different than the past. So now,
You are correct. You can't have standing records requests for records that haven't been produced yet. So you can't have something that says, I want every email that so-and-so ever sends. That's not a public records request that's allowable. And as far as past records are concerned, they have to be sufficiently identifiable. So, and also too, you can look at whether or not they're excessive and request that they be basically honed down.
so going back with that, that's what I thought you were gonna say.
Right.
And so you can't, without letting me know that you're going to be monitoring the emails going and coming, it's a respect thing. So like I said, I go back to that, and City Manager Mark, you know, you didn't catch that email, right? And that email went out, and it caused us a great deal of, you know, headache.
But that was an outgoing.
I understand.
I don't get, it's only incoming that goes to Trish and me.
Still, the point I'm trying to make is you're not going to be able to catch everything. And I would prefer that you and I have a conversation, and if I decide that I want you to look at my emails, I have no issues with that. I would say, yeah, fine, do it. I don't care. But the part of this that really set me off was the fact that I didn't know it. You know, I didn't know about certain things, and, you know.
Did you know that Trish got all your emails?
Yes, that I know.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to explain, this is brought up by Jacob Carr. That was one of the examples. What Trish Hickey, this came out of me being added to her thing because of an issue of talking with her about being uncomfortable. She had told me before, but I didn't catch it. You need to see this, you need to see that. She was uncomfortable. The time the Jacob Carr thing in her mind, could she have seen that it shouldn't be Trish's job under me to take these emails and screen them and have to make those decisions, should I give it to you or not? So I said, Trish, you're right, you should not. I'm sorry you've been under that. Suzanne, can I just add myself to her? It's not a separate thing set up. Add myself to her so she is not in the pit. This was all made for Trish Hickey and not being able to that spot. Plus, on weekends, if somebody sends you a lines down, doesn't send it to the BOC, send it individually, you're, you know, out on wherever you're out on the stuff, you don't see it. The Jacob Carr was an example of her thinking, should I have told somebody about that, or from one of the responses? Or that's how it all started, and she shouldn't be in that position. So Suzanne, just add me to hers, to what she gets that I get. It's not getting yours, it's getting what she gets. So it was as simple as that, not even thought it was a thing. My email, somebody gets them in the city to keep a second chance. It wasn't even thought of my mind, oh, I better tell somebody I'm on Trish's list. So I'm sorry, but believe me, I've seen it on the evaluation. That number one thing to work on, you're gonna be getting blessed with a lot of things. The communication thing is something I'm gonna work on in the time I have, so you can be assured of that.
Well, that's my complaint. My complaint, I don't really mind. I'll verbally say it, you have my permission. I don't write anything that I would not be proud to present to anybody. So I don't have an issue with that.
But remember, it's income, it's not what you write out. I don't see that.
Whether it be incoming or outgoing, I don't really
Trish
care.
doesn't get that, so I'm not gonna get that, so.
I just need to know the rules of what I'm to follow and what I'm not to follow, that's all. So, to me, it was not, to me, it was a blindside. So, I'm glad we got this discussion.
Okay, did you have anything else?
No, I'm good.
Commissioner, Vice Mayor Lunt.
So, excuse me. First of all, I'd like to say that when I went for this position, I did not have a real expectation of privacy. Florida has public record laws, however, so I expected my privacy to be somewhat protected under Florida's public record laws. I'm actually disappointed that somebody has been having access to my email without my knowledge. It's not something I would have given permission to for a variety of reasons, whether it's Mark or Trish or IT. It should not be allowed. As a matter of fact, in many, many organizations I deal with, IT is specifically restricted from doing things like that. Because once you give them access to that, you've just lost control of things. So my personal position is, somebody wants access to my emails, they need to file a public record request. Otherwise than that, I do not want anybody reading my emails unless I explicitly give them to them.
Commissioner Kulyas.
There's been an individual who wants to have a public comment. I don't know if, I think we skipped over him.
We could allow.
Did we go to public comments? Come on up and say something.
Tom Kulianis, 1250 South Pinellas Avenue, Tarpon Springs. Something that is troubling, and I'd like the help of the attorney, is are emails addressed to your HR department coming to you? Or do you have access to all emails?
No.
You said you have access to all city emails that are coming in, not going out.
Just on of the CTSs of all the individual commissioners.
Okay, just commissioners?
Yes.
Not staff?
No.
Okay, because you got HIPAA issues and things like that.
No.
That you or Trish should not be reading.
Right.
Okay, I'm
Right.
confused, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Kulyas, getting back to you.
I just looked at it as their public emails, and anything I send out can get monitored. There's a church in Clearwater that gets all the records they can assume from the city of Clearwater via email. Now, I don't know if they get them the day after, that day of, I'm not sure, but this is a public email. If my mother emails me, hey, food's gonna be ready at 7 p.m. It's personal, but it went to my public email. And when you look at it that way, it helps get away some of the monitoring that you think's being either disrespected or overreach. To me, it helps me because I get a lot of requests to fix a road, to check a sewer, check something, and there's times I don't get to it right away. And there's been many situations in which Mark's had staff address the situation before even getting back to me. And I think that's the number one reason we should all have our emails monitored to at least see what's coming in. And I'm ready to make a motion after, that way we can move forward with this. And it's a public email. I mean, what's gonna happen if Mark, asks Trish, hey, did any emails come in regarding a certain topic? I mean, what is she not gonna disclose it? I mean, we're walking a fine line, and if maybe there might be some information you want to get out to someone that you don't want to be read. It's your public email as an elected official of this city. And when you think of it like that, it makes your worrying a lot less. And so I would like to make a motion that it is up to the discretion of each and every individual commissioner to allow the city manager to monitor their emails and request it in email writing, and that agreement to stop watching all the emails for each and every individual can be done via email and writing.
Is there a second? Because I want to ask a question.
Would you include Trish in there? Because
And I amend my motion to include Trish.
Or your executive assistant?
I'll second it.
yes,
position
because
not
I have no problem with that, but with both
there a
of us,
second?
if it's chose not to do it, I have no problem with it not.
Ms. Kardash, would it be better if we do this through a policy rather than just deciding this tonight, or?
Well, it will take you a hot minute to get the policy in writing, so if you want, you do have the motion on the
This and
floor,
then
so you
come
can do
back
this
with
and
a
then come
policy.
back and then vet it more appropriately.
Okay. We have a second. Are there any other, I see the lights on, or is those old?
I do want to get one more
Commissioner,
comment
put out
out.
your lights on, okay.
And I think we need to look at this as being able to provide service to our residents faster. And that's the biggest issue for me. And that's why I want to proceed forward, and the motion's on the floor. If you don't want your emails monitored, then simply request it. But city manager has that right as an individual to request all your emails every day after. And it wouldn't take long, considering how far along back it is, to have that public records request fulfilled.
The one issue I have is that unless we know who's monitoring the emails, and there is some, let's say, private communication that comes in on our CTSFL, and then somehow that communication gets out in public, and if it's who you know is monitoring it, then you know where it came from. But if it's just, everybody thinks it's a public email and anybody can read anything that you have, then I think that's a real problem. And so, and there's, perturbations of that. There's variations in that you can kind of, and then also I think in my opinion, the IT director needs some clear direction as far as what she knows she can do and what she knows she can't do. That's all. That's why I think we need to formalize it. And, for example, you signed an agreement with, to allow City Manager LaCourse. He gives that to the IT director. Is that sufficient from a city's records perspective to allow that to happen? So I think let's go ahead and approve this tonight, and then ask Ms. Kardash to kind of think about what you heard tonight and come back with something. So is there anything else
Comment-wise?
on this
Yeah,
one? Yeah.
so just so I understand this better, your motion is an opt-in or an opt-out letter,
It's up to you.
basically?
Yes, sir.
Each
Okay.
individual. Okay. Roll call,
Wanted to
please.
make sure I,
Commissioner Kulianis?
yes.
Commissioner Kulyas?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius?
Yes. All right, the next item is,
Just have one thing to be,
yeah, go ahead.
is it okay if I leave it as is now? I'm off there. You saw the email where I took myself off. Trish is still on,
For everybody.
for everybody. I leave it like that until the policy.
I'm fine with
Or-
Trish. I mean,
does-
I've known her and
The
she-
motion included both you and Trish.
Yeah.
If I'm correct, so.
And I will be sending you an email tomorrow morning confirming for you to, and Trish to monitor my emails.
I'll do the same thing, just to close the loop.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
for Trish and, you know, okay. I've already talked to her about it.
That's okay. That's
All right, we voted, right? Okay, so the other item is item 16, discussion of city manager transition and campaign promises. I guess my point here is that when we left the meeting in August 8th, in all reality, and I'm not exaggerating, I was kind of in shock as far as the way the meeting went. And it took me literally, and I'm still not complete, but it took me literally a couple of weeks to kind of reconcile in my mind what had happened. And so I'm very much concerned if that this commission doesn't have the resolve to move forward with this, and maybe commissioners, and like I said at that meeting, August 8th, maybe people had changed their mind, then I think we need to be honest to the residents as far as what that is. You know, I still feel that, and I'm trying to be as respectful as I can. When I got elected, there were certain objectives that I wanted: the strategic plan, updated the comp plan, the ordinances, sustainability. And we've done some good things. But I think we've brought the city to where that's as far as, you know, I can take it. And I really think that there needs to be some fresh ideas that are coming into the city. And, you know, the city manager and I have dust-ups all the time. I don't agree with a lot of things that happened tonight. I really don't. You know, communication has always been the key. And you know, and we get into these arguments because of most of the time, communication. So I don't know what the commission's preference is on that. I had something I was going to read, but right now it's really late. I don't want to get into any heated discussions or anything like that, but that's the gist of it. And I think I get very frustrated when we kind of go back and forth. I know the 6-month delay was my doing. I said that. I recognize that, but also it was at a time when I honestly wasn't thinking real straight. So what I'd like to do is talk about that a little bit tonight and see what the commission's preference is. And you know, like I said, I'm still wanting to make a change, but I want to hear what the rest of the commission has to say. So, Commissioner Kulianis, you got your light on. Let me go to public comment first. Public comments. Mr. Races, any public comments? Ms. McKinney, do you have a public comment? Yes.
Debbie McKinney, 1021 Rose Tree Lane. I guess it's going to be up to you guys what you do with this as far as the city manager and whether to get a new one or not. But as a citizen, not working for the city, not being on any boards, I guess I don't understand all of the issues about why some people want Mark to leave and some don't. And so it's hard for me to form an opinion or take a side because it's always just briefly talked over. Like communication, I get that one. But have we ever done like an internal audit on how the city is run? Has there been things found to be done wrong that the public needs to know about? Because I also know there's a whole bunch of people that want to come here and love on Mark and say he's been here for us, he's done all these things for us, and we don't want him to go, and they don't know the other side of the coin. So I don't know how much of that is knowledge that can be shared with us as citizens. I don't want to have a bash system. I mean, I don't want to be bashing on Mark. I have no personal problems with Mark. I've resolved anything with him that if we had something in the past. But I don't know, I don't have the details of what it is, why we're looking for fresh blood. Okay, so
Okay.
that's my opinion.
Again, Anita Protus, 901 Bayshore Drive. Mayor, I don't understand where you're coming from. You want new, fresh ideas. We have to take care of the problems in the city, the sewer, the sinking sewer lines, the brick roads, our beach, boat ramps, taking care of our community. All of you come up with ideas all the time. The city manager can't do it all. He's trying to run the city, trying to take care of the problems. We have so many problems in this community that need to be taken care of. And the number one problem is bringing friendship back into the community, working on our reputation, having builders want to come into Tarpon Springs. The roads, the bricks are sinking. You drive over Canal Street, you drive over Orange Street, you drive over these other streets in Tarpon, it's bump, bump, bump because everything is sinking. We need to take care of the sponge docks. It's very dirty. We're not even enforcing our ordinances down there. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the big trucks are down there making their deliveries instead of by 10 o'clock in the morning so the tourists and the business people can get by. We're not taking care of uptown. We need so much to be done in this city, and it's not being done. Our city is dirty, and it needs to be cleaned up and just brightened up some more. And I know we've had a lot of problems, and city manager, we don't get along all the time, especially over Craig Park. He knows that. And we're always pulling back and forth and pulling him. Get out, walk the streets. The report said he doesn't walk enough. I don't see you uptown that much. I don't see Mr. Lunt, except if I go to Panera and I see him, or at an affair. Saw Mr. Eisner riding his bike today, and I didn't want to run over him. That's why I just followed him into town. Mr. Koulianis is all over the place, and that's what it takes. We are so divided in this community, it's sad. So let's work on the worth more, which you say you have, but you don't. And let's get our town cleaned up and get our problems fixed in this community. Let's work down on Athens Street and Hope Street, Tarpon Avenue. Lots here, you want us to buy $1 million piece of property when we have lots here that won't cost that much, or maybe you can get 3 or 4 for that amount of money to make the parking uptown. We turned down a hotel. The hotel on 19 ain't gonna do Tarpon any good, and down at the sponge docks into the business, because when people go out to the highway, they're gonna go on. We are the open door to Pinellas County, and we should be a shining example. We should take care of our community. We should enhance on our historic preservation here. Things are changing. The Historic Board is letting people do what they want in these areas. You've got enough to work on. We need to work down on Dorset Park. They've been asking and asking. Open up Belcher. There's so much to be done. What more do you want? What more do you want?
Ms.
Because it
Protos,
ain't gonna work, sir. It isn't gonna work.
Let me ask you a question.
What?
Well, the point is, those roads have been that way for a very long time, and who's been city manager all that time? I understand what you're saying, but you just indicted the city manager, so, yeah. Let's, is there any other public comments?
It's running
Mr. Jump, Mr. Races, are there any other public comments?
And we do have a raised hand at this time. Please unmute to speak.
Utilakis 514 Ashland Ave. When this came up back in August, one of the things that came out, and Commissioner Kulianis stressed upon it, what does Mark want? When is his retirement date? Set that date. Tell us, Mark, when do you want to set for your retirement? If it's a year from now, 2 years, fine. We'll roll with you till then. And then in the meantime, you can figure out some way to do a search. As Commissioner Kulianis mentioned, there's LinkedIn, there's Indeed, there's Facebook. I mean, there's so many ways to get the word out at that time. But if you do it the proper way, when you go to search for a city manager, you'll have some respectability in how you handle the approach that you'll get qualified candidates. If you go through another fiasco like what happened in August, no one's going to want to apply to Tarpon. So again, Mark, I know you're going to do what the board says, but tell them what's the date that works for you, and then they can work around that. So that's all I would ask for us at this point, and then you can go forward from that point. But I would say, I know Mark's had some issues with various people, and you may have complaints about his service, but as previous mayor mentioned, his job is to run the city, and it's sometimes the commissioner's job to give him the vision and the direction as to where y'all want it to go. He's had numerous boards that keeps twisting him in the wind as to which way to go. So I would say at this point, let the man tell you when he'd like to get his retirement papers, and then y'all work around. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Mr. Races?
And there are no other raised hands at this time.
Okay, Commissioner Kulianis?
Okay, I think we were, I can speak for myself. I was clear that day. I didn't have any, I wasn't too tired to be conscious of what was happening. We made a clear decision and we voted on it. It was 6 months, hold off advertising for 6 months. We're going to have a workshop. You even looked over to the city manager, threw your arms up, saying, give him a workshop. I just don't want to have nothing to do with it. Remember that one? Okay, so that was what we agreed upon, right? And that's a sound way to move, just like Mr. Delacus says. Mark should give us a date. I've been asking for a date. At that workshop, he's agreed that he's going to come with a date. We're waiting to get through the budget process. We're waiting to get through, we want to get our special counsel report. We got things that are coming up very shortly. A month's probably already gone by. It'll be well within the 6 months. We will have a workshop. As a matter of fact, I told the city manager I want to come up with a date soon, even if it's out there, so we can announce it. Everybody knows it's going to be there. We have an open forum with our community, and we talk about all the different options. I'm not married to, and I know that this word bothers you, but I'm not married to promises of the past. I'm not married to any of those. Let's talk about all the options. Once we have a date from Mr. Licouris, we either accept the date, we either negotiate a different date with him, we reject the date. We have the authority we have the ability to terminate him. We have the ability to retain him. We have the ability to elevate somebody within into a second position. So we have, in my opinion, I think that's the soundest thing. So we have a plan B. If we're going to go out and look, you saw we spent $40,000, and we got really one person. The other person got the name from somebody in their family. Okay, so $40,000 was spent. You know, so we already had a plan, we agreed upon the plan, we voted on the plan. I think we stick to the plan, we go to the 6 months. Again, that was your idea. Commissioner Kulyas said 3 months, you said, no, I want to make it 6 months. So let's stick with the plan. We're gonna have a workshop. Mr. LaCourse is gonna give us a date. We're either gonna accept the date, alter the date, reject the date, whatever you guys wanna do. But I think in this way, we include the community in the decision-making process. That's, again, that's what we decided. Now this, at this stage, I was confused that day, so now we want to revisit it? No, we agreed. It was voted on, we should stick to the plan. Thank you.
Is there anybody else? Go ahead. No, who was it? Commissioner Kulyas, do you have anything?
I was gonna wait for Commissioner Eisner, he hit the button first.
I didn't see the light on. Go ahead.
All right, well, I'll go. I just, I'm gonna make a motion that we have our special session,
You mean work session?
or I'm gonna make a motion, we have our workshop to have the city manager discussion the second or third week in January of 2024, and the next regular session meeting, we continue this discussion.
Second.
The next, say it again, the next regular,
The next regular session meeting after the workshop, we have the discussion.
I second that.
with residents. Is that what you're getting at, or?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is there a second?
I second it.
All right.
Twice.
Let me finish up with
Yeah,
comments from, well,
I was not, obviously, I was not comfortable with those two candidates. And after some of the actions of the one with the public records request, I was very thankful we didn't go through, because the city manager position is going to take a lot of criticism, especially as, factions or groups or whatever. There's always going to be someone trying to make noise, trying to make frustration. And so I want us to stick to our plan. There's still plenty of time to make a transition. Just like we talk about, we want to get someone in right around budget season. We want to have that discussion to give the new individual the ability to work with the budget. But I also put in my evaluation that I also mentioned I have intentions on revisiting the issue in January, so we have the motion on the floor. But I also stated I will be heavily involved this time around, and so will the residents. We will perform the search in-house and have city staff apply as well, since some credentials were forgotten. And so I'm planning to move that in direction, but that's gonna come up down the road, obviously. We're in this point now, we're in the fall, fall school year, holiday season's gonna be coming up soon. We don't need this type of issues coming up right now. And we're not divisive, there's disagreements. And how those disagreements happen, they have to happen here, and they have to get handled. And so, let's do this, just like we promised in the voting back in August. This gives enough time, and then gives us all enough time, and the city manager to come up with, some dates, and we could tackle this issue again.
Commissioner Eisner.
Thank you, Mayor. There's no carte blanche to having a commitment to do something 6 months from now, and all of a sudden, if, for argument's sake, a city manager does something that rubs this commission wrong, he could be terminated that day. So I don't agree. I understand what you're saying about we had this commission, you know, this agreement for 6 months. I don't differ from what Commissioner Cooley says about maybe having a date, which is an excellent idea, and I thank you for that, having it then. But we had two very contentious things on the agenda. And luckily, they seem to at least somewhat transpire to some more understanding. But this evening could have gone very south as well. And just as easily, you know, Mark could have gotten replaced tonight in a vote. I'm just saying, you never know what tomorrow brings. And I'm just glad that this thing toned down rather than toned up. So, I mean, as long as we have an agreement of what we want to do, I want to do things respectfully. I came into this meeting not happy with the monitoring of my emails, even though I have no issue with it. I had an issue that I didn't know about it, so that was my issue. I'm glad we had some discussion on it. I did approve of what Billy had to say, but there were more facts brought out, which was excellent. I think Billy should have been told some of the facts by you, Mark. So the communication issue is the biggest problem. So had you communicated this, I don't think any of this would have escalated. And I don't know if then a transition would have been put on. But for every action, there's an opposite and sometimes bad reaction. And, you know, my comment, and I'm happy to share this because you know I don't pull punches with you. If anybody said something to me, I said, well, Mark brought this on himself. And that was my comment. And I say that because of the lack of communication. Like I said, I'll vote tomorrow that you could read my emails because I don't get involved with emails. That's not my thing. So to me, it doesn't matter. But what matters to me is a principle that there's a distrust that I didn't know that you were doing that. So as far as, I'll go along with putting this off at a certain date. But I'll tell you this, if something more comes up that doesn't sit pretty with me, I would do a motion, and you know this, Mark, I'll do a motion, you know, at any given time to remove anybody that doesn't follow the rules and regulations and integrity of the town. So, you know, that's just how I want to run it, so thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Eisner. You have your light on again?
Yeah, absolutely. When anybody can come up here and act like, oh, I can get rid of you anytime, but you better be ready to articulate and come in detail and not just throw words out. Communication, because that's been the history script in Tarpon Springs, getting rid of city managers and probably pretty much anywhere. Lack of communication, lack of trust, lack of information being presented.
Let's not forget transparency.
And transparency. So there better be good reasons, but just to come up here and say, oh, I feel mistrusted or you know, it's the principle. No. You're gonna have to come up here and articulate. You have to explain your reasoning in detail. And so we can all come up here and, you know, be big shots and say, hey, I'll make a motion to get rid of you anytime. But that's not hometown values. This is a hometown values. And we respect our hometown. And so what you need to understand is this is a respect thing. And we're gonna take our time, push it back till January to have this workshop, to have this, you know, discussion. But I don't like that arrogance. I can get rid of you anytime because there's some integrity issues on this board still. And until they get answered, I don't want these same people talking about integrity
Let's
and
just
calling
calm
shots.
the talk down, Commissioner.
Thank
Canales.
you.
let me ask Vice Mayor Lund, he's just been quiet. Do you have anything else you want to say? Or anything you want to say?
I keep hearing, I was surprised to see this on the agenda, quite frankly, just because I thought we'd already decided that there was gonna be some more of a period before we hit this point again. I keep fluctuating. I'm here to represent the citizens of Tarpon Springs. That's the job, right?
Yeah.
You represent the citizens. Well, unfortunately, most of the citizens that I've heard from, and you know, I'm being transparent, have given me the advice to terminate Mr. Licouris as soon as possible. I don't agree with that personally because I don't think it's professional enough. I think Mark has earned the right to say, this is my plan on leaving, which we've all talked about. The only thing I haven't heard of is, I haven't heard one word from Mark to any of us about when that might be. I keep hearing all sorts, even from Anita. She comes up and she says, well, you know, the city's in disrepair, the roads suck, there's this, there's that, there's all this work we have to do. All this occurred under Mark's watch. You've been here for 10 years, or 11 now, or whatever it is. 14. But I mean, so, just because there's more work to do doesn't justify keep being here to do the work. So, I mean, we have a great relationship. And I respect a lot of the stuff you've done. I respect a lot of the stuff you do. But we keep dancing about whether we should terminate or not terminate. And I mean, that's, you know, 5 people up here in the board trying to figure out within. We always talk about what we want, but it's time we talk about what the citizens want. Because I keep hearing they're not happy. And if they're not happy and they keep saying, we're not happy because we don't think this guy's been running our town right, then this guy has to go. So that's my thought on it. I'm not really interested in delaying it till January or next March or whatever. I think this board has to just basically man up and say, look, if this person is not going to be here, we need to make a decision on that one way or the other now. And that's my position.
You don't have a standing, ma'am. Commissioner Eisner.
Thank you. I think she's still the mayor. So I'm listening to what Vice Mayor just said, and I will share the calls I've gotten were similar to yours. I did not have one call that said keep city manager on. They all were to remove him. My comment as far as just the fact that we made a date, I was clarifying that doesn't give Mark Licouris or the city manager carte blanche to do whatever he wants. I'm sorry it was misunderstood by my fellow commissioner and didn't understand what I was saying. But also, I don't see any benefit to constantly bring up the same issue that we've had Mr. Kouskoudis come before us and ask that we kind of tone things down, while one of us cannot tone that down and constantly brings up the same thing. He's constantly calling me out on integrity because he's not allowed to get information that is not allowed for his knowledge. And that has nothing to do with integrity. So, as
People's
far
knowledge.
as do you want to interrupt me?
No, let's just calm down and let's finish up so
Okay.
we can.
So when I say that I don't have an issue removing a city manager, I mean it as if something is done really badly, that doesn't mean we're going to wait till January. I'm back to an agreement with what Vice Mayor said. So I did think that things were a little overblown on this, but I'm not getting one person to call me up and tell me that we should keep the city manager on, and he knows that. I've told him that. So that's what I want to say.
Thank you.
I don't want any more, I don't want to fight with him on these kind of comments, and I don't know whether he's ever going to stop throwing them, but that's his business. I don't really respect that kind of stuff in the first place. So.
Thank you. Commissioner Kulianis, did you have your light on?
Yeah, I do. We spend so much time with our fragile egos. Somebody said this, somebody said that, and then, I'm not saying this board's not getting things done, because I believe it is. But the narrative out there is chaos. It's meetings of chaos. And it's exhausting. It's exhausting to come and have to be prepared for a battle every meeting, okay? And the thing with the city manager, you run in your circles and hear people, you run in your circles, I run in my circles, okay? And I hear different things. I hear more people tell me they like Mark. They think he should be able to retire on his own terms from the city. Fine. Again, I go back to what I said when I stood at that podium as a resident. Let the man, 45 years of experience, of service to our community, let's get a date, let's move in a good, solid direction. Not just, it's not about Mark, it's about the city, because if we do it right, we won't have the acrimony in the community that he was fired. We won't have the acrimony amongst the staff. And I know there's been comments, I don't care what the staff think. Well, I do. We don't run this city, they do. And having this, I don't think it serves anybody to say, hey, I could knock you out anytime I want. I can make a motion. If you make me mad today, I can fire you. How does that further our town? How does that communicate to anybody that might ever want to come and work for this town that their job is so fragile that if you're in a bad mood, he does something to upset you, that I'm going to make a motion, I'm getting you out of here. Even if you think it, you don't have to say everything that goes in your mind, doesn't have to come out your mouth, okay? That's a bad statement, it's unprofessional, and it sends the wrong tone to our city. Okay, this item on the agenda, I'm not even sure what the heck it was put on here. The backup, going back to BP, stuff that happened in 2010. You want to talk about BP? I went, first of all, I know more about filing for BP claims than all of you put together. I did the calculation of over 200 BP claims. I know what qualifies and I know what doesn't qualify. It's a test. It was called a V-test. It was all mathematics. It was set up by Price Waterhouse. All I did was go next door. You share a wall with this man, Ron Herring. I go to Ron Herring. Hey, Ron, did we file for a BP claim? Yeah. Well, no, he goes, no, we did the calculation. Did we consider a BP claim? Yeah. Within 30 seconds, he pulled up the analysis of the city's BP claim. We didn't qualify. You want the city to go apply for money that it doesn't qualify? That could be a fraud problem. You don't go and just apply for things that you don't even qualify for. We're just throwing stuff out. There was stuff when you were city manager, mayor. You know it. There were fines, or there's always stuff going on. The streets are, we live in a really wonderful place. It's nice when me running. Last week I had to run 20 miles on Saturday. So there wasn't hardly a street in Tarpon Springs I didn't run over. We have a nice town. It's a living thing. It's always needs streets fixed. It's always, I'm sorry, Mayor, we're not in disarray. It's a living, breathing thing that's always being fixed, always needs to be better. You know, Mark, there's wonderful things. You know, our wonderful Sherry and all the wonderful things we have on First Fridays and all the programs we have and, you know, and our beautiful buildings and our wonderful parks. It's like, all I hear is, you know, up here you'd think the place was just dilapidated and we have, you know, are living in squalor. We live in a wonderful place. It's always gonna be, we're always gonna be working on it. It's never gonna be complete. That's just the way it is, like you're doing your laundry. You know, you do it and next thing you know, you're doing it again. It never ends, right? Regina? You never stop. It's just the way it is. So Mark is going to leave. He's going to leave. He's going to retire at some point. Let's pick, again, I go back. We're gonna have a workshop. That's exactly the times that I was thinking for the workshop, Commissioner Kulyas. That's why I second your motion. We're gonna have a workshop. We're gonna talk. We're gonna come up with a strategy. It's either gonna be an outside person will be the next person. Maybe it's gonna be an inside person be the next person. That's something for us all to decide. The community can interject and we move forward as a community. But this constant acrimony that's taking place and these grievances that never end. This, you know, I can get over stuff, but there's people here that don't get over stuff. You know, there's people here when somebody, and I'm disgusted by it. You know, Robin Sanger comes, she doesn't get a thank you. Mayor Protas comes up, she don't get a thank you. David Geddes, thank you, Mr. Geddes. Okay, let's get over all this crap, okay? These grievances and stuff aren't serving our community. Commissioner Kulyas, cut it out. Commissioner Eisner, cut it out. I don't know what else to tell you. Let's move on. You know, Commissioner Lunt, you jabbed me hard that one night, remember?
I'm sorry, but I felt you.
That's great. And what happened after that? I reached out to you on the hurricane day.
Absolutely.
And I said, hey, if you don't have a place to come to my house, you could stay in my bedroom. I didn't take it personal. I didn't care. It was you did your thing. I'm a big boy. I could take it. But you know what? We're family, you know? But we can't, it's not working here, Mayor. Let's stop the grievances. I'm more than happy to shake your hand, give you a hug, just like we used to do. But you can't get over stuff. You can't let anything go.
Fine,
And this stuff, this on the agenda, this on the agenda is exactly that. Not getting over anything. I'm bringing it back up. I'm rehashing 2010. Seriously, let's move on as a community. Let's be, you know, he upsets me all the time. I like the guy. You know, you had to go, you went through a little something the other day. And I'm happy that you're healthy, and it make me very sad if you weren't sitting there, okay? Even if you chew your candy and annoy the shit out of me, but I like the hell out of you. I can't help it, okay? That's being a community, that's being a family. It's time we stop it, okay? That's my thing. This being on the agenda, rehash. Let's keep rehashing. It's time to move on as a community. Get over things. Thank you.
Commissioner Kulyas, do you have anything else?
Yeah, I would just encourage each and every individual to reach outside of their circles, because I don't run in circles. I run by myself, and I go anywhere in town. Any of you come with me to the Union Academy neighborhood, I guarantee you're not just gonna get fire mark, fire mark, fire mark. Any one of you come walk Greektown, you'll probably get a 50-50, who knows? But like I said, please, go outside of your circles. Your circles are small. They're really small. And if you're not willing to put yourself out there to talk to people who may not even like you, probably still don't like you, probably just use you to, you know, get stuff done. But you have to reach outside of the people that are constantly reaching out to you, reach out of your circles, and we have to be men of our word. So we made that 6 months, unless something drastic up here, hey, you don't need me, just like 3 mentioned, there's 3 votes here. The votes are there, so we have to be men of our word, and those are phrases, they're not dictionary terms. We have to come through, follow through what we said we're gonna do, and be thankful that we're in the city to help out, and get outside of our small circles. Thank you.
Okay. No lights, roll call.
Commissioner Kulianis?
Yes.
Commissioner Kulyas?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius?
Yes. Okay.
Would like to know what Mark.
Sorry, seeing City Attorney Kardash, you want to take item 17, City Attorney request for shade meeting?
I have the memo there. It's a request for a shade meeting on a settlement offer you received on active litigation. I'd be looking for a motion to approve the shade meeting and for you all to schedule it.
So moved.
Second.
I've got dates if we wanna. I talked to Mr. Salzman, he can either do it, Thursday, 5:36, Thursday too. I know that's gonna make 3 straight meetings, cause we got one tomorrow night, but, he wanted to get it as soon as possible, Thursday or next Tuesday, so.
Thursday when?
5:36, whatever time you decide.
That Tuesday is an open day, right?
Yes.
So we could do it at 6:30? Or what you're suggesting is good?
Yeah, the shade is gonna be up in the second floor. It could be any time of the
Oh,
day or night.
Oh, okay, up there, all right, okay. Does anybody have an objection to next Tuesday night? Do we need it sooner, do you think? Oh, he said that, Tuesday night, right?
26th?
Yes.
26th.
I mean, I'd like to support the 21st in 2 days. I mean, I know it's meeting after meeting, but free up our evenings next week too. And we can get it done faster and really hear what they have to say to us in the shade meeting in 2 days.
The 20,
Okay, then the 26th will work.
okay. Is there, who made the motion? Anybody?
Yes.
I did.
Commissioner.
You want to make it for, make a motion that we have a shade
So
meeting?
make the motion for the shade meeting for the 26th. Do you want the time or the time is
5:36,
5:30?
whichever.
So-
He said whichever, 5:36, 6:30.
That suggests,
5:30?
Second.
okay.
Extra hour.
Let me ask the public whether there's any public comment. I've got to do that by our rules. Mr. Races, are there any public comments?
And there are no raised hands at this time.
Thank you.
Okay. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Kulianis?
Yes.
Commissioner Kulyas?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius?
Yes.
What was the time we said?
5:30.
All right, that takes care of the, we've got 1 minute. Any really important board and staff comments from anybody? I'm just going to ask.
I plan on asking if, big congratulations to Tarpon Springs High School football. They're doing great, 3-0. And after this Friday, if they do well, I'd like to bring them here to help celebrate them, break a 15-year losing streak towards a rivalry. Thank you.
Okay, meeting adjourned at 1:59. Don't leave anybody. You've got another meeting.
No, we have another meeting.
Oh, geez, we've got the CRA meeting.
Yes.
I'm voting, Doc.
We have another meeting.
Mr. Eisner, I was mayor in a better time. I don't think I'm mayor anymore.
All right. I'm going to go ahead. You ready? Should we get this done?
You just had to go to the restroom.
What did you have to say?
Gina.
Ms. Protos, can you,
Well, it stays with me, but I've had my time.
Ms. Protos? They have another meeting. Please don't approach the dais.
Pardon?
Please don't approach the dais. They have another meeting.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought it was.
We got a CRA meeting.
Yes, but I'm not staying.
Good evening, Mr. Lewis.
Good evening.
Morning. Good morning. Good morning.
Sure.
You don't understand premise. It's okay. I like you too.
Just waiting for. Yeah.
It's called a flake.
I call to order the Board of Directors of the Community Redevelopment Agency for the downtown Tarpon Springs redevelopment area on Tuesday, September 19, 2023 at 2:03 p.m. And I should say, instead of September 19th, Wednesday, September 20th, 2023 at 2:03 a.m. All right. Roll call, please.
Chair Vaticiotis?
Here.
Vice Chair Lunt?
Here.
Commissioner Eisner?
Here.
Commissioner Kulyas?
Here.
Commissioner Kulianis?
Here.
All right, item one is the resolution for resolution for our community redevelopment area rules of procedure. Mr. Lewis, if you could read that by title, please.
Yes. Resolution 2023-04, a resolution of the members of the Board of the Tarpon Springs Community Redevelopment Agency acknowledging and adopting the rules of procedure for the members of the board, repealing all resolutions in conflict herewith, providing for severability and providing for an effective date.
Okay, thank you. Not going to go to public comments, so there's no one here. Are there any commissioner comments concerning, these are identical rules of the commission. I do have one question, but it has to do with the meeting times and everything, that section of it. Do we leave that in here?
I would, considering that we run them concurrently with, they run them directly after your standard board meetings, I would say leave it the same.
All right. Are there any questions on it?
I have a comment, but not a question.
Go ahead.
I looked at this, and I'm sorry, guys, I think this is just lazy. You're just saying, oh, well, let's take these rules and put them here, and it'll all be fine. And I know that's how we've been operating them, but if we're really gonna start treating the CRA like a separate organization, we need to start acting like a separate organization and not have just the same old phase over. I understand what you're trying to do, because we need to get something established.
Right.
So I'm fine with that now, but believe me, guys, this needs to be modified. We need to find insurance, we need to start treating the CRA like it deserves to be treated.
No,
We haven't done
I
that.
think you hit the nail on the head. We don't have anything right now on the books. And to me, this is just a stopgap until we actually take a look. I know Ms. Kardash is going to be coming back with some additional, I think, or will you be doing that? You're handling this, the CRA, right?
Correct.
Our ordinances and things. You'll be coming back with that to formalize our CRA. We have nothing on the books right now.
I understand, but
Okay. I understand.
I'm getting more irritated these days because we do stuff like, oh, let's copy St. Pete's mitigation stuff and move it into, rote. It just seems to, we're trying to just do things without really paying attention to doing things. And I just
I
needed
agree.
to say that, sorry.
Is there any other comments?
Would there be any possibility of us removing ourselves from the CRA and actually appointing a CRA or anything like that? Is that a possibility?
Not if we're going to get anybody here at 2 in.
Quickly, no, because Pinellas is a charter county. It was how it was designed, and the powers were given to Tarpon Springs. Under the ordinances, the only board that can be is designated over the Tarpon Springs CRA is this board.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
And I think I looked at that, there's a city, or Attorney General's opinion as well on that. They wanted to add a couple more people, and for whatever reason, the Attorney General looked at it the same as you did and said no or something like that.
Under the statute says they're laid out, there are possibilities of increasing a board up to 9.
But not changing it.
Yes,
Okay.
but considering the authority that was delegated by Pinellas County, this is the board for the CRA.
Okay. Okay. If there's no other comments, roll call. I'm having a hard time.
We need a motion to
Did you have
put the
another
CRA.
comment? I'm sorry. Did you have another comment, Commissioner Kulyas?
No, sir.
Motion
We have a
to
motion,
approve resolution 2023-04.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
All right. Ms. Jacobs, roll call.
Commissioner Kulianis?
Yes.
Commissioner Kulyas?
Thank you.
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Vice Chair Lunt?
Yes.
Chair Vaticiotis?
Yes, thank you.
That's Chair Lunt, actually.
All right, we're going to adjourn at 2:08 a.m. There you go. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I know it was a long night.